for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world clasps tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't betray enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No one for shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what
someone like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire
信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めようもう安全な近道なんての完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. I
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up? I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out. Break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out. Break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand, something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Today you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my edgy
I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get home. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your...
Welcome one and all right back to your home, right back to the LPL here for another day. We are on day number 3 of week 4. I'm Mazel. I'm rejoined by the mysterious Lyric as he has, departed us for a little bit. But welcome back, my friend. And we have had some interesting things to say as we've come into week 4, and we'll catch you up a little bit. I know you were probably watching anyways. But let's go ahead and break down yesterday's games here, Lyric.
Yeah, I was here. So I also have a wand. I don't know if there it is. Just on camera.
Wow,
I got
just
it.
like that, huh?
I got
like
it.
that. Wow.
I got it
You're
at
a
Jake's
magician.
wedding. I don't really know the reason why I got it there, but I did. But point is,
You're
we had
saying
games
Jake
yesterday.
is a magician.
He was. And he was a magician yesterday when we had to deal with these games. Because, my God, these games were frustrating if you were there yesterday. Ultra Prime, honestly, still looking solid. I think they have, a really good foundation with how they want to play the map, how their mid-games are structured. If they can get through early game, they look all right. RA, honestly, kind of just disappointing. And as someone who came in and said I was going to bear that RA flag, the fact that they have so much
Kinda
talent.
regretting it.
Yeah, they have so much talent on their lineup, but they're kind of the opposite, right? Solid players can find those leads in lane, but really struggle at transitioning it into the mid game to actually be able to close out series.
Yeah, and you see a lot of the chaos gone through here. Man, this doggo feather pool, though, feels real good. But I think some of this movement in cohesion that we've seen from Ultra Prime is actually really, really interesting to me because they started the season so hot. So it's really, really cool to see them kind of trying to pull things out here. Now, IG versus FPX. I know you were talking a little bit about the feelings you've had from yesterday, but it was an interesting series nonetheless.
I'm happy because LWX and Chocho are still studs in my mind. So good for FPX.
Yeah.
They managed to pull out a win. But IG are in shambles. And, they get a bit of a pass because they are the ultimate team playing roster musical chairs. 3 top laners, 2 AD carries, 2 junglers, just changes all over. But still, FPX luckily kind of got that pass to end their 5-loss streak.
They did indeed, and looking at some of those records, definitely feeling a little bit bad. But now we look at the positives here on our standings bracket, as we still have some win streaks going strong. BLG obviously took that loss earlier, but it is JDG and Top Esports are top dogs in the standings, while RNG and EDG fighting to be on that left side of the bracket here.
Yeah, and I think EDG is the most interesting one, which is kind of nice because it does tie into our series today. Just them being so low in the standings, something that is just so atypical for such a storied organization.
And we look at today's matches as we are back to our super selves. We got 3 best of 3s lined up for you. A lot to take in. EDG versus AL. Can AL find an upset and maybe stop EDG in their tracks? We got Weibo taking on TT. Should be a Weibo win, but can TT be the underdogs? And then our smackaroo of a banger match. We got BLG versus LNG there, Lyric.
Yeah, all, going to be an LNG Submarine of Sujo, so that one's going to be fun. But we were just talking about this org. EDG, like we said, is kind of stabilizing their roster by bringing Uzi in. JJ, I think, has still been a star performer, and the lineup across the board is just one you can believe in.
It's just awesome, man. I see that face at ABC, and I just get all giddy and happy. This is the guy that made me fall in love with League of Legends and competitive play. It's so weird, though. It is so weird.
It's just the EDG jersey. Any other team is all right, but just him being such a long-standing part of Royal Never Give Up, I can't get used to this. And
yeah,
we're gonna take a look.
To it, baby.
Gonna take a look at some of the stats. Those are apparently gone just as fast as they came.
We were looking a little bit about champion pools and stuff in that graphic as well, just seeing kind of where things were lying for both sides. Now we're looking at AL. We'll take a look at some of their stats as well. Again, a team that has been in extreme fluctuation, maybe not as much as IG, but still in their own right, rocking the boat here.
Yeah, and they're another team that I feel like have done better when they can lean heavier on Engage, which is why you see Nautilus for Khan, most played champions for Zora down in that bot lane. So I feel like that's something similar you want to be looking for today, especially with them bringing Jachowi back in as the starter, having some kill pressure down in that 2v2. And then I'm sure, just like how you're saying, Mazel, that Uzi has been that idol for you. I mean, can you imagine Jachowi coming back in and, getting his chance to 2v2 kill Uzi?
It's the moment right for the taking, I feel like. And as we hit the arena in Shanghai, it is an interesting story unfolding, right? Because we have 2 different directions going for both these 2 teams. AL are just trying to grasp on the straws at this point, figure out what is their way forward. And maybe it comes off of rookie Jitoi against Uzi. But on the other side, it's Uzi trying to reinvigorate this roster, trying to find what works to make a push for playoffs.
Yeah, and like we said, typically not down here at this position in the standings. There's actually only been 1 year. It's 2020, where if I remember correctly, it was spring. They did make playoffs, but then didn't really make it that far in. And then summer was the first time EDG ever missed playoffs. So the fact that 1 year out of going all the way back to 2014 has been the only time that they haven't been a top team in the league is just crazy. That they might find themselves there again. We're still, I don't. Would you say we're early? Middle,
I don't even know, man. With our schedule, who knows anymore? Are we early? Are we late? Are we past? Are we future? Are we present? I guess we're gonna find out a little later on. But I expect them to be able to make a push. I expect this gauntlet of a split to be a little bit difficult. We'll see if they can do it. Speaking of difficult, though, the split's already been difficult for anyone's legend.
Yeah, it really has. We only picked up one win. It was against TT a few weeks ago, a 2-1. So even that they got pushed to their limits. And it sucks. It was such a feel-good moment. Xiaohao in the winner's interview, coming out with the tears, just feeling so relieved they were able to pick up a win. And AL's a team that I feel like everyone wants to see succeed. Again, Ox might be gone, but in my mind, he is still the anyone's legend spirit animal. But even going back before the days of Ox, AL have had similar cores with people like Xiaohao, but consistently just haven't been able to even meet the line, let alone push past their limits.
And tonight we will be getting Pinzi starting in the mid lane over Harder, and we'll get to Joey. Obviously, we were highlighting
really
earlier
dapper
into the matchup
jacket.
in Uzi. That is actually sick. The amount of detail pop that the collar gives, my God, it's incredible.
It's actually tragic. Brings me back to the days Shanghai. Bowen and Jinjin.
No.
I miss those guys dressing
so
us
bad.
up, making us all suave.
I will just say, speaking of suits, the other day I was at LCS, and one of the coaches for EG has a Jin suit that he apparently bought in London. So that's where my life savings is going to go from here on out. I will just be Jin, but obviously not the character because he's a terrible person, but I'll look like him. It's going to be awesome, but that's my tangent.
You could be like Hysterics, who gets an Oriana tattoo, and then whenever you watch him play League of Legends, I promise you he's not playing Oriana.
But when you see them play, you're like, oh, I have a tattoo. I have a tattoo. It works. Yeah. Come on.
And I get it. I get it. The things Rookie did on that champion, it would make anyone want a tattoo.
True. Makes a man go crazy. But speaking of getting a little bit crazy, I want to see AL get a little bit crazy here tonight. Obviously, starting with Jitsui in the bot lane, maybe some stability comes their way in a 2v2. But everywhere else, I definitely want to see some aggression. I want to see Xiaohao on something a little bit more comfortable. I think it's going to be difficult to deal with the straight-up pressure that JJ has been able to provide. So I think they definitely need a little bit of crazy as their game.
I agree, and I like that you bring up JJ specifically because in my mind, when I've watched EDG, JJ has still been the best player on the team. I feel like he really has just been such a consistent pillar for the side of EDG ever since they did, kind of bring him in. And sure, there was some trials and tribulations there. I remember when they lost that series, I believe it was in 2021 to WE when they were making their miracle run. JJ got subbed out, Junja had to come in and try and salvage that situation. It hasn't all been easy for JJ. But the fact that he stuck it out and then has built himself up is, again, just the most consistent player on EDG, I think is so impressive.
And he's going to have to be. I feel like with the way that the meta is right now, if you don't have strength through the jungle, even in the 2v2 with mid, it becomes a lot difficult. And that's where I think it's funny to see a lot of the meta decisions being made by EDG. When you look at Fofo's, most popular champion pool for the split, he's got 6 games on Cassante, he's got 5 games on Nico. It's pick one or the other, I guess.
I also think that has been one of the problems for EDG in my mind of it's great that they have this flex pick that they're using so liberally because it is both Fofo and Allah's most played champion. But at the same time, when you think back to Fofo historically, it has been, Azir, LeBlanc, these types of AP champions that he has just made signature, even going back to his days in LMS where I remember him destroying my team on a weekly basis, making him a carry threat.
Those visceral memories, man. Those visceral memories come back to bite you.
I remember his debut at the LMS, and yeah, he destroyed my mid laner on both sides of the Azir LeBlanc matchup. It was not fun.
Oh, no. Sounds like Fofo, though. As we get in the draft for game number 1, we're kicking off our first super day here in the LPL of week number 4. We got Lee Sin banned away against Xiaohao, rightfully so. respect ban. There's the Annie and the Aphelios actually on blue side banned away this time by EDG. It was the Yuumi and the Vi already banned by AL.
Yeah, we still have Emilio on the table. Another one that jumps to mind is the Maokai, which we're still seeing have plenty of bans. That would up things like the Wukong priority being able to come in. But no, going to opt out of any more of the strong meta bans to take away the Poppy. So things like Ari, definitely going to be a contested one coming in here for the side of EDG. You already mentioned the Cassante, which is something we said. It is both Ala and Fofo's most played champion, so they really like to lean on this pick, but it hasn't found them a whole lot of success. So I prefer this a whole lot more.
Everything's open. Literally, we've had
Everything.
the Aphelios and Yuumi ban. That's the only ones that are like, okay, well, you got to do what you got to do. Also, shout out to AL summoning the Uzi spirit in the LPL while they're against Uzi. Who'd have thought the mind check comes through?
Yeah, but they go for it. At the same time, they say, hey, we're going to lock in this Emilio, and it shows they have a really good run of priorities. I forgot that this was up because I swear to God, we just do not see
Everything
it anymore.
is through there.
Yeah,
Have you heard about the story though? But apparently, like all the teams when Uzi was like rumored to come in, they all like hover it to summon him for good play, so they get kills and things like that. Like,
yeah,
it's like a whole like cosmetic thing. I love it. I love it so much. But so much meta coming through. I'm actually surprised that the Emilio just comes through blind like that. I want to see a good pairing with it, but the Nico kind of makes everything okay at this point.
I agree, and I really just find it so odd how many, even things like the Wukong still being on the table, like how many things are really just going unchecked in this pick and ban so far. But EDG at least have secured themselves a really strong 2v2 laning phase down there in bot. Now you would expect them to probably match mid if you're afraid of that one getting pinched out. They do go with the Azir, which is great because, Mazel, what were we just talking about?
Yeah, it's crazy. You have some PTSD coming up about this? No, but actually being able to get this Azir for Fofo is really, really big. It also gives you a little bit of strength to play around mid lane. I think that's important now that we're going to be getting jungles in second phase here. I think the whittling down of that champion pool is going to get even further as the Zeri gets locked in with Emilio.
Just crazy. I mean, AL really are just getting so many things.
But I actually don't like this combo, Lyric. Because
Emilio Zeri, not a fan.
Because you don't proc the extended range on your Q. It's on your auto attack. And so you have to like do this weird range thing where you're always making sure you're just like a step closer to your enemy.
Yeah. Again, I'm not a fan of the Zeri with the Emilio, but still, if you just looked at like a list of most played and coveted champions, right? AL have those. Definitely think something like a Jinx or something higher range would have fit their comp better. We even saw them hovering something like the Varus and kind of realizing, hey, if you want to play into Azir, that really is the best play pattern. But we're gonna see them focus on banning out top lane champions that Ala can rely on. I'm still surprised that we haven't seen something like the Wukong taken off the table. Maybe that's what EDG do here because Cyclone setting up for the ultimate coming out from Pinzi would really just be huge.
And it's also a really big comfort champion for Xiaohao so far in the split as well, and just ridiculously strong if you can get the right advantage. And that's something we said needs to be a bit of a priority for Xiaohao going into JJ, and there it is, the Wukong ban.
Now I wonder, it's like, do you just also lock it at Cassante? Do you just keep going? Does your
Just
coach
go
just
down
have
the
like
meta.
a list of the highest presence champions on the patch, and you're just going to plug and play them and, hope it works out?
I mean, this is honestly down a little bit further down the list, but still a big priority, and gives Xiaohao that front forward aggression that he would want to have. I do want to say there is a bar of execution that goes along with this pick, but I do actually really like the combo of Kha'Zix and Nico.
Yeah, now we know they're going to need some kind of like CC lockdown engaged coming out from the top side, so you'd expect to see ZDZ go towards, if Cassante keeps going through, or a Scion, something along those lines, right? Because right now they have no way of really starting off fights that they want. Before EDG here, I think you're kind of following a similar direction. I want to see Ala go towards the Scion, did hover it and just instantly locks it in. So now they have a good amount of frontline, someone that can block damage and allow that Lucian to play a bit more aggressively. And now it's about where JJ wants to go. We've seen him play a lot of things like the Viego, and that is something we do know him pretty well for. So that's something that could be there. But no,
wait, what?
I honestly have no idea.
No
What
way.
is JJ cooking?
Oh my God. I wasn't ready for something like this, Lyric, coming into this one. I was not ready. I don't know if AL were ready here either, but they're going to be looking at what they could get for 5th pick here on red side.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're going to get JJ on the Scion in the jungle.
Is that actually, or is it Cassante jungle?
I mean, I've seen Scion jungle. I have not seen Cassante jungle myself yet. So if that was the play, that would be crazy. I'll be honest, I don't know all too much about Scion jungle. Not a pick I happen to run into quite often when I'm watching other games, or even if I ever did touch like solo queue. But we're gonna get to see what JJ's able to come out with here. I wonder, especially if they have any if he has any cheeky early clear strats, with the Scion passive able to come out. But point is, EDG, whole lot of frontline, pretty solid DPS coming in with the Azir later on. And they have this bridge with the Lucian Nami that should keep them up pressure in the early game. And with the Ornn, I feel like AL have at least rounded up their comp to where they have set up to get people like their Zeri in a position to where they should be able to get into a fight and deal damage.
The thing I love here is we were talking so much about the jungle matchup. We also talked about JJ wanting to have control. Well, this feels like a matchup that if he gets ahead, you are not going to have fun for Xiaohao. And I would love to see EDG try to press that advantage. That is where we've seen them have success. When they have that decision-making power around the map, they can be so deadly. They also have so much comfort tonight on this first game composition. So they will need to find a way, as you were saying, to get that damage in a little bit later on. I do really like a lot of the meta picks we got from AL. But this is all about a game 1 slaughter that EDG are trying to set up. They want to press you in every single way possible to start game number 1 of our Super Week number 4 kickoff. And it's going to be an absolute bloodfest. I am sure of it, Lyric. We're getting into it now. Game number 1 in Shanghai, kicking off EDG versus AL.
And I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see what JJ does on this Scion. I seriously have no idea what to expect in this game. What his path's going to be. Phase Rush.
Oh my God. That was loud.
Phase Rush has been the go-to rune I've seen from when people do bring this out in solo queue. Most people do go precision secondary, but it looks like it could also go inspiration. Get that magical footwear of easier access to boots being able to come out. But yeah, I feel like it's going to be our big focus this game as well. I want to see, how the bot lane duos go because we still are on Uzi watch with it being so early. Ala, that is not good sportsmanship.
That's not cool. That is not cool. All right? That is a party foul. He even knew it. That's a party foul. All right? I was setting up some background music. I was getting everything going for him. I was getting the mic set up. You just didn't want it. Wow. Sometimes you feel like you know people, Lyric.
And I feel like now... Right, everyone who comes into the series and watches should be an AL fan because everyone should just be an AL fan in general. But now even more so, you should be an AL fan just because of that disrespect.
Hey, Ala, why do you feel like so many people hate EDG now? Oh, it must be because I auto-attacked during a dance recital in the top lane against EDZ. No, but we do see what we were talking about earlier. Forward aggression, there for EDG. This bot lane will continuously try to menace because they want to get this level 2.
Yeah, going to do a nice job so far. Weren't able to clear out the ward, but still going to maintain control over bot side. AL did get some nice vision control set up early, right? They got a ward on enemy Raptors. They got some wards covering their own red buff to kind of try and spot out any kind of shenanigans that JJ would go for. So they have a decent bit of at least information on where JJ hasn't been yet. And we can see Jungle's going to go for opposite side paths, right? Xiao going to end up on that top side. We'll see if he ends up with a scuttle just for the fact that EDG, with their draft, it ended up with 3 lanes of Pariah, which gives JJ a lot of freedom to play with.
Which I was kind of expecting, like you were mentioning earlier, a level 1 strat of some sort or something to try to up in the jungle matchup, but he's perfectly fine with the way that it's going right now. And I'm skeptical of it. I love to see some confidence here for them. So the draft for number 1 may be a little bit of a test for EDG. And we were wanting to check in on this team a little bit. We're getting to the halfway point or over our halfway point at this point in our summer season. So this team is really needing to kick it up, and I actually appreciate little things like this to see what works.
I mean, hell, even the clear speed seems, completely solid. Full camp up so far on Xiaohao. Going to be finishing off his last one right now. And Uzi, though.
This is insane,
This is confidence.
He's going to be punished for this if Xiaohao can make the move. He has come straight back to bot lane, but JJ is here. He has the level advantage as well. Oh, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble here. You got the campfire healing up a lot here. Jitsui going in. Now goes Xiaohao trying to get Uzi, but they don't give him the isolation. Flashing over the wall. Here's Jie though, and he's a big old Scion immediately. AL, as soon as they see that beefy body, they back away.
But still, it's times like this where EDG just looks so disconnected. Uzi and Mako wanting to push their advantage as far as it can go, but Jedge is still finishing up his Krugs. Not enough time to make it over here to where Xiaohao might have passed towards that top side, but made his way down to cover his bot lane. So nice kind
there
of
it is.
Moving around by Xiaohao. And yeah, 2015.
2,916 days. SS Beast.
Yeah,
in
Snake.
2015. Oh my God, that's a long time. First of all, Snake, but my goodness.
Yeah, I even like Ella, Beast, Baka, that old iteration. Flandre, of course, being over there. Good times. But yeah, it's been a hell of a while since Scion in the jungle has been seen.
You come to the LPL for one thing. It's wacky jungle picks, apparently, for the summer season. We've had Nautiluses, we've had Rumbles, we've had now Scions, we've had all kinds of stuff, and I love it.
And now...
What's next, Lyric?
What's next?
Master Yi comes back.
I remember, the last time I remember Master Yi in pro play was the Tariq Yi thing. I also remember Faker did bring it out. Faker did bring it out, you know, at one point randomly in mid lane as well.
Well, we're probably a long call from that one here. So we're looking back on the map. We did get that early pressure from EDG. Nothing came of it, though. Just a little bit of priority. You have that advantage from Uzi with the CS department, but I'm actually looking over to Xiaohao saying, well, this Kha'Zix, you're falling behind on CS. Maybe need to try to get involved.
I mean, well, the thing is, like, what can you really do? I mean, again, all of your lanes have been getting pressured so early on. You really don't have any opportunities in top lane just because of the matchup. Mid, maybe you could look at 6 if Pinz is able to set up a play with the invisibility into the ultimate, but it kind of just leaves you covering for your bot lane and waiting for those big level 6 marks to hit for your soul laners before you're really able to get any plays online.
Level 6s will be important, but also doing something about the spot lane might be important at some point because the CS lead will, if they get their way, continue to grow. And you actually have a path for JJ going to the bottom side. There is a dragon on the table. Don't know how early priority EDG are going to want to use that, but if they continue to push bot lane, maybe that increases.
Yeah, and now that we have the ult up in mid, maybe you can do something in Xiaohao. Because you can look for a play bot. The problem is if JJ matches you, you should lose in terms of just raw 3v3. JJ bringing the CC and like the tankiness to be able to eat up a lot of the damage. And the burst in the CC following through from Mako plus Uzi. We might potentially get it here, but Xiao might even just find it great timing.
He could if they step up just a little bit too far. There's not a big minion wave here, and a decent amount of poke goes the way of AL. Jeje is completely away from this bottom lane, but there's just not an angle, Lyric.
No, not an angle, but I feel like this is a good time where we potentially aren't going to get any action on the table to kind of do a more holistic check-in. I might have jinxed it.
Or Pinz walks straight into a Scion and has to flash. There's two options in this world.
You know, I remember back in the day, it'd always like be a meme about, oh, Joey.
Anytime you want to talk, something happens? Is that what you were going to say?
You know, I'm up for that. I don't actually want to talk all that much. So if they want to keep going at it, I'm happy. But okay, Mazel, I'm done. I'm done with Xiaohao gonna get
We're
done.
right back to the classic LPL. No, not gonna find anything here. Michelle's gonna try to go across, but JJ has been super clean on his Scuttle Crab take already. He is level 6 already over Xiaohao, and a big CS lead not only in bot lane, in jungle and top as well.
I cannot wait to get these Scion ganks, right? Just doing so many cheeky things. How, like, the lane ganks that'll be able to come through that the enemies really won't have any way of dodging out on in terms of vision. Oh, Allah. They got a little bit dicey for a second, but ended up being not dicey whatsoever.
Not dicey enough. Not enough to cut onions yet. Do you dice your onions? Do you slice your onions? Do you do a little bit of both?
You know, I prefer diced onions, but like the effort of you have to go through to actually dice the onions, I'm not a fan of that.
There's always a point in dicing onions where I just give up on the technicality of it. I'm just like, all right, I'm going to start chopping whatever I get, I'm good. Like,
Let's be real. Let's be real. The good cry is the best part.
True. Wait, what? Let's not get too depressing here. We're still looking at League of Legends, all right? We're still looking
but
at
okay, we can kind of hold this in. And kind of do an overarching Uzi check, right? He's had a few series now. How's he done? And I feel like we've still seen the same level of like lane dominance come out from him. He averaged being 9 CS above at the 15-minute mark, above his lane opponents. Oh, I can't talk.
What were you saying?
Pinzy.
Did you want to talk? Did you want to say something? Pinzy is going to get killed, and a kill goes to Fofo. First blood for EDG.
Keep play-by-playing, Mazel. Keep play-by-playing.
No, I want you to talk because every time you try to talk, there's action. I want you to keep going. Keep trying. Keep fishing. Do you, boo-boo.
Here, I'll play-by-play. So here we go. Uzi and Mako getting some nice damage down in this bot side. 2v2. Chichoe, though, the way he's hitting those minions, very spicy. Is anything going to come from it? No, because the only time things happen is, oh, there we go, Culling.
Something actually happened. It's crazy. No, but I do love the mention because I think Uzi is such an interesting character, not only obviously with his track record, but knowing that what this means to him, I feel like is the biggest thing for me. See if he can get out of this one and live to tell what it means to him, as Mako is going to be flashing as well. Got a nice little tidal wave back, but it truly has been so awe-inspiring listening to his interviews when he's come back and how emotional it brings him and how important this is for him.
Yeah, which is why it's nice he's been able to keep up a similar level of skill. I feel like the biggest area he's struggled is being involved with the team. He has like a 55% kill participation, which for an AD carry is like insanely low. Insanely low that you're just kind of barely being half of your team's kills. And that's not even necessarily just on Uzi, right? It's like how the other members of EDG and Uzi are playing around each other. And I feel like we can even see that in the earlier kind of play on bot, where Uzi and Mako wanted to dive a little bit desynced with the clear that JJ was going through, and it ended up not bearing the fruit that they were looking for.
Yeah, actually made them put themselves in a bit of a sticky predicament there as Philly under tower. But they haven't had since a big advantage in lane besides the CS advantage, which you could still say is pretty big, but haven't been able to really press the advantage onto the turret. Now JJ will be on the map with the Rift Herald, and I do expect them to try to funnel some gold into Uzi here as we actually look back at actually what happened earlier to lead into that catch-out fight, actually.
Yeah, Uzi trying to cheese his way onto Chichoe, but Chichoe not falling forward and even setting up a bit of a trap play for themselves. Are going to have Herald coming out in mid, which is only going to extend this gold lead even further, which we've already been sitting on a 3K gold lead for the past, minute or so. Only at the 11-minute mark, and EDG are just going to keep pressing this forward. We haven't had to see all too much what this Scion can do individually, but EDG as a team have just, again, drafted kind of winning lanes and maintained control of the map the whole time. Look at the chokehold on vision they have right now on this map.
Exactly, and they don't need to force things. You're gonna be ridiculously strong later. Nobody's gonna be able to touch JJ, and that's gonna be so hard to deal with when you have Xiaohao on a Kha'Zix who hasn't gotten anything for himself. And I feel like you always need to have a bit of a snowball there if you're gonna make it happen.
You said no one's going to be able to touch JJ, but I feel like the problem is everyone will be able to touch JJ, and that's what he wants. That's what he wants.
Bring it.
Exactly. As long as you aren't touching his mid laner and his AD carry, he's fine.
Yeah, we'll see how this Scion continues to work out, but right now he's been playing very reserved, willing to kind of take this even trade of now not as much of a CS advantage, but you see when it's all 4 members of EDG at the top of the gold list, it's feeling pretty good.
I want the JJ Express. I want to see the best gank I've ever seen. The ultimate comes out. The giant.
I'll give you a big old 2-2 for it.
Oh, Xiaohao though might be able to find a play here.
They're gonna need him down here. You got the tidal wave coming back. They're bringing him here as he is on the way. Choo-choo! Straight into Chichoe. They bring him down. You got the TPs coming in from both sides as now they got Zora caught out dead. 2 kills straight to Fofo.
EDG with the nice positioning with their TPs, kind of making them more of a cemented core unit to play around as compared to AL, like we saw with ZDZ being so far removed, Pinzy not even really being able to be involved, and it's led to EDG once again finding another fight win. And look, 350 gold bounty now on Fofo with the amount of kills he's been able to pick up.
This Azir's looking pretty hot right now. Looking pretty hot.
It's what I said. Why do you have Fofo on your team and then you're giving him Cassante every game? It doesn't make sense. But this...
Let's see how it kicked off.
This made sense for AL at first, right? We see the gank coming in from Xiaohao, and then Chichoe following up with the flash. They're able to guarantee the first kill, but that was the train you were talking about that JJ runs in. And again, the most important part is look how spread AL are on the minimap. PinZ trying to work his way around, the TP flank coming from ZDZ on the opposite side, to where EDG's TP is like just made them a strong central unit that were already together so they can keep running forward and pressing for more kills.
It's still so interesting to me when I look at Azir and see how much damage he can actually do early on in the game. When I think about old Azir, when it was literally just hyper scale and hope you make it to late game. But Fofo is able to do so much in these little situations, and it's led to such an open gold lead in mid lane that now that decision-making power they had before is even more so.
Yeah, it's great. Again, just the small buffs Azir picked up. The cooldown on Q, which I think is pretty good when it's one of your main training tools. And then
Xiao's getting
some
a
of the
gank
nice
off.
little buffs on W.
Oh, but Fofo already auto-attacked the minion there, knowing what's going on.
Not going to be able to find anything off this in the end, but Xiaohao, very patient.
He's
man.
trying something.
I've seen this guy wait and try brush for like a solid 2.5, 3 minutes before. He'll do it
Gotta
again.
do something. He's gonna die under tower. Oh, Uzi going for the kill to Zora here. Can't get the damage down fully
Oh,
from the
Xiaohao's
Cullen,
finally
but they'll
going.
keep pressure. He finally went for it. But Fofo has the dash, and there's a big old sign right around the corner, so you're not gonna really find anything there. And EDG stands strong.
EDG just going to keep pressuring. Like you said, Fofo already getting some great trades in this mid lane. Has the Ludens online. And honestly, just nicer power spikes coming out across the board for the whole of EDG, right? Kraken Slayer down for Uzi. All has been sitting on that gauntlet for a while. JJ with the Sunfire. They're just going to be able to keep pressuring like this.
Oh, here comes the trade again, and it finds Chichoe. Doesn't matter if you have a breath of life. There's too much CC, and JJ comes away with his first kill of the game. And this is also first tower to EDG's bot lane. The snowball has already started.
And the EDG just looks so comfortable when they do have these winning lane matchups, and they just know how to slowly choke you out. Xiaohao.
Crazy.
And to
That's
me,
what we were talking about in draft.
This is very reminiscent to like EDG at their most successful points, right? Like even just thinking back recently when they had Viper on the lineup, and a lot of their success was found from their early game domination with Viper, with Scout in the mid lane, and then never really having to rely on like macro when they're behind or when they're neutral. Just being one of the best teams at being able to take control of a game because they don't make too many risks. They aren't the JDG or the top esports-esque team that are going to go for like the big gamble for the big payout, right? It's incremental win for not much risk at all.
And a little bit of movement. That's what I've always loved, is like as soon as they have that vision control, you see an utter confidence come across them, and you get those duos, especially back when Scout was on the team. You know, you had a lot of connection between JJ being a little bit aggressive, trying to get those strangleholds started, and Scout being able to kind of follow him up with that priority in mid. And I feel like we've returned to that to some extent, but still need to stick it together. The record ain't showing that too much right now. You did get second item spike with the rapid fire cannon completed for Uzi, so you have a little bit more of that range we were talking about in draft.
I think this might be a style they need to lean on a bit more in terms of that. Right, like you said, it is a little bit better in terms of connecting the pieces, but still not at the same level. And a lot of that comes down to Fofo and how he likes to play. Very much for himself in his own lane, not super roam heavy. So having him in our champions like this, I think really enables EDG to play similarly to how they used to play, just kind of changing it up by having such pressure coming from your mid lane matchup.
Definitely helps in your decision making. Also, my goodness, even JJ not at 2 items is looking so hella tanky. And they will get a Fofo a side lane turret here, so that'll be 2 turrets to nothing so far, as they actually are looking at a final one in mid lane.
You know, it's kind of crazy that we haven't gotten any silly plays from the Scion yet, but the meta is just typically so stagnant. I'll pause. Fofo.
Fofo's going to be caught out here. Does get the Emperor's Divide back. Look at that, but it gets stunned up and eviscerated there by Xiaohao. And AL get their jungler something.
Managed to find one. It's going to stem the bleeding a little bit, but they are still almost 6K gold down at 17 minutes. We've been talking about that in terms of the item disparities. Like, hell, Uzi, 2 items completed. Fofo, 2 items completed. Chichoe just finished his first item, just picked up his Triforce. PinZ probably still waiting to push this way before he backs and finds his Mythic.
Let's talk about Chichoe a little bit, though, okay? Because I think one thing for him is so interesting. You mentioned it earlier, obviously the rookie coming in against the legendary Uzi. But it's also hilarious to me that this ADC Chichoe was on Royal Club, right? Came up from Royal Club. It just love the little tie-ins here as maybe we get to finally see AL put something together. But I still think it's an interesting conversation as he's just caught here.
I was going to say, we don't got to talk about this. Who knows? Maybe Chichoe was there wearing his like, Uzi baseball cap, his Uzi, jersey, shows up to the RNG facility. To be fair, he did join like relatively recently.
Yeah, I
He's
was
a
going to
newer
say it was
player,
like literally a year
yeah,
ago.
2020, 2022. So, but still, that's how it could be. And sadly, though, just kind of how the game and the drafts turned out. He hasn't even really gotten a chance to show anything in this game so far, other than that one aggressive play earlier on that did net him a kill.
And again, this is an AL that's still moving pieces around consistently, as we've seen with a lot of our lower end teams. But right now, this setup is not working. It's EDG's game one game plan. As Rift Herald coming out, you got JJ waiting for the choo-choo on the back line. Here he comes. Big old flying train straight to your front door. Chichoe's like, no, not again. I do not want that smoke, sir. And that will be another Rift Herald charge straight to the mid lane. Xiaohao's looking on the back. They don't have an entrance. It's literally Ornhorn or nothing, and they can't feel confident to pull the trigger.
I'll still give them some kudos, though. That ward that the observer hovered over, right? The one that was sitting right on JJ, they knew that play was coming, so they were able to dodge out, or it could have been even worse for anyone's Legend if they didn't have that vision and they fell prey to that Scion engagement coming through.
It's the little outplays, right? The little Scion tactics here. Go back and go forward. It's like when I play Nuno on ARAM. You just walk backwards until your snowball's ready, and then you go forward.
But do the enemies in your ARAMs keep up nice vision like, the AL wards around mid?
No, because there's no vision in ARAM. Get on the same page. Come on.
You know what? I'll say it. I hate ARAM. Bring back the minion.
We got to fight mid lane, though. It's a little bit of ARAM here, not the Butcher's Bridge. We got Allah, who had deep TP'd, gets a little bit chunked down by Chichoe, who's actually starting to pump out a little bit of damage with this Melio combo, but it's Dragon in the eyes of EDG.
I'll say it one more time. Bring back Dominion. Bring back Twisted Tree Line. Those were the goated game modes. But we will get back talking about the game because Dragon's coming up right now. We're going to get a little kind of relive of what just happened in the mid lane with Uzi. I mean, he's been playing aggressively this whole time. This is why he does 38% of EDG's damage in the few series he's played so far, because he's willing to play on that knife's edge.
You see Dragon going down. That'll be number 2 for EDG. And at this point, I do want to talk a little bit about game plan here for both teams, because it feels like we're going to get a lot of NARAM in here in the mid lane with the way the comp's set up, and a bit of delay on Baron that I don't think EDG are really confident to go for until Fofo's super online. So the next approaches for AL feel a little bit more steady coming forward.
I think EDG could theoretically do Baron. They have solid turn, right? You have Nami tidal wave, you have the Scion, but they're just gonna go for an engage now.
Doesn't matter when JJ's just looking for a train ticket into your back line. He didn't find it that time again. They're getting a little bit better.
I mean, hasn't been able to really.
They don't want to get hit by trains.
We're gonna see though. I think the big thing EDG have to be fearful about when trying to bait a Baron into an engage is that coming out from Xiaohao and then him just he happens to find his way into the pit and bam. You didn't even intend to 50-50. You were looking for a fight, and just that one ulti kind of circumventing you, and then even things like the Call of the Forge God and what that does in such a close-knit space. But EDG don't have really many other options with the fact that JJ hasn't been able to connect with these ultis.
He's got a Jack Show, though. Maybe that makes a difference as he did a ton of damage to the Chicky Nuggies. You do have Xiaohao coming on a bit of a flank here. EDG pretty tanky on their front line, but do lack a bit of range and an engage factor that's not a tidal wave or JJ throwing himself at him. We'll see if they can actually barrel down. They are literally just grouping as 5 and trying to force either a fight or a push on the mid.
They do still have wave set up, as we can see right now, a crash going near towards top turret. They have their wave pushing in bot, which gives them a lot of mobility on the map to be able to make these pivots and keep looking for these plays. So we'll see now if this little bit of tempo actually turns into anything, or if AL can respond in time.
Oh, they're going to pull the trigger on it, though. Xiaohao looking for it onto Uzi. Doesn't get it. The tidal wave comes across. The lightning crash has hit Pin C. Access to the back line granted. You don't need a train ticket for that one. AL bite back.
And now for AL, they're going to be able to turn this into a Baron unless Fofo and Ala can stop it. Are still relatively healthy.
Chichoe saying, you forgot about me, Uzi. as they're going straight for the objectives, maybe trying to catch out EDG on the way out. Fofo still doing a ton of damage on that poke. Still that 2-item spiked Azir. And Z with a little bit of vision play here. They can poke this down. This is very dicey for AL. But if they can try to get a fight back, Fofo getting in a little bit confident, trying to hit that Bramble, but can't do it. You get the 4,000 health Baron. It's getting low. Allah's in the pit. He's going all out. He's bringing out your ADC, but it goes right back in. 3,000, 2,000. Fofo's in. Everything is chaos. But everything is going to hell.
Is Fofo gonna take it?
Somebody finish the damn Baron. And it's finally ZDZ, but EDG make hell of it.
What an absolute mess, Sora! He's gonna go down as well. What a
just
mess!
happened?
AO still managed to pick up the Baron, but Fofo and Allah at least make them pay a hefty price.
I don't even understand what's just happened in my screen. My goodness, what a tenacious fight from Fofo and Allah, honestly. The gall to step up in that moment. And
Like they
force AL, who it's only 24 minutes. It's impossible to not take damage from a Baron.
They played it pretty well. Like, I can't wait to get that replay. The timings they chose on when to go in, go forward, put threat, and onto which target they'd put threat on were so good to see. We're going to go straight into the Actually, we're going to go straight to the top fight here, where EDG wanted to use that tempo that we were talking about. Uzi chipping a little bit up, Call of the Forge God connects, and then it opens for all this damage coming from a range, right? Followed by the Zeri. Jichoe flashing forward. Xiaohao waiting in the wings the whole time, and then leads to them being able to get this fast play and turn onto the Baron, but it's here. I love how patient Alla and Fofo are on this one, right? Kind of doing a bit of damage on the tank. They have vision of the Baron. They can see that it's still in range. So keep putting AL under threat so you can slowly move forward. I don't know about bringing Jichoe away since he could just easily dash right back over the wall, but it's here where Fofo goes in with this ultimate, makes Xiaohao and Jichoe get the hell out of dodge, and then knows to focus the jungler. At this point, it really is just a toss-up, right? All the damage coming out in terms of who is going to get this. Luckily for AL, it is the Ornn, but I still think Fofo and Alla played this so superbly.
Yeah, and just the fact that, Jichoe using that dash in didn't have a way out besides his flash if Fofo was going to get the engage. From that, though, that's the big prize, because EDG have destroyed the base of AL at this point.
Yeah, Dragon gonna come up in 10 seconds, so that should be one that's favored towards EDG. AL at Baron, so if they want to try and use that, create some prio in mid, and give them an entry point into River, they can look to contest. I want to see if they're going to go for it here, though, or if they're just going to try and pivot to pushing waves and maybe pressuring turret in mid.
You got 3-item spike for Uzi now that Navori Quick Blade completed. Pretty nice little spike for the Lucian. Dragon goes down. That'll be third Dragon of the game for EDG. They put themselves on sole point and a lot of decision-making power across the rest of the map. But, right as rain in this first game so far. We're right back to mid lane, Lyric. It's like home now.
Neither team really having any champion that really wants to thrive in a side lane, right? I mean, two tanks in the top lane in Azir versus, a champion like Nico who wants to be looking for engages, wants to be looking for opportunities. So EDG is still at a point where I think they're very comfortable in the position they're in. And like we said, EDG, not a team that's really going to overforce. So now I feel like they're going to have a bit of a problem really being able to take down an inhibitor turret. It's going to take a lot on them being able to find a pick, which feels like it's going to rely on AL being the team to overextend and give you an opportunity.
And that's what we were kind of highlighting coming out of the draft, the differences between the compositions a little bit. While you do have some strength late game for EDG, I definitely like the meta picks that were chosen by AL. And you've already gotten 3 Ornn items completed as well. So you're starting to hit some of the moments where, yes, you're in a 7,000k gold deficit, and that's making it a lot more difficult to take these fights, but you're starting to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and it ain't just the Scion train.
I can find out what you prefer by asking, do you prefer an album that is like very cohesive and like, let's say like 10 songs all are 7 out of 10, or would you prefer like a best hits compilation, but you hate half of the best hits? Because that's what EDG's comp versus AL's comp are in this game, Mazel. So
And
which one are you?
which?
What? AL,
I have to
AL
answer first?
No, AL are the best hits. You got the Zeri, the Nico, the Emilio. You got some ones you don't care about in topside. Then you got a pretty cohesive comp by EDG that, no one's necessarily
I'd go with
a star.
EDG's solo album. I'd go with that. It'd be
Those are the albums I prefer anyway. If you give me
What would the
an
name
album
of the album be? Ed.word. That's what it would be.
It does sound like it could be some like really experimental, like weird, nerdy electronica band in someone's garage in San Francisco. So I'm up for that.
Okay. You heard it here first. Ed.word coming to a record shop near you sometime soon.
Sorry. They only play at coffee shops that are open 24 hours because they got to go for that edgier crowd.
I see. Well, at least we get to see the League of Legends team EDG play in front of us. At least we have that here, Lyric. Saving grace.
You're trying to bring us back to the game, but I got to tell you, this whole tangent reminded me. My city used to only have one coffee shop that was open 24 hours, and I'd go there all the time. It got closed down, and now...
What has happened to the world, man?
Exactly.
What has happened?
What do you do when you have to be a degenerate who's up at these hours to talk about LPL games? I don't know.
You make a podcast sometimes. But we got Xiao trying to play a little bit of footsies with JJ here. But we are getting a Baron that's spawning very soon. Uzi wants to make it known that they want to take priority for mid lane. Pushes out Xiao, who does go back and get the fruit to heal. But it's literally just the mid lane that has all the spotlight and all they're looking on the side.
Look, we're getting to the silly hours because I'm tired of these teams staring at each other. This is time for blood to happen. Well, build up the tension, get us to a point. I want to see the side ulti.
Straight into the tower. We hit a brick wall right there with that train. As we're gonna see the re-engage here straight onto Fofo, but they have the tower here, and we're just in the OK corral right now, Lyric.
Yeah, JJ has not really been able to find any impactful ultimates this game.
He hit a building. I don't know. I like it.
His presence gives a lot of threat. That is what he's done really well this game with, like how he's managed to be ahead in farm.
I don't know how many train drivers get to keep their job if they run into a building, but JJ does.
I just hope next time he gets to connect.
Oh, the bubble actually didn't land there. That would have been huge. They're about to lose their tower as the defense for Fofo. Xiao about to lose his life, though. My goodness. They don't even have Baron, but they're still sieging on this inhib tower of AL.
And luckily, I know everyone's out there like, when's the fight going to happen? Dragon's going to come up soon. This will be Soul for EDG. AL are going to want to fight for this one. So it feels like we're about to hit the apex of the game. Fofo did just pick up Death Cap, which feels like a pretty significant power spike. He's going to be hitting like an absolute truck. And hell, Mazel, you were pointing out earlier, he already was, even just being on that very first item. So, but the fact that AL aren't very tanky as a team holistically, right? It is only ZDZ. I feel like Fofo's going to be doing so much work. Usually this is where we point out things like summoners. That's a good question. Mazel, this is normally where we point out summoners, but everyone has everything up because we've been doing nothing for so long. Fofo does have a stopwatch, though, so that feels like something we got to keep our eyes on. And Xiao on the flank.
They're going in on ZDZ. There's the Breath of Life used. Xiao is still on a flank, but he's on a flank from nowhere because he got the train coming to town on AL. They catch out ZDZ, and that's a big front light piece gone for AL. Xiao nowhere to be seen.
He's trying to sneak the dragon.
He wants to get it. He wants to get it. Is he going to have enough? He does. He gets it. He denies the soul. They're like, this pesky bug. Should have put up bug traps.
That is one of the biggest finesses I feel like I've seen. Because like a normal steal, whatever. Everyone sees that coming. The enemy team sees the jungler running up, right? But the fact that they were just so enthralled by the engage. Xiao takes an opportunity and has enough time to do it, I think, is so spectacular. Now, will EDG actually be a little bit risky and start up a Baron? Thank you, EDG.
Here they go.
Looks like they will.
It's just JJ and Fofo, because that's all you need as they're going to start moving. Ala will catch out Pinzi. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Zora, maybe. Oh, my God. That was just a couple auto attacks from Uzi. Go in. No, Xiaohound will not go over the wall. The Baron goes to EDG holistically.
Oh, Ala, not afraid. But you see there why EDG have been so hesitant about doing this Baron the whole time. Like, the possibility of what could have been from that isn't invisibility that Xiaohao has he's able to use. Can just get in, find a sneaky way to get into that pit. Luckily for EDG, finishing it off right in time for Xiaohao to not be able to get involved. Now they finally have the pushing power to start being able to break open these inhibitors, even if they can't find, JJ's ult connecting to a member.
Go right down mid lane again. It doesn't matter. You got 4 items.
It's time.
It's time. It's time. The time is now. Uzi has 4 items. That Lord Dobbs also with the Kraken Slayers there. Nice little items to pick up for this one. Still actually waiting for Jitoe to finish that 3rd item. He just got the Titanic, so that's actually pretty big for this area. It's a nice big spike, but this Baron Siege is going to be something that is almost impossible to deal with now that EDG have garnered a 10,000 gold lead.
I mean, almost across the board. Like, items up on the people that matter in mid, in AD carry. They're just going to be able to burst someone like Shoei before he can really even get any damage down, even
And they
with
can
how
just
tanky
do
his build
this.
is.
They just use the sun disc and have a point of pressure. It's just like a landing zone right in front of your base. Like Xiaohao's going to try to catch Mako, but that was a beautiful flash. Ala working on the bottom side turret. Should be able to knock this one down. Xiaohao just a banning, maybe going back in. Now you got the engage from AL. The horn has been sounded, but ZDZ knocked down. Can't get the knockout. All comes out. As now the Pop Blossom, 4 members. Huge stuff. Chichui steps up to the plate, but it's Fofo that shuts him down. As it's all in the back line this entire time. You've had no hope. You've had no saving grace. And AL will bite the bullet and go down.
Pinzi did his best. He almost got it done with that Pop Blossom, but EDG are just too big now. We saw Fofo out damaging Jichoi, and now going to come in with the TP and still look to end this game.
They got the slowdown on Zora, but JJ is a unstoppable monster. And with Ala and Fofo at his back, this should just be the end. Fofo does so much damage to this. Xiaohao needs to find something on the back. Xiaohao just bursted out here. Zora's left all alone under, and Nexus down. Kills go down, and EDG slam game 1.
EDG managed to pull it out. I'll be honest, a little bit slow. EDG, like we said, have typically been a team that when they can establish that early control, aren't going to be too crazed in terms of like expanding their lead, but also that means not giving it up, right? So are very tempered. We got to see that in this game. They had control the whole time. It did take a while before they were finally able to get a Baron, which really unlocked and unleashed their composition.
My God, the amount of aggression we saw from Mako and Uzi, even in times where it shouldn't have been, is insane. But we also got JJ, who silently, no looks on his face. The man is stoic as hell. Just played Scion for the first time since 2015 in the LPL. Yeah. No big deal, I guess.
No, it's crazy. And again, we were expecting a little bit more cheekiness, but at the same time, I don't know how much time Judges put in on the Scion. Kept trying to find the ults, but a lot of them being very telegraphed, and AL also doing a solid job at like warding out for him to back off it and look for those ulties. But still, it was really just that early pressure. It was Uzi and Mako winning in that 2v2. Fofo getting his hands finally on a pick that like you know him for, and you think back early in his career where he really kind of started showing off. And then Ala, he played tank versus tank. He did his job, and all of this just allowed the choke out. It was the vision control that EDG had, and like you said, really how JJ with the bot lane were kind of maneuvering around the map, working their way into the enemy jungle. They were setting Xiaohao behind, and they never had a footing to even get back in.
Yeah. Now, while we may be able to kind of pick apart some of the little moments from the bot lane of EDG, I also want to talk about this ADC matchup a little bit. We were alluding to a lot of the stories and stuff between the two teams, but for Chichoe going against the Legend game number 1, I think he had at the end some good moments. Laning phase, forget about that one. that probably shouldn't go that way. But I do want to see actually a little bit more opt-in for AL in this bottom lane, because if you get them to a point of stability, you could see how the combos came together.
Yeah, it was, I mean, it's hard to talk about because honestly, like, not a big fan of the draft. We kept joking about it again with them like looking at the presidents and just picking based off that and not really building something cohesive. It wasn't necessarily like a bad comp, but how it fights into what EDG have, like you have Emperor's Divide to make sure people like Nico aren't able to get their job down. That really shut down champions like Zeri, who are more short range, need to be able to get in there other than, you know, the poke they offer. Huge front lines that Kha'Zix isn't going to be able to fight past. The tidal away from the Nami, I really feel like it was just so hard for AL to be able to do anything in this game. But with all of that on top of the fact that, you know, they did draft losing lane matchup. So not even like you're going to go in mid-game neutral to even possibly be able to outplay that.
And also, EDG don't really have to have any answers for this draft. Like, you could run it back if they let you have it again, because it looked so well across the board. And that is the most terrifying thing, because I always approach these best of threes. I'm like, what do you got for game number 1? Okay, let's go ahead and ban some of that now for game number 2. But in this kind of situation, I don't think you can. Like, I don't. There's so many other things in the meta that are so ridiculously powerful, and I don't think you can afford to necessarily throw in a Zinger ban towards Fofo right now, even with these kinds of stats.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be one of those ones. I guess if you're on blue side, you could, right? Blue side giving you that more freedom to kind of unlock your bans, but
true.
Yeah, now with Azir coming in, we've already seen someone like Yukao, who we're going to get to cast later, really lean on that pick after the buffs. Fofo might be another person that other teams have to start worrying about, like really leaning in on this pick.
Yeah, I would love to see it, even if maybe when we saw it before, everybody hated it and didn't want it because it was Azir Corki every day. But I'm welcoming the change, especially with some of the early game antics we got to see from Fofo. We are going to step away, take a little break, get ready for game number 2, so don't go anywhere.
Sentada a qualquer momento e vem o ultimate agora. Sensacional o que o Raul faz! Porém a Fúria combate, vai dando contra-ataque, o ultimate não foi o suficiente e no final das contas...
Sounds like you're looking to battle yourself. This battle has gotta be bad for your health.
IG now have control though over that mid lane. Mink misses that first little Q. They're going to see a knockback here. The feathers come flying down. They're going to get the knock off though. Massive damage coming out here from Uzi right on top of Wink. But look at these health bars. It's going to be on Uzi to try and take them all now. Bay Strong does take up a kill onto the Aatrox. And there we go. It's going to be on the AD carries. It's Uzi versus the world. Where have we seen this one before?
So battle yourself, battle yourself. You gotta get up and moan it. You're bruising your blessing, but losing and wishing that you had a different opponent.
V3 スポーツドレイク獲得は戦後ケミンオッティアミナハドのスタンが2人に入った。そこにおごり合わせ、さらにはロンコンがフリーリール。さあ反転ジェットに入っていくパラノイアヒロキ、これはしっかりキルまでつなげています V3 スポーツ。さあロコンをここも捉えていくワシダイメガナドレスコードを止めるプレイヤーがいない戦国ゲーミング。さあそのドレスコードがダメージを出し切ったペッタキル。
Sounds like you're looking to battle yourself. This battle has gotta be bad for your health.
그래서 싸움 전환을 근데 태연 체력 관리. 예. 근데 이거 역대 역대 컨트롤 태연. 이게 마이퍼가 먹었다 이거는. 왜 너무 맛있습니다. 방송이 짱 플랜. 이제 끝내면서 시리.
Deal picked up. Oh, he goes stop. He sells it, goes or refunds it, goes back for the stopwatch.
Like that. Oh no! Someday the perfect game for 100 Thieves. It could be gone. No. Wait, is he out damage? He's out damage at all. This crocodile is huge, and you can't take him down if you don't have the equipment necessary. Somebody's still gonna live. Welcome back someday to your home. 100 Thieves welcomes you graciously with open arms.
Oh, dude.
They're going for the kills. Marang has got that power. He just walks into the pit and smites it. Gift wrapped by the Mad Lions. Spur Rush has been challenged and all of a sudden Marang is in trouble. Early Guardian Angel has been propped. He's coming back to life. The rest of Koi are running down Chasey. He will get dropped as Kazi is now the focus. All of a sudden trying to do a Valios things. He stays alive because of red, white, and Koi are losing this fight.
Kazi, the script is real. He is popping off the triple kill for the Mad Lions AD carry.
Just as boring as it has ever been, but I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was wrestling in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind.
队伍状态的话，其实是有在变好的，但是因为刚磨合，就是很多地方以及战术上面就是一直在做调整吧。其实我觉得对我最大的帮助应该是教练吧，就是教练团队就是总能给我很多在游戏上思路的帮助，然后就是我能从中受益良多吧。
Welcome back to the LPL, everyone. We are here with our second game of the day. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric. We got to hear a little bit from Fofo, who also earned MVP.
Yeah, I mean, great performance coming out from him. Again, he said he feels like the team is kind of steadily getting back to form and showing a better performance. In this game, definitely a good sign towards that, right? They might be playing up against AL, who only have one win on the board, but EDG, not much higher than that themselves. So needing games like this where Fofo gets his hands on a pick that he is, against played since the very beginning, shows that if you get him, specifically I think on control mages that really are just meant about controlling your own lane, scaling up, and then being a big damage presence, it's what he's always been best at. It's what you think back to RA, I believe it was 2021 summer, where they finished top 3 or top 4 in the regular season. And it was all off of the back of Fofo playing and having games like this.
It's actually incredible how much he was able to affect out of that mid lane early on the Azir pick as well. And it came off a lot of aggression towards bot lane in the 2v2. We'll have to give him that. But this fight right here, Lyric.
I mean, just the hero player, waits for the perfect moment to go in. Ult forces up the flash from Chichoe, knows to focus Xiaohao rather than focusing on the AD carry once again, and doing his best to try to secure this Baron for themselves. A bit unlucky, but they already did the work. They've already gotten the kills, so you're going to chase down Zora after that clip ends. And yeah, I mean, Fofo should be a name that we consider as one of the top mid laners in LPL. Should be. Those are his heights. That he's been there before. It just needs to be able to do it consistently again.
I will just say, though, on BLG, it was not successful. So it's nice to see him really feeling kind of comfortable in this roster, but still a roster that has a lot to go. I think that was the general conversation coming in here. We wanted to kind of check in on Uzi, but also for EDG, because they are a team that knows success, and not making playoffs is not success. And while we have a gauntlet of a split ahead of us and still a long while to go, the days are counting.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we're already into week 4. We have 3 weeks left after this because we're still very early in, and we're getting to a point where we do have 3 series almost every day of the week. Like only Monday, we will not have 3 series in one day now. So it is still a bit of a split for them to catch up. They're not too far behind. I mean, hell, again, 2 wins and they are placed in that playoff picture. So all EDG have to do now, take it game by game, go into game 2, kind of stabilize. They show that they didn't really need to lean on anything too heavily in terms of, oh, we're going to prioritize the Nico or prioritize this. No, they prioritized things like the Lucian. They knew, hey, we're going to get our hands on like strong laning bot lane, comfort in the mid. And I think just go back to a similar strategy, and it gives you faith that they'll be very flexible when it comes to draft in game 2.
And they got the old combo. The new stuff, the new hotness is the Melio combo. So they left it open. They said, we'll grab the Lucian. You either take the Melio or we take it. And we get the Nami anyways. So I think coming into draft for game number 2, I'm very curious at how AL approach it. They will be on red side, so a little bit interesting in that fashion, because EDG were perfectly fine with what they got on blue side, even giving all those meta picks over to AL.
Yeah, it just goes to show now for AL, changing it up. But it's so hard to like hit on point. Like, if we're just gonna be honest about where AL should go with draft, it's hard because AL just haven't had a successful split. And when you kind of look at their lanes, they haven't necessarily found success. Like, okay, playing out through ZDZ on these types of champs, or like enabling your bot lane with roams from mid jungle, or moving support early, kind of like how TT does, and playing around mid lane. Or no, A lot of their games have just been off. They can find an early lead off of some of the aggression that Xiaohao puts on the table. And then it's like, okay, playing the game when you're ahead, like macro just becomes so much easier, right? Like you kind of can play it as a bit of a checklist. You got to be mindful of what the enemy can do. It becomes easier. So I think a big thing for us is looking at AL to find an early lead. Looking at them to get some lanes that are winning and then being able to snowball off of that.
Exactly that. Because we were talking about at the beginning of the show and also in game number 1 a ton. EDG are looking to stranglehold you because that is where they found success. They look for control. They don't take too many risks, although we saw them play pretty risky in that game number 1. But they will try to choke you out. And we kind of saw that, right? We didn't get the influence that maybe we had wanted to see from Xiaohao on the Kazakhs. And it just was because there was no ins for him. So, again, like you were saying, trying to find something that makes it work together and especially prioritizing this top side of the map a little bit.
Yeah. Just giving them a point of pressure. Even though AL have no, I'd say, like, standout superstars on paper, like, we've seen ZDZ put up solid performances. Chichoe is someone who gives us hope. Hasn't come in, hasn't necessarily gotten slaughtered in every game he's played, like has been fine. You know what I mean? Has done his job as a new player coming from the LDL. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where they put, like, what basket they put their eggs into. I think there's an argument for either top or bot in terms of that Allah has had splits where he's been very volatile, so that could be a lane to punish. But you also could be like, hey, we don't want our bot lane to get stepped on by Uzi. No one out there better say anything right now. You don't want that. And, try and enable them to take down the big dog. When I got my one cast... When I got my one cast with Germana, I'm pretty sure he did say he wanted Rookie to step on him, so...
I see. Well, there's the man right there. Uzi, big influence in game number 1 in that 2v2 in bot lane. As Chichoe will have a tall task ahead of him. Again, a rookie from Royal Club, RNG's developmental side, where, you know the story of Uzi. As we're getting into game number 2, we got EDG
crazy.
AL.
Crazy to me that AL have opted to stay on red side again. 2 games of red side, despite with how favored everyone talks about blue side being again. I think there's like a theoretical argument going the other way in terms of that, since there are so many power picks, like you can end up with more, I guess, like we saw AL do in game 1, but also just not having to deal with some of the perma bans that red side comes with. Definitely feels like a bigger up. But EDG, funnily enough, changed their bans. They leave open the Annie this time to take away the Blitzcrank. And there's the Azir that you were wondering if AL can afford to ban Mazel. They do.
I guess they do, and see what happens afterwards. This is, again, a kind of checkmate situation for EDG. Goodness gracious, I can't get over these gifts. They're so good. But this is also, again, like we were saying earlier, like a checkmate situation. You either take the Melio for LEL, or EDG get the brand new crazy duo. You take it away, they still get the Nami. And you now have a lot of decision-making to do for EDG when it comes back to your side.
I think the most interesting thing is the fact that all 3 of the meta mid laners are up. Like, Ari, Nico, and Annie have had, like, a chokehold on the mid lane meta.
Yeah.
And now all 3 going to be open. EDG were able to play against this one in game 1, but they did that with the help of the range and kind of the lane control that the Azir gives you. I wonder now if they're going to look to pivot to... maybe the Annie, because that is something that you did left open, kind of give you some of those burst scenarios to play with. Regardless, Nico should be favored to do pretty solidly in the lane. So in my mind now, Fovo's job will have to change to being more of someone who is going to play with JJ and then work to enable his bot lane to succeed more than we saw last game.
So where priority lies here, we can obviously see JJ does not really care about a lot of the meta jungler bans coming out because he's willing to play the Scion here, which puts him in an advantageous position in this draft. Maybe they just want to give a bit of flexibility. Again, this is something we have seen Allah play, so they will have a lot of that play within draft, kind of that strategy, and it's locked in for that first phase.
So it does give AL the opportunity to pinch out, those 2 mid lane champions we talked about, but I think that EDG are clearly saying they don't care. Like, they might be fine to go towards a Syndra, or who knows, maybe even Fofo having something else up his sleeves that he's willing to bring out in this matchup. I just hope it is something that is a more traditional mid lane champion, and he doesn't like to fall to a Scion or a Cassante or a Gragas. Again, give him something that he's familiar with. But now, we're going to see AL actually not go that route. Going to take away the Jace rather than either of the Ahri or the Annie.
Actually, kind of like that. Again, just trying to play towards the flexibility that EDG are representing in draft here. We did get that return ban of the Nocturne, just like we had it for EDG in the second phase in game number 1. And I expect continued focus towards Xiaohao.
And I think just stick with the same bans overall. I think ban out the Wukong as well. Once again, make it hard for them to find like engage angles when you only have an ore, and it's like there's just one, and you know where it's coming. A giant ram just kind of comes out of the ether and appears in front of you. So I'd like to see EDG stick with that. And AL, funnily enough, banning out the Syndra, so banning out something that has more range, can go toe-to-toe with Nico, and offers more lane control. So it seems like AL are reading, hey, it's not as much about the meta picks for EDG as much it is about kind of building a composition that is in the same line with what we saw in that first game.
Yeah. I want to see that crazy come out in some way, shape, or form. I think even with a lot of the advantageous style that you can find with Kha'Zix in a lot of our teams, I still really I wanted it to work. I wanted Xiaohao to be able to find an advantage, but this big pick has let through, and maybe this is exactly what AL need to ensure the setup in these team fights.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a blessing for them that they were able to get their hands on this. I really think EDG should have stuck with this span. I'm curious where they will go now, because now, right, the side could go to the jungle. The Poppy's left open, which is something that we saw in game 1 that was taken away. That can, go into that Wukong, kind of deny some of the mobility that's coming through. But I'm most curious to see about what they go with in the mid lane. Now with the Syndra band, I kind of am heavily keeping my eyes on, one of those picks that we mentioned before. But you don't really have
just mind gaming, man.
You don't really have a composition, I think, that's set up for an Ari or an Annie to succeed. You kind of want something that can be a little bit, I'd say, more of an artillery mage in playoff range. But the fact that Syndra and Azir are both manned out, it really doesn't leave them any other access unless they want to go towards a Victor, an Orianna, or really like pull out something crazy like a Vel'Koz or go way back. But
That would be interesting. I will say, comparatively, AL, I thought they had all the meta Infinity Stones last time, but the Wukong maybe adds to that here, and I actually really like it. Cassante is also up, so that would literally just be meta Exodia. But we have the Victor actually locked in for EDG, and I want to talk about that a little bit because it provides a little bit of that stability for mid lane for EDG.
No, I don't want to talk about it at all. I want meta Exodia.
Oh, come on.
You were selling me on that point because you're right.
Do it. No. Come on. We want it. Give us Exodia. All right. Well, we get a Crocodile instead. Every time we've seen this Crocodile, though, every time I have seen this Renekton play with my physical eyes, it's been in a 2v1 situation, and it comes out on top. I'm not saying it's going to happen here. I'm just foreshadowing a little bit if it does come up, because this Renekton pick has risen in prominence.
I just want to say I don't know what else you would see it with other than your physical eyes, but I will say we were talking about...
Sometimes people say the wildest things, all right?
We did say we wanted to see AL come out with kind of lanes that have pressure this time around so that they don't allow that chokehold in again. I really feel like we've only seen AL win when they're able to get an early lead and somehow luckily snowball off that because the enemy team doesn't know how to stabilize the play from behind. With Renekton, with the fact that we now have a Victor coming in for Fofo, which is honestly even, I'd say, less useful in early skirmishes than the Azir because you don't have that same, Emperor's Divide play available once you hit the level 6 mark. But still, if the whole goal for EDG is Victor locks Nico into that 1v1 where Victor is still incredibly strong, and then you enable the Lucian Nami to do what it did in game 1 with Poppy constantly hovering around that bot side, dissuading ganks to come through for the Wukong. So definitely a strategy there for EDG, but at least AL will have some lanes that can contend with early skirmishing this time.
Yeah, you give yourself a little bit of playability here, and you're not just relying on a Kha'Zix to get ahead and snowball. That's the way I want to see AL play. I still want them to be able to fight some of this aggression down in the 2v2 that we're going to get from Uzi and from Mako, but it is a time to step up if you're anyone's legend as we're getting into game number 2 here. It is EDG versus AL, where EDG took a huge game number 1 victory. Now as we hit the rift, will we get the comeback, Lyric?
That's a good question.
I'm waiting to get my ears blown out from the gyos again.
Do I believe in AL enough? Because I think most teams with EDG kind of drafting the composition that they did, I think EDG probably would lose. But again, AL struggles have just been all too real. And I am a little bit disappointed that we didn't get meta Exodia. Again, me and you talked about that Zeri Emilio, not really the best pairing that you can have in the world. Just talking about their kind of places within their own power ranking of their role. But EDG going to have a chance to at least exert some influence on this top side, potentially give Xiaohao a lane that he could play around, and, maybe this time take away some of JJ's camps and make his life a little bit more, hard and put him behind.
Real quick, any serious out the window? She changed back, okay? She changed back. I was going to say, what happens when you walk to lane, there's 2 Zeris? How mentally taxing is that? Even if you know one is Nico. But Pinzi changed back. So
I was going to say, I don't know. I just probably feel the same, honestly.
Really? Really? Okay. Well, you do you. Again, we find ourselves in a deja vu here. Uzi and Mako will be looking to try to get this level 2 on this duo. You saw how oppressive they were, and maybe that changes Xiao Hao's pathing where he wants to more quickly come punish this.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to go for anything cheeky after clearing out these camps on bot side. And like you said, take away some early summoners, because if you do that, then Uzi and Mako can't play as freely as they'd want. Even if you don't find a kill, it would be worth to just allow Chichoe and Zora to be able to play the lane, farm up, and get them to a point where we saw last game Chichoe was finally starting to deal damage onto the members of EDG. Sadly, they were just too far behind at that point. So a lot of pressure on Xiao Hao to be able to make something happen. We're going to be keeping our eyes on him, because look at JJ. Also just starting out full clearing his bot side, ready to react just in case anything happens.
Gotta also give a shout out to JJ's Poppy. One of the most devastating poppies I feel like I've ever seen. Him and Tarzan are actually insane. And Tien, their pathing, the way they try and go about things is just nuts to me. And the amount of times they find little backline accesses because of that is just crazy. Because you don't expect a lot of these paths. And Pinzi, maybe not expecting this one. See JJ come around the corner at the right time, but Pinzi maybe not able to get out of there. You don't have the damage to follow up. So JJ will give information that he was mid lane. Not going to burn the flash either.
Who was your third one? JJ, Tarzan, and
Tien.
I think good list. I think Tarzan is
Tien
definitely
has some crazy Baron Poppy stuff.
He does.
Like, he does ridiculous stuff around Baron.
I think Tarzan is the Poppy GOAT, but I completely agree with that top 3 in terms of like what we've seen and who've been willing to lean on it. And yeah, JJ, I mean, we saw, right? AL respected this enough to ban it in first rotation in game number 1. Going to shut down a lot of, Xiao Hao wanting to jump in. ZDZ trying to find access onto that back line. He's going to be able to do so much to support Uzi and Fofo.
Chichoe want to step up here at the level 3 mark against Uzi. Both taking a pretty heavy trade. But it's going a lot better in game 2 than it was in game 1 for this bot lane. I'm just saying, they're not down 10, 15 CS already.
Doing a lot better job of stabilizing, but that's why JJ's heading down. But Pinzi and Xiao Hao, they might find the pinch. I hate getting pinched.
The connection we kind of needed in game number 1. Who's going to get it? Who's going to go for this one? It looks like JJ will just smite that one away. Why didn't Xiao Hao smite it?
Ends up with both scuttles. I mean, right, both trying to get it right on that perfect mark to where you're going to be the one to get it. Kind of ends up outplaying yourself mentally and allows for JJ to get the fight. So far, everything going according to plan for EDG. EDG, again, kind of want their lanes locked into isolated scenarios. You want a 1v1 in mid, you want a 2v2 down in bot, you don't want 3v3s, you don't want 4v4s. Yeah, that's where AL will really start to be able to open up. But for AL, luckily for you, you don't really start feeling the need to get anything done, I think, really until like first Rift Herald comes up. And that's when you can really start using the pressure and the skirmishing power of a Renekton and of something like a Wukong, which they didn't have in game number 1.
That has to come online, though. Like, if you're going to grab this Renekton, it has to be a force, because you have to force decision-making from EDG. Speaking of decision-making, though, EDG's decision was to try to repeat a bot lane play. JJ will be found out flashing away. Now has the Hex Flash available, but I may have spoke too soon on the bottom side. It's not as bad as game number 1, but definitely Uzi and Mako going to be turning on the heat right now.
Finally going to start really being able to get a foothold on this matchup thanks to how much sustain that Mako is bringing to the table right now. Chichoe, again, luckily isn't falling as far behind as he did in game number 1, which definitely going to be a saving grace, right? Being able to get to those components faster. But we've already said for AL, we're really looking at the mark where Rift Herald spawns is really their first huge opportunity where they have to make a play. I think earlier you can potentially look towards mid, like Fofo's an immobile mage, force to flash.
Yeah.
Should be hard to shut down because just throwing down that gravity field really does shut down a lot of the playmaking potential of AL's 2 players. And hell, look at the experience advantage. Oh, actually, nope.
Pinzi gonna look for Fofo. He is level 6 and try to hit the Chaos Storm down. Does have the gravity well. They got to be careful. Fofo with the flash out. They don't have the engage to follow him up, and he survives.
And that's exactly how we were talking about it, right? Gravity Well comes out, flash, it buys you the time to be able to get away, but still, you're able to get the flash. He's going to have to play a lot more reserve now, and you're not going to be able to play, forward, use the Q and the shield that it gives you to keep aggressively trading and locking Pinzi in. So Pinzi now, with the help of Xiao, has bought himself some freedom.
That's really huge. The connection early with Nico can actually unlock so much. This champion is ridiculous when you get any kind of lead. We see ZDZ actually going to be trying to crash this pretty big wave in topside. We haven't seen much influence from the Renekton so far, but the connection with ZDZ and Xiaohao will remain key for AL's early bridge building.
That's the biggest thing, is just making sure that the Renekton constantly has, that pressure, which will allow you, if you want to walk into the enemy jungle, get some wards down, or start Herald when it comes up in about a minute.
Nice little Dominus popped, and a little bit of tower shot taken as well.
Mazel, I thought you were going to keep going, so I was trying to be polite.
I can tell now.
but you know what? You made me realize it's not my place to be polite. There's a polite one out of the two of us, and it's not me. So this is my show now. We're going to talk about what
Mazel's Hopium Emporium.
I want. And what I want to talk about is those honey fruit, because now 3 of them have been eaten, all of them gone. You can't buy those, but Pinzi, he's going to be sneaky.
Think that it might be Xiaohao coming for a gank, but it's Pinzi. Oh, duped. They found him out. Oh, Uzi in a little bit of trouble here. Pinzi turned back around, but JJ is right around the corner here. Here comes the keeper's verdict. See if they can connect on anybody. Does get 2 out. They're going straight for Pinzi now that he has no backup, but they don't really have a way of taking him out. And the vision is enough, but Uzi, not level 6 and not a lot of health.
No, not going to be able to at least chase that up any further. Did get both summoners from those bot laners on EDG side, but this does leave Fofo some alone time with the turret in mid. And now we're going to see, I'm keeping my eyes on Xiaohao specifically because he has that Cyclone up, and right now he's hovering around mid. Looks like he will just catch the wave in the end. Not going to go for any types of plays on Fofo.
And you got to see Dragon started up by JJ, and that does mean the other side should be traded by Xiaohao quickly after. The priority from bot lane does make this Dragon go down a little bit quicker. Maybe there's some response time there, but I'm actually now loving that we're going to get this Rift Herald for AL because they have a lot of options. They could try to get it to ZDZ, who does have a pretty big lead in CS.
Yeah, so AL at least, now able to start playing for the condition that we set for them, right? Going to collect this Rift Herald, and now it's going to be about where they can go with it. Like,
oh, Joey, run away.
He'll be fine. He's straight up chilling right now. We see JJ having to leave. I'm more curious about where AL are going to use this Herald because, right, ideally you'd want it for your AD carry, but they should never really be in a position where they can do that unless they counter gank. Top is already low, but extending this lane doesn't really give them all too much pressure.
ZDZ pops the Dominus. He wants to turn it around. He takes the tower shot to the face. I don't know what you were expecting there, but Allah outplays it. Solo Bolo for the top lane of EDG. They want to try to make good on this, though. Rift Herald spawn. Pinzi should be able to pick up this gold.
almost here. JJ might be able to stop Pinzi.
Pinzi is in a bad spot. He just got hit into the wall as well, and he's just taking the tower. This tower is OP from EDG. They get 1 back. What did it cost you?
AL throwing everything away. You asked me if I thought AL could do it, if they could make the comeback. I said, I don't know. And sadly, Mazel, reasons like this are why. You were saying earlier, anytime you see a Renekton, he 1v2s.
Hey, all right.
What's going on?
It was 3 times. The 4th time's the charm, apparently, for him. Shout out to all the Jin mains. My goodness. This was actually incredible. He just takes it. He almost turns it around and then dies.
Yeah, goes back in. Once again, procs the turret aggro, and Allah having a field day. The ramping damage gets the best of him in here. JJ, great pathing. Makes it up to topside. Allah bought enough time.
This flash.
He's going to lock him in and make sure he can't go anywhere.
Allah's just standing there on the edge like, hey, nanny boo-boo. And then they kill him, and it's even worse because you get the follow-up. Now, it is a small advantage for EDG. You can still put out the fires even if you've got a campfire raging in the bot lane. And I want to still see the connections not shied away from anyone's legend.
No, especially now that they're going to, I guess, on cooldown, right? We're at a point now where ults are in the game, and this is really where their comp finds a bit of power, being able to have the large AoE chain of, Cyclone into Pop Blossom, a Dominus thrown in there. So a lot's going to come down to the next Dragon that is going to spawn. We really shouldn't see too much action before then because you can see EDG still really trying to prevent it. JJ just covering his lanes, not really making any proactive plays for himself because not only in bot, we can see in mid, Fofo's been able to start building himself a small lead as well. And you're just going to let these get bigger and really let Fofo specifically be the one to get to a point of power before you really want to try and find anything for yourselves.
It's like the uncle that comes around at the perfect times, right? When there's barbecues, when there's holidays, brings the best gifts. It's JJ. As maybe not going to be the uncle in this situation that's all happy, as he does get out with the help of Fofo.
And that's the biggest thing to me about EDG's comp. There's just so much like zone control, disengage, ability to buy space between Nami, Victor, and Poppy. So many ways of preventing anyone from being able to get on your key carries. And AL, again, not a ton of engage. Like, they have good engage with the Cyclone. Pinsy with being able to just flash, find that Pop Blossom, especially if he's transformed. But once those are dissuaded, or if JJ just bops you away, there's nothing else. And that range coming out from Fofo and like the culling from Uzi are going to be able to do so much.
Yeah, don't die, please. don't die.
Don't worry,
I also
survived.
don't really want to check in on the bot lane CS right now because it went right back to where it was last game. That's just not what you want to see. You got so much advantage for EDG now through that duo, and you got the Kraken Slayer completed. You're really waiting on the Nami to finish that item. But especially now that you get this kind of stance and you get that kind of reactive gameplay from Uncle JJ, it's just a power point for EDG to play around. And I do expect AL to try to have some give here in the next few moments, maybe try to put a stop to that scaling aspect of getting those dragons, because delaying one dragon gives you that extra 5 minutes that this could look for.
I gotta say, last time it was Uncle Cho, and now you're giving JJ the Uncle moniker. Oh, ZDG,
he's reactive. He comes when he needs to, when he wants to, and he delivers good gifts. Is that not what he accomplishes? Fofo in a little bit of trouble, but yet again, the wall does not break, Lyric. Bring them all.
This man is clean. This man is clean. I gotta be honest though. Okay, Mizzou, we are not talking about uncles anymore.
What happened game one? You wanted to speak? We're
about to have some fights.
You wanted to talk, Lyric? Because we're going to get JJ wanted to say, please stop attacking me. It's a big tidal wave on the way back, though. Keeper's Verdict lined up, ready to go. Hits two members, Penzi and Zora all by themselves. Penzi wants JJ's blood. He does end up getting it, but he's all by himself here. Uzi picks up the kill.
Might be a 1-for-1, but that was a great example of the amount of disengage that we talked about that EDG have, right? Tidal wave thrown out, that prevents them from coming in. Keeper's Verdict then sends people even further away. If Fofo was already there, like you put down the gravity field, like another way to not enter. It's just really so hard for AL to get into a position to deal damage. Luckily, since he did find that angle, I'll getting a little bit spicy.
He saw JJ run into that tower game number one. He's like, I want to do that too. We did get the tower number one completed here for Uzi on the bottom lane. They got 4 of those plates, I believe. A lot of gold over. And last time we checked the gold differential before all of this went down and before 20 more CS went into that lead, he was already up about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, this one might be more of a slow burn than game number one, but I would also argue EDG with Victor needing even more time to come online than they did in the previous game. And hell, that game, Fofo got accelerated by getting a very early 3 kills on that Azir, right? So very different game with AL at least not making as many mistakes. But now I was going to say is where you want to see them really come into it with Rift Herald about to spawn and them using that ZDZ. But Zora already chunked so low.
JJ looking for the angles that we know he loves to set up. Hex flash over, doesn't hit the tower, but with Chichoe almost goes down. Does get this TP in to save the day, be able to defend, but that Rift Herald on the table for EDG if they want to press it.
Yeah, that was a huge play, right? Not only do you get the TP, you get the flash from the AD carry. You didn't really give up anything yourself. It gives you first move towards top side to go for that Herald, and just so much map control unlocked while also pressuring anyone's legend.
Alla pressuring ZDZ with a bit of a float from his jungler, JJ, waiting in the wings. We'll realize that EDG's point of pressure is up here towards this top side, but they actually won't be looking to start up the Rift Herald just yet. And there are tons of bodies moving from AL to this top side of the map.
Now we're going to see if they're going to be able to find anything here. So doing a nice job, realizing, hey, we kind of lost control in mid, pivot up to your jungle to enable top side as an entry point for yourselves. We'll see here if EDG even want to contest, because they have TPs on both their soul laners.
Whoop, that's a lot of damage. As,
okay, both TPs used. They're all here.
Yeah, they are going to fight. Alla just walks at them menacingly. Gonna get the knock up too. The layered CC damage to ZDZ. He has to get this Dominus out. The Rift Herald goes down, but there's no way you're getting that eye. As Ala goes over the wall at the flash out of PidZ. Can they get the route here? Zora's getting a little bit low, does have that breath of life, but it's not going to be enough. And JJ hunts him down. Tidal wave under tower should not be followed up, but maybe they want to use Ala here. ZDZ, Bubble, Trouble, and Uzi looking for the kill. It gives it over to Fofo as Ala just takes turret after turret shot. And there goes the outer tower of AL.
The angles they played with there were beautiful. Things like the tidal wave coming in, and then the angle that Ala really crunches from on the opposite side. AL, though, in all the chaos, Joey was able to pick up the Rift Herald. So we'll be able to find something back. Doesn't look like he'll be able to finish this one off, but getting it at least incredibly low, all he has to do is, breathe on it, and that turret will be down. And I wouldn't recommend breathing on other things. It's quite rude.
You sure about that? JJ made me not want to take a fight on the Xiao. He said, I didn't breathe on you, man. But maybe he did a little bit. Xiao takes him out.
Xiao 2-0-1 now on this Wukong. So getting to a point where he has to be a bit more respected. But I guess the problem isn't jungle. The problem is when you once again look at mid and bot, very similar pressure points that we had in game number 1. 2.5 items on Uzi. A full item up over Joey once again. Almost 2 items or an item and a half on Fofo, so he's building that lead over his counterpart. And that was really the disparity we saw in game number 1, right? PinZ and Joey falling behind, and Fofo and Uzi just able to unleash so much more damage than their counterparts.
And it's 2 games in a row of this combo with that kind of checkmate style of their first pick, Lucian, as we see the team fight unfold here on AL's decision to do the Rift Herald.
And nice, EDG just trying to play it simple front to back. Keeper's Verdict, though, not connecting with anything there. So luckily, Xiao does still manage to get that smite off and pick one off. But it was Ala falling so aggressive with the flash, followed by JJ with the Hex flash. But they're going to show us. Chichoe swipes it and goes on with his day.
Got it.
But
Love
that wave, ooh, ZDZ.
So, see if he gets down. He is definitely dead. What kind of Croc boots do you like? What color would you want?
I don't know. I wouldn't be a big fan of the boots.
I'd go blue.
Kind of, I don't know. I just wouldn't. Maybe a pet Croc I would do.
Maybe like fake
I don't think
Croc
anything else.
boots.
Still don't do
Maybe
it for
they'd
me.
just be Crocs, like the plastic shoes.
Oh no. Oh no.
I do own another level of marketing.
I do own a pair of Crocs, even if I've never worn them. It was a gift.
Oh, I was gonna say, why do you have them?
I actually always wanted some after doing a shoey at MSI last year in them.
I see. Well, we do see a bit of a siege going down at mid lane. A nice bit of way clear from AL's side. And while I think we have a very similar comp like we were highlighting earlier for AL, they are in a much different position than they were last game as well. And I think we will get to see a bright point for them if we end up at the 3-item spike for them. Things like this make a big difference, though. You got 2-item spike for Uzi. He's doing half of Jitoi's health just off of one little combo.
They're going to be able to maintain presence to be able to take this drag, most likely, right? And you look at the side waves, they're kind of pushed down towards AL's side of the map, so they really shouldn't have any great ways to entry, but it looks like ZDZ and Xiao might be able to sneak in here. Hell, not even going to
That's what we want to see from AL, though. They need to combine these pieces together. They need to get ZDZ involved. Get Xiao in there for a big engage. They're looking on a flank here. He does have the blast cone, the improved one, go over all the distance. Can Cyclone right into the back line here. He got spotted out, though, by EDG. They know what's a brewing. They're still trying to take this fight over the Dragon. Xiaohao's going to go back for a second time. Ala goes for an engage on the other side. This is set up beautifully for Xiaohao. Did everybody forget? No, they turn back around to make sure there's nothing coming from that side. Try to get some vision onto him, but can't do it just yet. ZDZ is right back into the fight and has his rage bar full up. You're trying to get a reset from Fofo, but nobody blocked the dragon damage. Won't be able to get that one off. Uzi going mid to try to get that push through. Here comes ZDZ back. Xiaohao over the wall yet again. Is the 3rd time the charm. He finds Uzi on the back line. He can't get the lockdown, though. Does he? Cyclone, he goes over the wall in the middle of the fight, though. Fofo is shredding him down. And PidZ can't stay alive. 3,600 damage from the big guns mid laner of EDG. Dragon goes to AL.
Still 1 kill in favor of Dragon. Looks like maybe mid lane turtle also be costed by anyone's legend with Uzi staying here. So, yeah, trade going a bit back and forth. AL gonna feel good about stopping what would have been soul point for EDG, but we'll have to pay a little bit because now Fofo only getting even bigger.
He's going to be getting second item very, very soon. And that just means there is a ticking time bomb.
I gotta say,
to some
Mazel,
extent.
this fight, Xiao's positioning puts so much pressure, which is why we had the long posture off. Does a great job of getting on top of Uzi, flashes to follow up, but then can't follow him over the wall. And like you were saying, the whole time, Fofo was unloading damage on the opposite side of the fight. JJ really just soaking damage just on the edge of a knife. But I think a lot of that coming from Fofo, but great try by Xiaohao, because he really did to do so well, just staying patient on that flank the whole time.
And the entire time I saw Allah on my screen, all I was seeing was the Giga Chat emote going through because the man was literally just in the middle of 5 people tanking him up. He doesn't even have 2 items completed. And that is what the strength of the sign has represented for EDG. Yes, they've used it flexibly, but it's helping their team fight so much, Lyric.
I want to remind you that he flopped his ultimate just like JJ did.
Oh,
EDG
yeah,
came
for
out
sure.
ahead in that fight with the fact that they still completely wasted some of those ults. So now just showing very well kind of suited with the composition that they clearly come in mind drafting today, right? Both games, double tank, top jungle, kind of scaling control mage that does well in the isolated 1v1 to generate prio, and then the same bot lane do on both games. So EDG came with a very clear game plan, and now we get to see them being more willing to go for a Baron.
Yeah, a little bit risky here. Risk it for the biscuit, says EDG. As the test of Jitoe versus Uzi has so far come up with the legend's name. Now, actually, Mako a bit overextended here. Just bought time, I guess, to get 4 Baron buffs over. Here comes the ulti, though. The train hits on the Pinzi, but he goes right back in for a big Pop Blossom. Can't really get backline access, though. Ala getting a little bit low. Dominus had already been popped by ZDZ. And AL go away from the fight after taking down Mako, but 4 members of EDG now have Baron buff.
Yeah, they're going to take that any day. Now really going to be able to enable their push. That's where you see like a composition like this really come online, because sure, it might have like a long-range control mage in the mid lane, and Lucian does have calling to work with, but it's still not the best at sieging down those inhibitor turrets, right? You'd have to do it kind of in multiple pushes like we saw in Game 1. With Baron really does open them up to just hopefully in one push outright be able to start opening up the base of anyone's legend.
Ooh, but you got Navori Quick Blades
3
completed
items
for Uzi, and the boots on top of it too. The boots with the fur, Lyric. As now we'll see maybe with the plating, not fur. I don't know. Fur is not really good against metal weapons. Jit is though maybe looking for some good against the Crocodilian yet again, trying to make some crocs out of him. See ZDZ locked down by that steadfast presence. They should be able to just take him out here. Oh, nice little flash, and he will get out.
Now we're going to see EDG with a wave in bot lane.
My goodness.
I do got to say they made this easy for AL just for the fact that they aren't playing out through any other lanes.
Yeah, but that's been the style so far in this series. EDG just force one lane at a time. They go all 5 and see what you do about it.
I feel like so far they've done really well, like coordinating their other waves to at least always be pushing in to draw pressure. But who knows? With how powerful they are, they might not even need to care that all of AL are here.
There's that Cullen going straight into the back line. AL will lose 2 members from this siege. Gotta be a little bit careful. They were still able to clear that one out. I will just highlight, like, Pinzi did a lot of damage with 1 ability. Their abilities are coming online. They still have extremely strong meta champions. So it's got to be a nice execution, maybe a little bit of a surgical one for EDG as they try to take this inhib.
EDG, though, have to be so conscious of the flank because all of their zone control tools really only work when the enemy is positioned right in front of you. Even just coming off to a slight side, right, that allows you to circumvent the gravity field. Or if, you know, Tidal Wave gets thrown out in front. So they are starting to be a little bit respectful of the pressure that Xiaohao's putting up, but at the end of the day, they got exactly what they came here for.
They just needed to get some base breaking. Here goes the steadfast presence to deny Xiaohao everything. Flash from Pinzi makes a difference, though. Ultra Shock Laser as well as that lightning crash. Allah just goes a little bit wide. Actually finds ZDZ as now they're turning this. This is what we were talking about. Their champions are still scary, Lyric, and AL will take down 3 members.
AL take down 3 EDG. It's Allah and Fofo again. We've seen this before, Mazel.
Trying to find a little bit of sneaky business down here. Can't get the trigger pull onto AL, but they just want to deny this dragon. It's not the Baron, but it is a little bit of a neutral objective they need to fight over. Here comes a lot of AoE damage from the Chaos Storm, but Allah can't tank enough. He can't do it. They go down. Fofo has to flash out, and Allah will just die as a zombie. AL right onto the dragon.
I gotta say, Victor not as good at going for these types of plays as Azir was in game 1 because of like the safety you have in your mobility. So we'll have to back off, and even Ala going down. So gotta get themselves a second dragon, gonna get the bounty on that one as well to at least bring down that gold lead a little bit. And honestly, just a bit of disconnect coming out from the side of EDG. They see Xiao, they want to go for the pick. Look at Fofo. Fofo just base, he's buying up, he's finally TPing back in mid. Just very all over the place coming out from the side of EDG. Even Ala still wasn't here yet. So you already have your AD carry, who is the person most, farthest ahead, has gone down. And then AL can just keep picking them apart bit by bit from the multiple angles they played this fight. So honestly, a bit of an overstep from EDG, but kudos to AL for punishing.
Yeah, you got to give props where props are due. Jitoi also getting JJ with that big old blast cone too. Just a little cherry on top as they were able to fight back. Will they have the fight left in them here? If the comp works, if it sets up well, you can find the advantage. And Jitoi will be the main provider of that. Not on that 3-item spike just yet, but getting very close.
Yeah, almost there with the Tiamat in pocket. Even Pinsey's finally been able to get 2 items under his belt, right, with having that Void Staff complete. Looks like Fofo is making his way towards that one as well. He's going to do a lot more to shred people like ZDZ and Xiaohao on those front lines. But EDG just still so methodical. Playing it slow, kind of crunching around the turret, making them back off and just keep going forward. Probably back off in a second.
Taking a decent amount of that damage there in the front, though, from Ala. And you didn't get the turret completed. You did get some nice little wave clear coming out from AL, but EDG, in the end, will back away. Everything's all good. You got Baron spawning in less than a minute here. Getting back on the map is important. But I also want to say that, item spikes will be continuously coming online for them for EDG, and their team fight's already looking good with the advantage they have.
And it's so sad. They're so close to being able to finish off Lord Doms for Uzi and the Void Staff now with the Blasting Wand picked up for Fofo. We're on the cusp of those items. With Baron coming up in 20 seconds, a fight could break out sooner. I guess luckily for EDG, I mean, they control, the cards are in their hand. They decide what's going to go on. So if they just want to keep stalling, farming up, clearing out camps until those 2 key items can come out for Fofo and Uzi, they very well could just do that.
And while we got the chance, I do want to give another shout out to Jitoi, obviously in his rookie split and really trying to make something happen here. The Royal Club call-up, if you will, for AL against Uzi hasn't died yet.
Oh, no.
But is that going to change? He has the moment to step up in this game. He's on the Zeri, but it's looking like a tall mountain to climb here as they want to go straight through. Maybe it's looking like a train. That light at the end of the tunnel, it might just be a little bit darker right now as Uzi will step forward. There will be the Chaos Storm burn and the Tidal Wave, as well as that Unstoppable Onslaught. So big ultis down for EDG. And
they did all that for only 1 flash from ZDZ and the ult coming out from Zora. So it will at least garner them map presence, so they're going to turn immediately onto this Baron, but AL already know, and they're heading over.
They are. They have the dominance for ZDZ, but it's a preemptive strike from EDG. They take Jitoi out. I said he hadn't died, but there's that first death, and it might just be the only one that EDG need. They push ZDZ out of there. Uzi is fighting him tooth and nail, and he takes them out. Uzi stepping forward and lighting them up. Give him the guns.
We're going to see Zora should be able to get away. But now EDG, Uzi has a bit of HP. You do have a Nami alongside you. It looks like that is enough for them to feel confident about taking this Baron.
Easy does it, Baron. Another one for EDG in a really well-executed fight. Yes, they lost Fofo. He got to do a quick back and get that 3rd item there, as we see. But actually, they're looking for it. He has that double onslaught back. He's looking for Zora. Oh, he didn't see him until the last second. Gonna have quicker reaction times in the vehicles there, Ala.
Not to throw shade, because I did say Jidge is kind of the most consistent performing member of EDG, but giving ZDZ a path to safety. But there it is, Jitoi. Ala with the side brush plays this game has been phenomenal, setting it up for Uzi to find that one. But then you see, okay, Pinsey comes in, finds the big knockup, but it doesn't matter. A big part of your consistent damage is already gone, and it allows for Ala to keep soaking damage. The heals coming out from Mako to make sure that Uzi is able to survive the initial onslaught from Xiaohao, and then they just run the rest of the fight down. So close. 30 HP.
Calm, cool, and collected is Uzi in this one. Has completed that Lord Doms. Even has a BF sword on top of it. And EDG are right back on the map because we have a dragon spawning up. They do not want to relent a single moment against AL, but AL point and present. They want to try to burn it down.
They're going to be here, but still engage up for the side of EDG. Flash, though, now up for Jachowi, not on Uzi. So if Xiao finds his way onto Uzi, he can't just take him down this time.
Oh, there is that flank angle there, but I do wonder, they weren't able to see him in the instant. They just go in with it. The Keeper's Verdict has already been used. The ZDZ can't even heal. That's a huge steal from Xiao, but doesn't matter. You got 3 dragons in a row, but EDG wiped the floor with AL yet again.
And now we're going to see a big push come off for the side of EDG. 2 members to work with. Luckily, there's some damage dealers who could potentially clear waves. But going up against 5 members strong for EDG, I don't think they can do anything.
There ain't nothing you can do when EDG has control of a map like this. They are so ruthless when you give over that control. And now they're just looking for the game, Lyric.
I think they should be able to get it. We're going to see if Jachowi has any kind of immaculate plays that can take over in a 2v5 situation, but odds aren't good.
I'm glad I got my moment to talk about him because I don't know if there's going to be many more moments in this series at least. He almost gets burned down, but it's the Nexus Towers in the eyes of EDG. JJ staying alive as you go into Jachowi. Does he go down? No, he's in the Nexus. CDC is back. Uzi trying to end the game. He's got Nexus shots, and he ends it. EDG with a 2-0 over AL.
Great to see EDG just kind of a chokehold. Really is just the best way to describe the series, right? It wasn't, neither game was too explosive. EDG came in with like a very clear plan, and we'll say like kind of composition dynamic in terms of how they wanted to play it, right? A lot of zone control, kind of range setup coming from mid, isolated laning phases. JJ just really enabling that by hovering around, setting up vision, not allowing ganks to come off. But that discipline is always what's made EDG so interesting to me in the LPL. And a league full of teams that aren't known for this style that I would say is more kind of textbook. They've always just gravitated towards it, pulled it off well. Again, I think they have always been a bit more reliant in their cleanliness on being able to win out through laning phase and kind of drafting compositions around that. But hey, if that's your bread and butter and you're able to pilot it well, you keep going with it. Pull out some of these off-meta picks like the Victor and really just drive your style home.
And a little bit of a side note, EDG going with the bow. Uzi knows exactly where to put the hand this time around. I remember last time there were images, Mako was trying to show where he put the hand for the traditional EDG win bow. This time, no questions asked. But also, do you want to check in on the man himself a little bit? That's what we were kind of eyeing up when we were coming into this one. And while maybe we didn't get him tested to the full extent, I think being able to, again, have that priority in draft where you pick the Lucian and kind of force the hand of the other team and be able to play the way you did twice in a row, getting 30+ CS leads on bottom lane, multiple plates early on, that's the execution you want to expect from these 2 legends alive in our league.
Yeah, and I feel like we now have a positive of he's still just as lane dominant. He's still just as like knife's edge, get off as much damage as possible and be the team carry. The area where we're still lacking is, I think, again, kind of incorporating him more into the team and having that solid foundation. And some of the same team fighting that I feel like EDG with Viper was able to pick up, but it'll take time, right?
Yeah.
We're still only a few series in with
Absolutely.
Uzi. So I like that they've kind of gone with this, which, again, these drafts were very reliant on having those early leads in lane. Like, they had the ability to do that with things like Lucian Nami. So if EDG just want to kind of do this as, I wouldn't say a Band-Aid, but like the transitionary kind of period while they're still figuring out maybe some of the other elements of the game, I think it's a good call, especially when we said coming into today, they were sitting at 2-4 and they need to pick up wins. They need to pick up wins now and worry about some of the other like team building things later.
Yeah, just find the things that work and drive it home. But that does mean I want to put some introspection on the other side. I know we weren't exactly the highest horse coming in talking about AL, but I do appreciate a lot of the developing talent that's coming up through their roots. But Jachowi had the time to go up against one of the legends of the league, and I think in Game 2 definitely had a really, really interesting time with the Zeri. Didn't die till, it was a little bit too late to do anything, and I still appreciate the kind of little bits of growth that we've seen when this guy has been let to play.
I got to be honest with you, Mazel. I'm going the opposite way. I cannot stand by the positive. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with AL because it just, there's just nothing. Like there's no There's no team identity. There's no way you look at AL and you could be like, hey,
If they
this is
play
how.
through bot lane,
But can they win games by doing that? You know, the problem is
they've taken games off of some of the best teams in our league.
And most of the time, the kind of common denominator is Xiaohao popping off, which again is my problem. Is that it feels like AL needs to invest into like who are their key play. Like how do you want to draft for the lineup that you have, and then maybe consistently trying to build that foundation before moving on? Because this iteration of AL feels like the first one we've seen that really doesn't have that identity, right? When they had people like Betty in the roster before and Chocho down there, they were the team that were kind of setting up for their bot lane. You go back even further, like towards like their Rogue Warriors stage, where you had people like Forge and like Haro in the jungle, and it was about aggressive mid jungle 2v2s. But now I look at this AL and it's like, who are they? You have some solid players, but who are you?
That is a question that is going to remain to be seen until we truly see them come alive on the Rift. A swift 2-0 dealt by EDG. And I can't harken back enough to the JJ Sion in game number 1 and the Azir coming out from Fofo. Love seeing those iterations, but as well as just an adaptation going into game number 2. You get the Sion flex early in phase 1. You're still playing with that Lucian, and you still have a lot of decision-making power given over to EDG.
That's just good to see. It's good to see a roster that kind of us saying, identity. EDG seem like they're finding one. EDG, especially having Uzi, kind of expected to gravitate more towards bot side, but even like all expanding his champion pool over the years has kind of set up well for, I think, this iteration of EDG. And yeah, just the star talent that they have, enough to pull them across the finish line. And Mazel, I know you will be heartbroken if EDG don't make it to playoffs, but there's no world where Uzi
sad.
There's no world Uzi doesn't make it to playoffs. I'm just going to let you know that right now.
There's no world. There is no way. And oh my goodness, we get to hear from the man himself. We have our interview ready to go with Christina and Uzi, so let's go ahead and kick it on over.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Uzi, the bot laner for EDG. Congratulations on your win. Legends never die. So could you please say hello to our LPL English channel fans? 欢迎 UZI 选手来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 EDG 2-0拿下了本局对局。先跟我们 LPL 英文流的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 UZI。
欢迎 UZI 选手 Welcome back to LPL stage. So the very first question for you, how do you feel about coming back to LPL stage, especially on EDG jersey? And what does the return mean to you from your perspective? 欢迎 UZI 选手来到我们的赛后采访。其实我们非常激动的看到 UZI 选手重返 LPL， 再一次征战在峡谷当中。那么这一次是以 EDG UZI 的身份重新征战峡谷，感觉怎么样呢？同时你觉得这一次回归对你来说又意味着什么呢？
很开心也很荣幸吧，能够加入到 EDG 这个俱乐部，然后能够回到这个赛场上，我觉得对我来说，是我一直想做的一件事情嘛，就是也想完成心里那个就是想要回到赛场上那个心嘛，我觉得能够站在赛场上，能够回到这个舞台，我觉得就已经够了。
So first of all, I'm very excited and I'm very honored to be able to join to the EDG. And I have been always thinking if I can come back to here. And I think it's very cherished, very valuable opportunity for me to stand here, to come back to the LPL stage and play as a pro player. Thank you so much for your insight. And let's talk about some in-game contents. I also want to touch on why did you guys pick Sion Jungle in first game? Actually, we have seen LCK play the champions in the summer, but dates back to 2015. That's LPL. We played Sion Jungle. So could you please share me as your insight about this part? 那么我们想聊一下有关于游戏中的内容。第一局我们看到队伍这边是选出了塞恩打野。其实我们知道在这个夏季赛 LCK 赛区有用，但是在我们 LPL 上次在看到他的打野英雄已经出现在了2015年的夏季赛了。所以想问一下队伍拿出他的契机是什么呢？
因为我们其实有去制定一些塞恩的战术嘛，然后觉得我们最近的风格需要调整一下，所以说也算是提前去用一些比较新的阵容，让我们整个团队换一种思路和想法吧，就让大家可以有更多的创新，然后让选手们可以打得更加有那种毕生的决心一点吧，因为就是大家都是有练过的。
So first of all, actually we have played and played a lot of strategies play around science kind of things, because from my perspective and we think that we need to adjust our play style a little bit, and maybe which can let us our player play more creatively and do these things like kind of like science or maybe the other stuff to change our play style a little bit. And talking about your team synergy, especially you play with Mako as a body. So how do you feel about play with Mako? And in terms of your overall team synergy, what do you think of your team synergy right now? Do you think you still need a lot of work to do to make sure you are on the same page, and maybe the other things from your perspective? 那么我们其实可以看到，在游戏当中呢，想问一下，自从优哉选手加入到队伍以来呢，从下路整个磨合角度，或者说是从整个团队的这样的沟通协作调整来说，你觉得队伍最近在这个方面磨合的怎么样？或者说下一步还需要在哪些方面会有提升呢？
其实我自己在整个回到这个赛场上当中，感觉其实还是挺不错的，然后也可能有点过于兴奋，所以说很多需要注意的东西，包括一些个人技术和需要去小心的一些点都没有注意得很好嘛。对，这是我自己就觉得需要更多去注意一下的。然后团队上面的话，因为大家也是经历了一个版本的大改，所以说我们现在训练时间没有特别多，但是我们也慢慢在调整，去创新，甚至去学习其他的俱乐部的一些战术和打法。所以说我相信我们会慢慢打得越来越好的。
So from my perspective, I'm very excited and happy coming back to LPL stage. But maybe sometimes I was over excited. So maybe in game some like details, I didn't manage to those details very well. Maybe like I have shown in game. So from our team overall, because meta change, it's a big meta. So we have really didn't prepare for a long time because the meta changes, and for our team overall, we're still trying to practice some creative things like this kind of stuff, and we still need to practice about this part. And a final question for you: we are so happy to see you return to the Rift, and especially a lot of overseas fans are so looking forward to it. Is there anything you want to share to them? 最后一个问题，其实 UZI 选手这次的回归呢，不管是我们国内 LPL 赛区，还是整个海外的赛区，我们都是非常期待和关注的。有没有什么想对我们海外粉丝说的信息呢？
非常感谢海外粉丝对于我的支持，因为我其实之前打过很多世界赛嘛，知道大家也都认识我，也都非常支持我，我特别开心能够被大家所认识，也很荣幸。我会在接下来的比赛中继续去努力去加油，希望能够让大家在世界赛的舞台上也见到我。
Thank you so much for your support. Maybe I have played some worlds, this kind of international stage, so maybe I know you have known me, but from my perspective, I still need to work hard, and I wish to see you guys once again on international stage. See you there. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢小狗来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
See you there, Uzi. We will see you there. If EDG can continue kind of putting it together. Always appreciate Christina. She always has great questions directed towards the LPL English audience. So shout out to Christina. But great to hear from Uzi himself as well, Lyric, as we actually get to crown him king for this game as well. He is the MVP for game 2.
Yeah. Nice to see him come in, pick up the MVP. Love the interview of Say. Sometimes I get too excited about being back, and I kind of ignore some of the details I need to. It's all right, Grandpa. You don't gotta pay attention to every detail out there. Which is funny. Which is funny because Uzi's younger than both of us. But he's been around a long time. He deserves the respect. We're old. He deserves the respect though. He doesn't need to care about the details, because you see this man lunging forward, destroying enemies. And again, despite the fact that it was very tame in terms of kills, if this was like a pro view just panned over bot lane, like Uzi and Mako were constantly looking for aggressive trades.
Yeah, it was every single time in laning phase, even in game 2 where there wasn't as much of an advantage. By the end or towards the end of laning phase, it was always like a 30 CS advantage. Multiple plates going out, everything going their way. And in these team fights, there was a lot of great mechanical execution from EDG's side.
There really was. I mean, again, some of the even kind of moving past Uzi, just despite the fact we're looking at his highlight reel again. Like
this one was pretty good right here.
This one's but you kind of talked about them holistically. But even game 1, like the Azir, Cassante, and Baron, like just a lot of great like mechanical like movements and plays coming out from EDG as a whole. which really allowed them to shine so well here. So yeah, I'm excited to see where EDG does going forward because Mazel, their next matchup is a fun one, and you get it, which is EDG RNG. The rivalry
banger,
with Uzi now, like, you know him for RNG. Now he's on like the rival org. It is crazy. The stories will be awesome. That one's happening. Oh, actually, that one's happening tomorrow. We're jumping right into that one right after today. That is insane.
So I will just say also he took down the newest, I guess, version of the Royal Club ADC prodigy in Jitoyi here tonight, and he'll go out against RNG and see what they have to say. But again, it's just a step up from EDG that feels like we've always known it's been coming, but the road there has not been easy, right? We haven't seen necessarily explosive growth from them, but it's something that comes with time when you're trying to build something that matters, something that lasts.
Yeah, it's also just, again, even in a lot of EDG's like dominant periods, it was never necessarily about the explosiveness of how they did it, right? It was about how clean and how controlled that they were able to take a lot of these, or even like, again, how immaculate their team fighting was. So I don't know if we'll ever get that glamour that maybe we're trying to like put on them, but I think as long as they could keep it like we just saw, controlled and kind of dominant in that regard, in my mind, that is a big win for Edward Gaming.
Keep playing with the draft, man. The draft has been actually insane. Now we are going to step away, take a little break while we get ready for our second series of the night. It is going to be another banger. We'll see if TT can do anything against Weibo, and we'll be back after a short one. We're dancing a little bit of a 1-2 step right now. NIP back on the Baron. OMG, they are tired of this game. And Aki overextends himself. The front to back is taking advantage of by OMG, though. They distracted the back line of NIP, and that has led to a boon for OMG. Shadow goes back in. Can Photic be the difference maker? Shanji, he gets exhausted, and here comes Abel. He's shutting him down and taking down the house. As Swall goes down, resets come through. PP God versus Angel is all that's left. Angel with a triple. He's looking for a quadra. He gets the damage. It's gonna be good. And it's an NIP who come out on top in a long haul fight.
Top esports with a very low headshot. You just need to land one EQ, buddy. One Q. And that's Top esports being down.
Up here. He's going for a little bit more. Jackie Love actually ults onto him and just takes him out. The opposite man eradicated by Jackie Love, one of the greatest of all time and living up to that reputation here in this game. The Bramble Smash won't come through. Jin Zhao tries to finish the job, but he can't. Nobody can bring him down. It's Jackie Love on the scene.
They're going for the inhibitor for the side of LGD. They want to stop this. Meteor too late.
A valiant effort from Meteor, but it's not going to be enough. Tries to stop the ports now. The GA will buy some time. This Decade will get the inhib. Jackie Love, a 2v1 here, will mark alongside him. The sustain is there, though, when he actually gets them. He charges forward. Your carries mean nothing here.
And they've definitely been playing it that way. The gold advantage certainly helps. It means that EDG can't brute force their way into as many fights as they would like. They have one item that helps.
Uzi! Oh, that's all they needed! Fantastic hook there from Hong. And that means that you don't really have the damage to continue this fight. Two-man decimating smash into the knockback of Fofo. He will have nothing to do with this fight.
Like, if they get a big hook onto Ruler, they will one-shot him with an Aphelios. But Finn, not the champion you'd expect to be one-shot. He's going to be, though. It's the Ignite burning away. Knight can't quite finish the kill. There's now the follow-up anti-engage, and Shun just taken for a ride, as so are the rest of BLG. JDG happy to go under the tower here. Look at them shred through BLG. See ya later. We're back to MSI Finals again. It's domination. A Finn TP's back in just to be set up for maybe a second quadra kill. Ruler on a triple already. I think he's bought enough time. I don't think the multi-kill will be there, but it just doesn't matter because Ruler hits double digits, 10-0 at 20 minutes.
alone, lying here in the dark. I'm stranded on an island, waiting for the day to find me, waiting for the night to end, waiting here, waiting here, waiting for the sea surrender, waiting for a change to come, waiting here, waiting waiting for the day to find me, waiting for the night to end, waiting here, waiting here, waiting for the sea surrender, waiting for a change to come, waiting here, waiting I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam. But you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part, had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. Fast, Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just a beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping through. And now we got them saying, oh yeah, yeah. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. Now we're fly, you know we're fly, take off the subs and watch us fly. Now we're fly, you know we're fly, take off the subs and watch us fly. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't.
Welcome back, one and all, as we are right back here in Shanghai and the beautiful city belays a huge competition within as the LPL Summer Split continues in our grueling gauntlet. I am Mazel, I'm joined by Lyric, and we're going to be getting our second series of the day. And boys, it's going to be a fun one. Weibo Gaming versus TT.
Yeah, and right, two teams, Weibo, who've been a little bit all over the place in terms of quality of their games, sitting up in 4-2, so they're towards the upper half of the league. TT, the ones who made a drastic change in spring, 1-6, 14th, have not been able to string anything together. They're actually on a 5-loss streak right now, so their recent games have just been honestly tragic.
It definitely has been, but looking for a little bit of a pickup here. I think one of the bright points for TT, them specifically, has to be UCal. Every time we see this team take to the Rift, he is literally their Lord and Savior right now in this split because he has been incredible while his team maybe falters around him.
I mean, UCal is still putting up numbers, right? Highest CSD at 15. Like, we can see with the eye test, still doing really well in lane and kind of that gatekeeper of, can you get past UCal? In spring, if you couldn't, like, you would just lose to TT. Sadly, now that really doesn't make a difference. But 28% of his team is damaged. Like, this guy really is trying his best to bring TT past the finish line. Now I think he's getting a bit of help with things like Azir coming back into the meta, because that's a champion that UCal just excels on. But it feels like TT are definitely going to need more than that, more than UCal just putting up big numbers for them to get a win, especially over a team like Weibo, where you're having to go up against Xiao.
Yeah. But just for TT, like, as in game number 1, series number 1 for AL, things are changing. Everything's shifting. The pieces are moving all over the place. Maybe besides Goya and UCal, which is perfectly fine because those are our staples. And I do really want to see how this composition works out, right? We will be getting Yao Yao starting tonight with 1xN in the bottom lane. Do we get Hoya being able to give any pressure towards topside whatsoever? Because Weibo will be looking to put the pressure all over the place.
Yeah, I think it's hard because Hoya's never really been this like big win lane, crush, kind of take over kind of player, right? He's very stable, very consistent, like you know what you expect from him. And who knows? That might be enough against Ashai, especially if TT come in with the game plan to try to target him. He has been someone who has continued to be volatile even in 2023
Doing
summer.
the Shy things.
Yeah. Things starting to pick up in spring, but still been a bit rough. Sitting second in like solo deaths. He's been solo killed 5 times. He's actually only under Bin. He is tied with a plethora of other laners, which kind of is just the life of a top laner. But it's something we need to see not happen to the Shy this game if they want to be able to take a dominant, cohesive win against a struggling, limping TT.
And another big crucial point to Weibo coming into this split, and just as a whole now, Weiwei being a linker of sorts, but also an aggressive stance for them to represent through the jungle, right? You see definitely a heavy prominence of the Wukong, but it's a lot of facilitation coming from Weiwei.
As a hero, as a legend coming from the 2020 Summer V5 roster. You know, I'm a bit of a Weiwei connoisseur. So I'm happy he's coming. He's having a better time than, you know, some of his other stints, more specifically on like BLG, where he was another piece that was really struggling. But it just kind of seems like the way that BLG teams were for a long time. Didn't matter the quality of player on the team. They just couldn't really bring a roster together. But has been doing much better with the Weibo. I think he's worked with Xiaohu quite nicely. And he has an identity of he likes to play around the bot lane, which goes back to that 2020 Summer V5 style, right? Kind of work with your mid laner at the time, Mole, now Xiaohu, and really set up for some aggressive invades towards the enemy bot side jungle, steal away camps, and just be as much of a menace as you can be.
And I hate to maybe set up on a sour point, but I know you were pretty passionate about it. TT here, we're looking at their roster. We've talked so much about UCal. He's that bright point. Hoya's pretty stable. Beichuan, for me, needs to be able to connect with these solo laners to give 1xN and Yao Yao anything to build off of to get into late game. And we feel like maybe that's not as much of a case as we've been able to see from Beichuan.
Yeah, and you know, they've been going back and forth, brought in Shahangren for a little bit, now back to Beichuan, and it's been rough. I feel for TT as a whole because this was a team that really got me excited, not only in spring, but like even thinking back of summer of last year where they started to make the run. And I really feel like they're a team that have kind of taken hits with the meta, things like Enchanters being more of a staple. You see Yao Yao not really known for that, as they were another team who did quite well with like when marksmen were down and you'd like kill lanes in your 2v2. And even the transition of junglers now with things like Kha'Zix coming into more prominence and us having to lean heavily on these playmakers, I don't think it's what suits Beichuan best. You want Yao Yao to be your playmaker. He's able to then freely leave the 2v2, link up with Beichuan, who can have his comfort champions, and then it's like the 3-man stack of those two with UCal that would work well. But even things like R8 and Annie coming in, like those aren't huge carries like Azir, like other champions that UCal would be much better suited for. So I really feel like TT took a hit with the way the meta changed coming into summer.
And I will say something that worked really well for Weibo has been their bottom lane. Light sitting at over 30% damage done for his team. Crisp has huge KP, just being able to get on the map even when he's playing the likes of Lulus and things like that. So the level of cohesion of this team has been really interesting to keep a part of, because sometimes it definitely is chaotic. It's not the way Weibo want to represent, but sometimes it just clicks, and then they look like one of the most dominant teams in the LPL.
Yeah, if they can get off to a good start, I think especially for I think a lot of it depends on like Xiaohu and Weiwei because you know what to expect from Light and Crisp, and I love that you kind of hone in on that. They have been one of the more consistent pieces. Light has had 1 or 2 off games, but not many. Still the same rock that he's always been. And Chris has honestly been the most consistent player on Weibo. It's crazy to see a support player kind of up near the top of MVP votes. It just doesn't happen in the LPL. But yeah, if Xiaohu and Weiwei can have a stable game, you already know your bot lane's going to be able to do fine. And going up against TT, who we've been saying are struggling with the meta, it really feels like that can be the sauce to take TT down in a comfortable fashion where you're like, hey, Weibo is still a contender. Weibo is a team that we don't have to worry about. It's just going to like flip it off going into the next day.
And that's the crazy thing, because you start looking at the roster, and we all know it's like a would-be super team, but man, the amount of experience that's on this roster is just actually cracked. And that's the kind of thing you have to lean on in a very tough split that's going to be very fast and hits you very hard. And we've seen it hit Weibo pretty hard already, right? They don't have the cleanest record, but it is something where as you're building into it, as we're kind of figuring out the meta and things are getting a little bit more comfortable, I need to see that kind of tie down for them, batten down the hatches and start working towards an advantage.
100%, right? To kind of just making their way up to get into a point where they're able to be strong. And that's why, like, when we look at the matchup today, the point we really need to focus on, we said it's all about Yukao. We said for Weibo, it's all about stabilizing mid-jungle. It's clearly going to be Xiaohu against Yukao, right? Can Xiaohu stand up, be able to get out of lane, kind of impact those side lanes? Or is Yukao going to be able to lock him in? Or are we maybe going to see a transition, kind of like EDG, Azir into Victor? Are you going to go with those lines as TT and kind of put Yukao in a position where he locks Xiaohu in that cage with him and is confident that he's the better mid laner?
Now, I guess the conversation becomes how much of the meta picks get through, like, in series number 1. Do we get meta Exodia yet again? My goodness. I hope we have draft coming up soon, because right now we're just kind of talking through things. But there was a prevalence of a lot of the big picks getting through in series number 1. And a lot of teams, at least in this recent history, have been willing to do a lot of handshakes with those meta picks.
I mean, it's still mind-blowing to think back that we had Nico, Annie, Ari, Cassante, Wukong, Melio. Like, in that first series, everything got through. And honestly, AL were allowed to have all of it. So I wouldn't expect it to come through in this series. I think especially if a team like Weibo is able to get their hand on, like, a bunch of strong meta picks, that is something you are going to have to be terrified of. TT, maybe not as big of a fear. And honestly, other than Yukao, I guess I'm really just keeping my eyes on Yao Yao, since he was one of, like, the stabilizing forces that when he came into TT is kind of what bumped them up from on the cusp of playoffs to being a playoff team. If he can leave lane and impact the rest of the map, maybe him camp the Shy or him camp Xiaohu. That's where they're going to want to look, because I really doubt that TT are going to be able to punish Light and Crisp in that 2v2 with any champions that they can get their hands on.
Well, I hope they went and got their camping equipment then, if they need to set up a tent somewhere. But we're headed back to Shanghai as maybe get a little bit of camping done as we get into this arena here. It is going to be a tough fight for TT. We're not going to mince words about that, but it is something where they have fought tooth and nail in a lot of their season, a lot of that coming from Yukao. You feel for those guys, but then you look across, there's no feelings of any kind of remorse coming out of Weibo this time around. There has not been a lot of situations where you can see Weibo backing down from checks and challenges, even if that does mean chaos gets the better of them and they do get upended. It's been really, really cool to see them try to pick apart the meta.
Did you see the little, I don't know, documentary, commercial, whatever it is that you know we've been airing on LPL sometimes of Weibo? The, like, little wholesome it's like an interview, and they're all, oh, we're all such good friends, and they talk about how Karsa ordered the Shy food once, and the Shy loved it so much now he, like, walks up and makes, like, an eating gesture to Karsa every time. It's like, order me food, you know all the best places. It's been really wholesome and nice to see. Whether it's true or not, we could never know, but I see smiles on the faces of the Shy.
That must mean everything's fine and dandy, right?
He's just thinking about what he wants Karsa to order him when he's done with this series.
Looking for a 2-0 to make sure he can get full afterwards.
It feels bad that Karsa's, I guess, been relegated to being the Shy's delivery guy, but...
Oh my God, come on. You put him into that pigeonhole.
I did.
You did that.
You know, if he's having a good time, that's all that matters. But there we go, Mazel. Dream with Thunder. I don't know what that means. You don't know what that means. People in chat They might have an idea what it means, but it's exactly what TT are doing. Look at that guy. He's the man that you need to see show up and put Xiaohu in the bin.
Every time you get to see Yukao take to the stage, he does that iconic roar, and you love to see it. Even in dark times for TT, he is a constant in and out of the rift. But what is not constant is the fluctuating pieces for TT and a lot of the things they've tried in the first 3 weeks. And now entering the 4th week against a very tough opponent, they're going to need to find as much comfort on the rift as possible. I do expect a lot of focus towards this jungle matchup, but maybe this mid lane takes a lot of priority if the Nico gets through, things along those lines. Xiaohu is looking to get out of lane and connect with the rest of the team over Yukao.
Again, we need to see it. This man's an LCK champion for a reason. Like, very, very tenured and storied career so far that he's had. And he's going up against the guy that has become the king of MSIs, right? Which, luckily, we're in summer, so Yukao doesn't have to worry about that. He's kind of missed the time, and I guess even Xiaohu missed his time, which I don't know if that, like, delays the power to summer or what.
He wasn't able to use it, so he gets it, or is it a use it and you lose it type situation? And that's the biggest question.
It's like the new augments in TFT where it's like, pick this and you get, let's say, 5 rolls, but those rolls can go over however many turns. That's what you're hoping it is if you're a Weibo fan. He just hasn't elected to roll yet. You know, he isn't playing like Yordles or some kind of like hyper roll-esque comp. No, he's going for the long game. He is like Shurima or something. He's waiting for the emblem. Gonna throw it on Jarvan, and that's when he steps up.
We're just talking about the emblem game in TFT now, I guess.
Me and you have been playing a lot of TFT lately, so.
We've played a lot of TFT. But we're getting back into the League of Legends stuff here, and we kind of tiptoed around it a little bit earlier, but I would like to do a little bit of a dive in here as well for Light, who has himself been probably the consistent damage dealer, that consistent spotlight right now for Weibo if they're going to find those late game teamfight moments. Crisp obviously involved in a lot of setup in that, but it feels like a long time coming for Light, a guy who originally started on Snake Esports way back in the day, but most recently really finding a lot of that show-stopping power on LNG, and now this year on Weibo trying to make things work in his own light.
And he's been great. I mean, crazy stats so far. This man, most played champion is Aphelios. He's 6-0 on it. Has not lost a game on Aphelios this split, and kind of showing what he can do when he has something that brings some like mid-game power. You know, once you get the Gale Force, being able to go in with like huge Moonlight Vigil plays. I've also loved that he's been willing to go towards the Varus. Him and Chris, of course, bring out the Varus Heimerdinger, coming being one of the earlier ones to do that. And it's just nice to see that he's still able to be this consistent force. The problem, though, is, Mizel, this man still needs a trophy in the trophy case. And that's what you're really waiting and hunkering for if you're Weibo. Because, again, you have world champions from 2 different teams in Crisp and the Shy, a multi-time and multi-role MSI champion in Xiaohu. You have the tenor, you have the experience, you have the player quality. Now they just need the results to be able to follow suit with all that.
And it has been not the brightest of recent memories for Weibo, I will say. Last summer ending a little bit in disappointment, or last spring rather, ending in a bit of disappointment. We will be getting to this game now, though, as we focus up and hone in. Weibo will be on the blue side, TT on this red side. As we get the Yuumi, the Vi, the Poppy ban by Weibo, we actually get the Emilio and the Lucian ban here, not giving either side either good matchup over to Weibo.
Yeah, so Nico, definitely going to be the highest priority champion that we're keeping our eyes on with what bans are still there. No, not going to be taken away. That's what you would... I want to say expect, but Xiao hasn't brought it out just yet. It would be crazy.
They're saying play the hand. If you got it, you better play it.
They could. Jungle's still open as well. The Wukong, Maokai, if they wanted to opt into like a Jace in the mid lane and follow that's with the Cassante, something that the Shy is, had some games on, had an all right performance. But no, I just said Light hasn't lost an Aphelios 6-0, and they just want to keep gambling on that.
That takes more priority here, as we've seen the 2-item spike really come into prominence for the Aphelios earlier on, especially with our aggressive ADCs. We do get that Nico locked in on the other side, and still so many meta picks available. Cassante is available. We get the Wukong available.
Are we going to get meta
Exodia? Exodia again. All right, Yugi's looking at the heart of cards.
It's actually crazy how, again, this happens. Now, with where Weibo can respond. I mean, hell, you could even still go towards that similar play pattern that I spelled out before. Of course, the Annie another thing that is still open, something that Xiaohu has really liked to gravitate towards so far. I'm not.
No way.
My God.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
We finally get it.
Let's go.
So gonna get the LeBlanc coming in. I wonder if we're gonna have the Shiv to follow, because our region really has kind of just fallen flat on it. I know, Mean, you were talking about it earlier, and you said, hey, 13, 12 should come into more prominence, but over in LEC, it's still something you've been seeing a ton of. Just hasn't gone here, but Xiaohu, the one.
It's so dirty. I don't even want to start talking about it. That item is ridiculous. I've been seeing it a lot in NACL, and it is actually insane.
I'm glad.
I do love that preemptive combo, though.
I am glad that one of us has experience kind of witnessing this in competitive games. But TT keep just rounding out their composition solidly. It's just, once again, another top-tier pick in the AD carry role, have the range to be able to play off of, and now going to take away some things like Sejuani that can pair really well with that Renekton and have some nice setups around topside to theoretically play alongside the Shy, or who knows, you know what I mean? Like, hell, if they swapped it up and threw LeBlanc top and had Xiaohu piloting the Renekton, that wouldn't surprise me either.
True.
Nothing would surprise me.
Or just bring Xiaohu on the LeBlanc top. Either way you
Yeah.
want to go. But also, looking at a bit of a Honan in the second phase. Yes, you got that jungle focus, but right now, I'm looking at Weiwei to find a champion that can serve as a ping pong ball to go between the two sides of the ping pong map of the Shy and Xiaohu at this point.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what he's even gonna have available to him. If they want to like opt into heavier dive, I guess you have something like the Nocturne available, and you kind of coordinate that jump in of like Renekton flank, LeBlanc distortion, with the Paranoia coming out. I don't know if maybe he'd want to go. I was gonna say an earlier aggressive option, but the Lee Sin being banned out, that kind of really was where my mind was going. So I guess Viego, if you want to try and get something a little bit more reset heavy, Nocturne there, if you want to try and enable the dives, get on top of that Jinx and take her out early on. But that's kind of a bit rough into the Nico, because you can always just Paranoia straight into like a Pop Blossom play coming out.
Yeah.
But we'll see where they go, because now it's TT's time. I think this would be
they
fine.
might be getting a little bit of Exodia here with a nice little team fight team comp coming out from TT so far.
Yeah, would enable their scaling even more with those Zord items coming out later on and give them some long-range engage to be able to play off of. Looks like they are going to prefer kind of the strength that a Cassante brings. And hell, so better than AL, they're actually more working their way towards meta Exodia. Thank you, TT.
Oh my goodness. I actually really appreciate the Jinx here. I also love that we're getting a 5th pick support going over there for Yao Yao. Gotta make sure it gets some priority that way, all right? Don't want to be a slump going against Crisp. As you were saying, one of the better performing members, one of our best supports in the LPL right now. We do get Crisp with that Rakan locked in.
Yeah, so right now thinking about the Viego, the other thing we put in out was the Nocturne, I guess, like could be another alternative option. They wanted to try to sync that up and just have this composition where everyone can go in right now, kind of barring the Aphelios, unless Light wanted to make, a Gale Force play. But seems like it will be more about Weiwei having to be a damage dealer. And honestly, very scrappy, very skirmish heavy comp. You're going to want to see chaos from Weibo with them electing into these 5 champions.
How better to adapt your style than to feed into the chaos, though? We've said it's been rampant for Weibo, but here they are with a put your guns up style comp
Blitz
coming through. We do get Yao Yao's Blitz Crank. That is an up-ender for the bot lane, and that's actually such a big pressure maker for TT.
Going to put a lot of threat in that 2v2 onto Light. And I feel like TT are positioned pretty solidly, because usually they fall behind. They have like a sturdy front line. They have scaling damage to make their way back into the game. They have some like elements to shut down some of the divers like the LeBlanc. I mean, Cyclone, the Pop Blossom, just a lot of annoyances to deal with. And you even always have the threat of a stray hook that if TT fall behind can possibly bring them back in the game. So I like what they've put together. Weibo, I personally like the composition they brought. The question is, can they make it work? Exactly. This is just brawl. This is skirmish. This is early Herald fights, early Dragon fights. Go into enemy jungle, like make it messy, and you have champions with the damage and the kits to be able to come out ahead.
And we've talked so much about the setup potential on both sides, the amount of experience given over to Weibo's roster, but some of the gifts, some of the tenacity we've gotten from TT along the road, a hard one that they've had to go up against. We're getting into our second series now. We're back in Shanghai, and we're in game number 1 of Weibo Gaming versus Thunder Talk Gaming, and it should be a bloodbath. Weibo will be pedal to the metal and don't care where they go with it. They just want blood in every form, while TT, they got to hold on. They got to find a way to get Youth Cow online and make sure that they are able to set this semi-Exodia comp together with all the meta plethora they have. It's onto the Rift for game number 1.
We were excited about what matchups we can see coming in here. Getting Xiaohu on the LeBlanc. Definitely not something I was expecting. Another champion he's always been phenomenal on. Yao Yao on the Blitzcrank as well. Mazel, we've been lucky today. We've gotten some more fun champions to come out.
We definitely have. Okay, Scion earlier for the first time in the LPL since 2015.
In the jungle.
In the jungle. In the jungle. But you know, things happen. I got my go button out. I'm already pressing it. We'll be getting back to game, I hope, very soon. But a bit of a lackluster start here as we're getting hyped up to see what kind of bloodfest Weibo we're putting on. What kind of booths they had available at their festival.
Yeah, I'm very curious because you kind of look at some of these matchups, right? Like Renekton, okay, you can have some solid trades up in the top side, especially once you get full access to those 3 abilities. LeBlanc's going to be all right, but I think Nico has a lot of good tools to be able to deal with the LeBlanc. You can wait for the distortion, throw out the root, able to get a really nice trade back with some of the on hit coming out from your W passive. You just a lot of solid trade patterns for Nico in this 1v1. A lot going to come down to how Xiaohu pilots it, and more how Xiaohu pilots it with Weiwei.
That connection's so important. Also, Weiwei just an important spotlight for him. Really feeling like a refreshing breath of air for Weibo in the split. And I feel like he's been able to, as I was asking earlier, kind of be a ping pong ball, but really find ways to facilitate these stalwart laners that he has across from him.
Yeah.
Or on either side, rather.
I think it is interesting because I think Weiwei is best positioned when his team is enabling him. You think back to when Weiwei's looked his best is that 2020 summer iteration of Victory 5, right? And it was Graves meta. It was, Kindred. It was enabling him to be the star, and then Mole syncing up to allow that to happen. PP got leaving lane and, moving and invading the enemy jungle. So coming into a dynamic like this where, I think with Weibo, they're a bit flexible, and he will be able to have those opportunities to be a carry and, show up on something like the Kazakhs, which we've seen him play a few times. But with his laners, he's definitely going to have to be more of that glue that you're talking about rather than the focal point that he was best suited for.
I did get an update to what's going on. Xiaohu reported an in-game issue. We are investigating now. Game will start in a little while, hopefully.
Tell me what it is. I know the fix.
What is the fix?
Well,
turn it off, turn it back on again?
What's the issue?
I don't know. It's an in-game issue. Take your pick. It was the deer didn't spawn. That's supposed to spawn in the first 30 seconds on Summoner's Rift. That's why.
Maybe he locked.
What are you going to do to fix it?
Maybe he locked in LeBlanc, saw the hype, and he's like, hey, wait, why is this a thing? And now he's trying to figure it out.
There must be an issue.
Okay, Mazel. So you also cast NACL, right?
I do.
You put Xiaohu in NACL. Where does he rank among NACL players?
Is there anything better than number 1?
No.
No. It's not even close. It's literally not even close.
I don't even know I asked that. It actually would be kind of cool to see, like imagining Xiao as like a mentor and just seeing him in like a, I don't know what was that thing they used to have where teams would go and decide on which player they'd want, like the combines that LCS would run.
Yeah, the scouting grounds.
Yeah, bringing like a pro from each region to go watch other region scouting grounds to give their opinions. Sounds fun.
That would be interesting. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but the videos of football mascots going and playing football against little kids, I feel like that, not to shade any of my NACL players, I love you all, but it'd be kind of like that.
It's not really shade. Like Xiao's seen. That's what I'm saying. It'd be kind of cool.
He's literally one of the best people in the world.
Send Xiaohu to LEC, LCS, LCK. Have him watch players, give some advice. Send one of pro from each to us and the others. Send Faker over. I want to hear Faker say some things.
Yeah, it'll be really cool. Well, we'll see if maybe in the future we can get a little bit of connectivity around the region around the world, rather. Now the 2v2 in bot lane going to be engaged on by Crisp yet again. He's found consistent engages down here. And Yao Yao and 1xN pushed off their lane.
Doing a nice job finding some control to start off with. And now we can see, right, talking about that Weiwei was always that player, like to kind of be aggressive, get in the enemy jungler's face. Look where he is on the minimap. Working his way into Beichuan's jungle.
Will he get him? Sneaky snake goes over the wall. It's the blade of the Rune King, but he hasn't even gotten the item yet. Beichuan will be pushed out of his wolves. There is a potential for move, but Xiaohu has so much pressure. He's the one that gets to move first.
Yeah, Weibo doing a great job. We're just saying Weiwei does best when he's being enabled by his teammates. And that is exactly how Weibo are playing out this early game so far.
Ooh, a little bit of slice and dice action there. The Shy, Chef the Shy, cutting up something. I don't know. To serve to Hoya. But we do have Weiwei needing to kind of keep that aggressive stance, though. I love the Wukong in this meta. I love what it provides and kind of the safety, even if you do start losing some of these, because an engage is right on the other side of the hill, right? And I think that the Viego in pass definitely needs to keep the gumption going here, and especially with the comp they have this time.
They really are. And I mean, already doing a nice job of creating some of the aggression so far. TT on the opposite side. I mean, for them, have aggressive options, honestly, kind of in all lanes with the way that Weibo's lanes need to play, like this far forward, this aggressively. And of course, having the Blitzcrank down in that bot lane. So it is also a pick of the litter for Beitron, even though they don't really have that same like time clock pressure that it feels like Weibo do.
Yeah. Dude, I'm just going to shout out the Shy right there. He literally just picked apart. He broke the ankles of the tower. The tower couldn't even get a shot on him right there. Now we're going to see if Beichuan can get a shot on bottom lane. That ward comes around the corner at the perfect time, and it looks like the back should be completed here. Really good stuff as Weiwei's looking mid. Yukao should make it out as well. We've seen a lot of presence from both junglers. Mid, or actually bot lane, we actually get that delayed gank from Beichuan, and just walks by to say hi. Both junglers just wanting to greet their fellow opponents.
I love the thumbs down from Chris. Weibo, they saw him. He kind of poked out of the brush for a millisecond on that ward. So we're playing accordingly. Chris, knowing he always has that safety away. Now Weibo,
no way,
trying to find something of their own.
Okay. They back off. They realize that when Weibo's bot lane is stepping up into like a 10 minion wave, there's probably something happening. Ooh. Nice flashes. Oh my goodness, that was so tense.
Yeah, that was well played by both. Yao Yao dodging out on the knock-up and Light dodging out on the hook. So kudos to both, but this still is a flash loss for Light, right? So going to be much easier to punish. Yao Yao will have the Hex Flash available, so he can keep looking for those plays. But now Light's gotten tier 2 boots, so it'll help on sidestepping some of those bad boys. Make sure he shouldn't feel under too much threat.
Yeah, definitely helps in that regard. I also want to say something that helps Weibo is some dragon priority given to them. This composition, definitely want to get Xiaohu and Weiwei together. You get the TP back to mid lane from Xiaohu, but Dragon is up on the table, and we need to see the pedal to the metal Weibo that we were promised coming into the game.
Hey, but you know another thing that we weren't promised, but again, have not gotten yet, is the static Shiv LeBlanc. And you know, before we got the LeBlanc, and I was sure it would be the static Shiv LeBlanc, but now we're sure, Mazel, it's going to be the static Shiv.
We're sure!
And we get to
100%.
see... We get to see how annoying it's going to be when, you know, you're going to have
Are you ready? Because I could give you some explanations on how annoying it is, my friend.
Let's hear it.
You clear an entire wave with one auto attack as an AP champion. Like, I'm sorry, but like your side lane pressure, the amount that you can put in a side lane, the damage that you do to turrets, but also just the burst damage you get on top of it, it's crazy. You thought Nico was nuts? Well, we'll see how this build does for LeBlanc. I still value the Nico very highly in the LPL. The amount of incredible mid laners we have that set up beautiful pop blossoms is awesome. But this might just be on another level. I don't know if TT will have something to deal with it, because you can just side lane purely with it if you want to, and it can force the hand of TT.
And LeBlanc's such a safe champion to silent with. Hell, even thinking back to days where she was played as like an AD champion and would go top for like half of a split. And just the amount of mobility you have coming out from your W and then, you know, being able to mimic that with your ult. Really, you can just be such a menace, pulling the members of TT across the map and them never having a hope of taking you down. Oh, Hoya, though.
They're going up the tower. The Shy. He gets the heal, but the flash from Hoya makes sure first blood goes to Hoya. Solo Bolo on the Shy.
Well, the Shy has now made his way up, tied for being the most solo kill top laner alongside Bin. I guess joined by good company, but huge by Hoya. We said Hoya typically not the flashiest, not the type to take over games. More known for being that consistent rock for TT, but he finds it in this first game.
Honestly, it's just insane, man. And a really good set for a guy that we were like, oh, he's consistent. He'll be fine. He's just going to be chilling. We don't really need to talk about him. He has solo killed the Shy. And yes, the Shy overextended for sure. But it's a capitalization that you love from TT because they also get the Dragon.
We'll be able to get that as we see the replay coming on in. The Shy just playing on a knife's edge. Slice and Dice goes down. That's on cooldown. He doesn't have his W up for another 10 seconds. Hoya able to get the third hit of that Q online. Dashes in and then brings him under turret with the ulti. There's really nothing the Shy can do. And Hoya almost backs off, but still has the flash to go in and finish it off. So the Shy, again, and I feel like the biggest thing, using that Slice and Dice so liberally, that's now on cooldown. You're right under his turret, and you just kind of disrespected Hoya in that scenario.
And I'll just say, it's going a lot like the matchup did in series last split in spring. TT actually came out with a 2-0 over Weibo, and it was Hoya who was taking the Shy to task. First off on the Sylas, and then on the Cassante. Right back to it here in summer. We'll see bot lane, though, if that can be an avenue for Weibo forward, now that TT have a bit of an advantage in top.
They have been able to maintain a nice CS advantage. Like, Light right now is huge compared to 1xN, 20, CS closer on the call as well, so we're going to get a nice burst of gold, but way, oh, they know!
Pop Blossom coming out with the Heartbreaker, beautifully used. Nope, get back here, he says, but he's not Scorpion. We got a flash coming out from Weiwei that actually makes him survive. Oh my god, there's no way. And Yukao gets engaged on. There's not much that can follow up, though. Xiaohu will not hit the chains. But he does actually connect the secondary one on Yao Yao. Yao Yao's getting low, but here comes Base One, and they go right back on the Weiwei. Crispin a little bit low here. Should get out with that grand entrance, but what good capitalization you have, TT.
We talked about the Shy being overambitious in top, and this is Weibo being overambitious in mid. Weiwei really wanting to get that reset with how low the Blitzcrank was. Xiaohu now going to be an annoyance, and that, man, it is the story of the game, the greed coming out from Weibo. Costing them death, costing them flashes, costing them everything so far to give. Not a huge advantage, but just so many plays, so many unforced errors coming out from Weibo.
And do you not feel, though, that is the way it needs to go for them? Like, play a little risky, play a little bit on the edge, but try to press into TT.
I don't know why I'm acting as if I expect anything different from when Weibo come on the Rift. And I mean, the composition only doubles down on that fact.
It really, really does. They will actually have a little bit of priority over this Rift Herald. TT have brought everybody here for 5-on-5 action. Weibo wanted to get out of this one now, realizing they have so much potential for TT to up in the fight. That will just be Rift Herald and full objective control in terms of neutrals for TT.
TT doing a great job so far and sticking to some of the things we wanted to see, right? Yao Yao being on something that can be a little bit more proactive, be a bit of a playmaker. Honestly, though, I just got to call a spade, right? TT are in this position mostly off of Weibo themselves. But, hell, got to be good enough to catch the ball, and they definitely have shown that they are so far.
Can't get hit in the face by the ball. That just looks bad on everybody.
I don't know, actually. Does it really look bad on Weibo if they hit TT in the face with the balls we're going to see here?
Or is it Weibo getting hit in the face with the ball?
Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go. There you go. We saw Weiwei with the great escape.
He get hit with the hook, though.
If the rocket had been able to land, it could have been enough, then with the auto coming out from UCal. But here, it's Weibo then wanting to go in, find their own damage onto UCal. They force the flash, but they get a little bit greedy. They say, hey, Blitzcrank slow, we can get the reset off on Viego and keep this going. But Beichuan closing the gap with flash just means that Weibo punished for their hubris.
Truly love that flash from Beichuan, really just making the moment happen there. I think those kinds of heads-up plays are always something you want to look out for here. Now we are back on the map. We have another dragon spawning in a minute. TT have already delayed the kind of early stacking timer for Weibo here, but I do expect Weibo to put some more priority on this now, especially with this pushing bot lane.
I'm going to see if they're going to try and do anything off of this. I saw Yao Yao waiting in the wings, but looks like he will just commit to the reset coming out. No play is going to be available in bot side, but we finally have static shift picked up for Xiaohu. So that huge annoyance that you have sold me on, we're going to get to see it. Oh, we're going to get to see it in action.
Yeah,
My God,
because it
Permapry,
goes
let's
off
go.
movement, so you just get to run around and then you do a bunch of damage. Watch out! Oh, he also took Demol. What a dirty son of a gun, man! The static shift prop plus Demolisher, that's gonna be doing so much damage. There's a reason he already has a plate and a half there in mid lane.
You know, you baited me so hard when you started that sentence. I thought, wow, Mazel's getting bold today on broadcast, but didn't finish it off. Is wow, UCal.
That
A
like
nice
literally
jump.
like it's just so impressive. You get to clear so easily, and it's not even he doesn't even have that much AP yet. We do see
No.
TT though making a smart move around mid lane. I think this is super important. If they can get some pressure around this dragon, this is TT's objective now. Full neutral control around the map.
Yeah, and it seems like they're conscious and realize, hey, Weibo want and kind of need a lot of these early dragons. And now with TT getting these, they not only have what should be a better team fight later on, even having the insurance to go with it. Weibo not going to be able to find anything off it. We're kind of playing around vision there, hoping they could catch someone out.
Trying to get this ocean dragon now, maybe stack it for Weibo. If we get 4 of those, might not be too shabby. Weiwei has constantly hovered over this bot lane. He knows where the gold needs to go,
Chris.
but Beichuan is here as well. It doesn't matter. 1xN's already gone. You get the clone dragged in as well as here. Now Weiwei using that ulti out of there. And Weibo pounce.
Fast fingers. I love the trigger pull coming out from Chris to set that one up. We've been, like, Weibo have needed to get something going. They have a lead, right? We can see CS lead in the bot lane being the biggest thing with all the plates that Lights picked up. But, again, it's been a little bit hesitant on how they're going to be able to transition this into a solid mid game. If they can once again take advantage of a play like this, they'll be able to do so. But let's remember, 1xN didn't even have time to burn Flash there. Was a cleanse used, but will still have Flash if, like, a repeat play is looked for.
Gonna take a look back at that one, though. Again, that quick trigger pull by Crisp, realizing this is the moment to go. The time is now.
Yeah, quickness, Flash, W online, everything to make sure he goes down straight into Weiwei, utilizing that ultimate to make sure they get that kill.
Holy cow, they're going to be able to take down this outer tower as well. We do have a little bit of presence from TT in mid lane. The Rift Herald did get spawned there. Xiaohu, seeing that there's a lot of people from TT coming mid, there should be an outer tower going back in the trade to TT.
Yeah, we'll see. Weibo with having members around, but no. With the fact that Light's still coming from base and the Shy not moving down, not going to be able to threaten any sort of pinch onto TT to stop them from this push.
Holy cow. I knew their first tower rate was high, but Weibo sitting at 67% first tower rate there. Not too shabby, and keeping that right as rain here. They got tons of gold over to Light, 40 CS up, but as well as a bunch of plates before they fell. And now Weibo's comp is unleashed on the map, and that is terror, Lyric.
It really is. And now, right now that we're going to start defaulting into a place where you're sending soul laners to sides, you're really getting to see the wide range.
Got the Hextech alternator, you ready?
Yep, the wide range of Xiaohu's power in this side lane. And UCal is going to find it hard to ever have an opportunity to move to link up with his team.
It's just become so difficult because TT don't have the comp to deal with side lanes, right? Like, you could send Hoya, but you got to deal with the Shy and Xiaohu potentially side laning.
I will
against
say,
you.
luckily, at least now they have this 2-dragon lead. They're going to be able to force an early soul, and Weibo's
Yeah.
not going to be able to really deny that or extend this by playing sides. So as long as TT keep being decisive, then I think TT are positioned pretty well going
Yeah,
forward.
I mean, they still have a ton of high priority picks throughout the LPL. The Nico still big, not down either. Beichuan on this Wukong is going to be a crux of the team coming into a lot of these team fights as well. And they're just buying time. Again, they've had full objective control here so far. While we will see Weibo trying to move on to mid lane, TT is collapsing a little bit. Chris goes in for the engage with his quickness. The TP will be burned, and that's Hoya joining the fight. Light needs to be careful, but they've got a bit of a split positioning here from Weibo, and Hoya comes to represent defensively in mid lane.
Not able to connect the hook. Maybe if TT played it a bit more aggressively, like if Baytron or Yaya were willing to like burn a flash and look for an outright engage, could have turned into something. But without that, it just turns into TP being used. So now TT are going to have to start this Herald to make sure that that one did not go to waste. And you can see, look at bot lane. The Shy doesn't care. He's pushing that one out. They're denying gold to top turret with Xiaohu already getting that one in. And it seems like they're fine with the trade that they've made.
It's all about trying not to lose as much as possible. Just buying a lot of time, finding where you can get an in at, And right now, it's about crashing these waves in side lanes for the Shy and Xiaohu. Getting back on the map, though. 50 seconds till a soul point for TT. I think this is where we're going to start. Maybe you let this one go, but you're going to have to start making a decision soon for Weibo.
Xiaohu probably should be close to the Night Harvester now. I'm guessing Fiendish Condex in pocket. And that's when you're really going to have a huge burst of damage come out with, you know, the amount of AP that Night Harvester gives, 90. So
I will say, I'm a little sad we haven't gotten to see the Demolisher Static Shiv thing go down yet. We've missed it every time that he's got to siege down turrets because TT is just trying to force fights elsewhere. So there's a lot of pressure because Yao Yao on this Blitzcrank can literally make a game-changing moment in one fell swoop.
the one thing I'll say for Weibo is at least they're dedicated to the cause. Dragon's about to come up. I mean, I guess Xiaohu does have TP, right? So they technically still can't fight, but it looks like they want no part of this. So you very rarely see teams fully commit to like the split push that they draft. But Weibo are here all day. They know what they're doing. And hell, when you think back to like RNG with Xiaohu top and Xiaohu's RNG, it was all about the side laning. That was how they delivered and what he was so good at. So it kind of sucks it really hasn't been meta for so long now, because that really would be a place where you'd probably see Xiaohu and the Shy thrive.
It's kind of funny. We've actually seen a couple times recently where teams just give up 4 dragons, try to flip over the Elder Dragon. Don't know if it's gone their way. I don't know the stats on that one, but we'll see if the 50-50 pays off here. They do have that soul point now for TT. And with that said, getting back onto the map, we do need to be looking at these item completions, and especially for Weibo, who still have garnered an advantage even through all of this because of the laning advantages they had. And you see there in the picture, that's the Night Harvester for Xiaohu.
Yeah, Gale Force is going to be followed up with Light as well. So a lot of key items now being picked up on the side of Weibo.
Whoa! Teleported.
Still, though, it's not like they exactly want to just opt into fights. They don't have, like, terrible team fights, but it is very execution-heavy, right? Being able to play off on these flanks with the Shy and Xiaohu, kind of coordinating that dive like Crisp and Weiwei did before to instantly get the reset. Just a lot of bursts that needs to be synced up right away.
Boo! It's all gone. Look at that. Beautiful. That's one item.
No. That's 2 items.
Okay. Technicalities aside. Ooh, Xiaohu will not hit the chain. Feels a little bit bad, man. But Hoya, again, he's a slippery gun. This is what Weibo wants. They want you to spend time in the side lane with them because that means they're winning it.
I gotta say though, as TT, you're not concerned. You pull out your watch and you're like, oh, 3 minutes 30 seconds. When we get stolen,
we have a dragon coming up.
Weibo might still give that up because it's not like, oh wait.
Quick little moves from Chris. He is firing today.
Oh wait, I'm so okay. I thought Beitron was still going to be in that brush and that Light was going to walk into his own doom.
Xiaohu playing mind games with Beitron here, who does get back to mid lane for a bit of defense. You have a big push in top. That tier 2 tower had already gone down, and this is where Weibo is starting to pick apart the map. TT have no real response right now. You watch, they're just circling around each other trying to figure out what's next.
The good thing for TT is like we're saying, they don't really need a response necessarily because Weibo aren't just going to go force a Baron, and without that, it's like, okay, they're going to keep furthering their gold lead, which will give them a better chance to either outright burst you in a pick or even be able to win a fight. But we'll see. We'll see if they can keep pushing this vision line even deeper. Getting some decent wards here, but TT probably going to, after some resets, be able to come back and
saw it at the last second. That did like a third of the tower's health. At the last second, my God. But right now, there is just this kind of pressure Weibo's putting down on the map. You do get actually pings coming on the Baron. They're starting it up. Wow.
Oh, okay. And if they get this, I mean, this really could be a way to just like, destroy the door and break the game wide open. But TT are aware that this is potentially going on. Now they're fully aware that this is going on.
Xiaohu's trying to stop it. Xiaohu's trying to stop the flank here on the other side. He can't get it. He's in the bush there. And now Hoya will make it, but the Pop Blossom over the wall. The Baron already goes over to Weiwei. You've gotten a kill back for Weibo as well, but they need to get the hell out of Dodge. The Shy says, no, I want me some robot today, as he gets himself a kill here.
And you can see on the minimap, though, Weibo not exactly on the same page. Weibo was picking to take bot turret, but he's trying to find kills in mid. Not going to be able to find some. So the wave, I mean, at least the wave wasn't there, so it is still synced up enough for him to go and try and finish this turret off. But yeah, this is where now Xiaohu, the Shy, they're really going to be a thorn in the side of TT.
doesn't even need any kills. He is 0-0-0, and he's about to work on his third item here. You just got a black cleaver completed for the Shy with a stopwatch in tow as well. Side lane pressure is abound for Weibo. We got to look at this fight.
Yeah, we're going to see. I thought it was a bit rough, but the discipline from Weibo to pull off the Baron Light. Keeps going at first. Once the lockdown comes out, they turn right onto Beitron to make sure to take him down first, secure that. And then you see the Shy.
He's kind of smurfing it.
The Shy holding off 1xN on one side, while Light is able to just unload on the opposite side of the team fight thanks to the peel coming out from Crisp.
It was really, really nice flash from Light. But yeah, that pressure from the Shy is always going to be something they need to answer for in the back line, and they just didn't really. Yao Yao's just trying to run away at that point. Hoya gets caught. You might be tanky, but that's a lot of Weibo members, and they should give this kill straight over. Light gets the delayed sniper shot over the wall after the all-out. The Shy is in a 1v3, and he's taking on the world. You're not making Crocs out of me, but they end up making a Crocs out of the Shy.
And look at the pressure being put in mid. Xiaohu and Light continuing to barrel down. The mini-map, though, way crisp.
They want to stop them. They want to stop their backs. They're TPing Xiaohu. What is happening right now? You got to TP out of there, but it's Bishwan. He's caught. Xiaohu's here. He gets the big connection, and the resets come through. Way on a tear. Light's taken down mid lane, and everything's gone to hell in a handbasket for TT.
And I've made it no surprise that I've been questioning how Weibo are going to win this game with the comp that they've elected, how it is harder nowadays with things like Soul being ever present, but stacking up the gold lead and now continuing to pull them across the map beautifully. TT are never going to be able to get a full 5v5 that they've hoped they could get this whole game, because it starts off with this pick in mid. They throw everything there. But you said earlier that you've seen Renekton's 1v2 nonstop. I thought you were crazy. I thought you were just BSing, but here it was,
No.
You called
insane,
it.
Man.
The Gore Drinker comes out, the healing from the Dominus as well, buys enough time with the stopwatch.
It's actually just so disgusting. They are able to get it back. Luckily, Yukao still has damage packing with the 2 items there for him. Maybe he needs to do that here onto Light, who gets caught in the side lane somehow. ADC doing in the enemy side of the jungle, and Crisp is like, wait, how did I get here? As he's in some trouble, he does get out. Mega Death Rocket with a snipe. 1xN steps up.
And uncharacteristic mistakes for who we were praising is, one of the more consistent pieces of Weibo. Light especially walking out, does get caught out, not expecting that play to be able to come through, but you're not really set up anywhere else on the map to be able to react if TT do invest numbers to being able to shut you down. You also don't have any numbers around to reinforce you if a collapse does come through. We're going to see here him thinking he has the 1v1. Not expecting Beitron to be nearby, but look at the rest of the map, because that's my bigger problem with Crisp and Light getting caught out here is look where the Shy is, look where Wei is, what Xiaohu's doing. You're not set up to be able to respond in any way, and Mazel gush about that ult. Gush about it.
Really. Look how far he predicted that. That is so far away from the final engage. That is actually insane. You know what else is insane, though? You got to see a little bit of snippet before we got in that replay. Third item spike for Xiaohu. He is destroying people now with this damage spike, with the static shiv, and it will be unstoppable. Got to see a little bit of an engage, though. Hoya, Pop Blossom. Oh, if you don't have Xiaohu there, what happens? You get a nice little engage from the meta comp of TT that comes knocking.
They just keep finding these picks out of this bot lane, but Wave's already gone. Nothing to be able to push with anymore, thanks to good old Mr. Who.
Oh my goodness, it is so dirty. The Lich Bane does so much for that auto attack damage. It just gets even dirtier. Look at this. He's literally proxy farming behind the enemy team because you're just untouchable.
And this is what we talked about LeBlanc in general, right? That you're able to side lane and do this when builds like this come into prevalence, and you have so much safety, security, and mobility that it really would just be a wild goose chase for the enemy team to outright invest in trying to take you down, and they have to give up early on. So they're going to keep committing to it. Luckily, we're still a bit away from any dragon that Weibo even have to think about. So the next thing on the cards is going to be a Baron. You already have some shallow vision on the top half of the map for the side of Weibo, but definitely going to want to go and try and cement that even further. Looks like Yao Yao on the solo mission right now to maybe try and re-clear, get some vision for himself, though, before Weibo can get their own stronghold in.
You need to have a little bit of that vision game, but also right now, my prime point is Get UCal into a fight. He has hit 3 items. He's on 10 stacks of Darksteel. This is a man that we propped up so much for TT, and he is in position to do like he has done so many times before and put TT in an advantageous position.
Yeah, they're just going to really have to find the engage. I think it's going to have to come off of Baytron because sadly, I mean, Weibo done a good job at playing around the hooks of Yao Yao. They haven't been able to connect all too often.
Look at that. Look at that. That was literally a poke off your screen.
You know, I love that everyone gets their own thing. I'll always remember Jake for his amount of hatred and flame for Aphelios in 2020. And now, as long as you keep up this bit, I'm going to think of you as a static shiv guy.
I hate it because I try to build it on ADCs and it doesn't do that because it doesn't scale off AP. So you're sitting there as an ADC with static shiv, you're like, I didn't even do half the health damage to the minions in the back line. I didn't clear an entire wave with 1 attack. TT, though, maybe wanting to figure out how to break that meta and get this comp online. 5-on-5 is what they're looking for, Lyric.
Yeah, looks like they want to force. Looks like they're on the same page as you. They're like, hey, we need to get UCal in the fight, but to start that, we need to get a fight. Going to be pulled back by the fact that they can see Weibo posturing around this mid lane. And with Dragon coming up in 45 seconds, TT are just going to kind of play chicken with them.
They're looking for it. They're going for the Shy again. He has so much sustainability. Look at him. You tried this one before, and you just get answered again. Look at Weiwei. He's looking for the Heartbreaker. Xiao, who goes over the side, executes Yao Yao, and that's the static shiv. Feel that electricity as the Moonlight Vigil 200 years in the future comes down. Weibo pick apart the dominoes that are TT.
Weibo just take everybody down, and now you can see wanting to run towards the base. UCal did TP out, so they will have 1 line of defense. But Mazel, I don't think it's enough. This should just turn into a Weibo win, or no? Are they going to back off?
Xiaohu has TP, so they're just trying to get in the wave, in the base. Okay, they're not even going to wait. I was going to say get another tower at least. Everything's pushing. Why not push harder? We said pedal to the metal, and Weibo are doing just that. Here comes the executions from Xiaohu, but you got to be careful going in. The Shy goes down. He has his GA, though. Xiaohu looking for it. Look how much damage he pokes down, and Weibo know exactly where the fruits lie. It is in the Nexus. They crack it open, 1 auto attack at a time. Even Xiaohu getting on top of it, and Weibo take a convincing game 1.
TT, at the end of the day, found 1 team fight, and it was when they were 7K gold behind. Great play. Like, again, the fact that they draft like this, I'm happy we finally get to see the static shiv LeBlanc coming into the LPL, since it hasn't been something that we've really been getting here. And just the map play was so good. They fully understood their win conditions. You could see that this is a Xiaohu team with the way that they've kind of maneuvered around these sides. And it's something that's very hard to pull off in kind of today's age of where League of Legends is at, and especially in the LPL, where teams love to get those team fights in. And they did it, and my God, that damage. You were right. That damage was dirty. But the Shy, even the Shy survivability kind of catching me a bit off guard. I think a lot of that,
man.
I also think a lot of that, too, specifically in that last fight, is 1xN did not feel comfortable enough to walk up and try and auto him because he was afraid of Xiaohu jumping over the edge and bursting him out. And, you know, eventually that did happen. So I think that it was right to have that fear. It was right.
Got to get Shaka Rez on this one, see how much damage the static shiv did for Xiaohu. If you're listening, go ahead and at me on Twitter and tell me how much you did, because I don't even know. Like, this wasn't like the craziest static shiv game I've ever seen. Usually you get a lot more focus on the side lane. We actually did pan over to that a lot, but
yeah,
it was felt that they were just consistently being pressed around the map, pulled on both sides, and that's from the get-go what Weibo had displayed to them. They did not hold back. They were not trying to be sneaky and draft. They got exactly what they came for, and they took game 1 from TT in extremely convincing fashion, where now TT have to answer a lot of questions again.
I still think the pivotal moment, like the biggest downswing, was the Baron, which kind of was snuck away. Like, by the time TT got there, it was already gone. So, had that not happened, I feel like as TT, you're kind of making the right bets in terms of, like, we're stacking dragons. We have, like, better front line. We have the Jinx who's going to be able to deal, like, damage from further away later on. And, like, we should have enough peel for the LeBlanc to hopefully not be as big of a menace. But with losing the Baron, that was really when the gold, like, you see that jump right past 20 minutes? That is that Baron, right? And that's where the game really started to feel untenable for TT. And that sadly, that, again, I am so blown away with how well Weibo were able to play out with this composition.
And it didn't look good at first. They were not able to find like the big snowball you might have wanted to expect from this composition. And it was a lot of map control from TT that you can never give up on this Weibo roster. They will deliver it to you sooner rather than later. And it was just that cohesion of the solo lanes working around that, Light still finding a lot of pressure, and just a lot of really good decisive moments. I think, as you had rightfully highlighted early, Crisp was so key in a lot of these situations. The game ended pretty early, sub 30 minutes, but Crisp was making those extremely decisive moments happen in the in-betweens that made the 5-on-5 teamfight comp of TT kind of stutter a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, Crisp has been so superb to watch. Great to see him kind of back in the limelight after his teams, you know, not necessarily being, I'd say, matched with where his skill level's been over all these years. Because in my mind, like, the big support players have still been Ming, Mako, and Crisp in my mind. And sure, you know, now we have people like missing, you know, kind of in that conversation on as well, kind of with the glow up, but still, Crisp never really falling off. And now he's really showing it this split, which is why he's sitting at 4 MVPs, I believe, like 3rd or 4th in the count, under people with 6, with 5. So yeah, I'm just happy. Mazel, that was a great game to get to cast. That was a great game to get to see coming to the LPL. And yeah, I feel like that's one of the rare ones. We're going to see a team do something a bit different and honestly make a masterclass out of it.
It was great. It's going to be something you got to go watch on the VOD again. Now, we are going to take a little break. We are going to step away for game number 2. Get ready and raring to go for some more LPL action.
Sentada a qualquer momento e vem o teammate agora. Sensacional o que o Raul faz! Porém a Fúria combate, vai dando contra-ataque. O ultimate não foi o suficiente e no final das contas.
Sounds like you're looking to battle yourself. This battle has got to be bad for your health.
IG now have control though over that mid lane. Mink misses that first little Q. They're going to see a knockback here. The feathers come flying down. They're going to get the knock up though. Blast some damage coming out here from Uzi right on top of Wink. But look at these health bars. It's going to be on Uzi to try and take them all now. Beishong does take up a kill onto the Aatrox. And there we go. It's going to be on the AD carry. This Uzi versus the world. Where have we seen this one before?
Don't battle yourself, battle yourself. You got to get up and own it. You're bruising your blister, but losing and wishing that you had a different opponent.
V3 スポーツドレイク獲得は戦後ケミンおって闇の波動のスタンが2人に入った。そこに重り合わせ、さらにはロンコンがフリーディール。さあ反転ジェットに入っていくパラノイアヒロキ、これはしっかりキルまでつなげています V3 スポーツ。さあロコンをここも捉えていくワシダメガナ。ドレスコードを止めるプレイヤーがいない戦後ゲーミング。さあそのドレスコードがダメージを出し切ったペッタキル。
Sounds like you're looking to battle yourself. This battle has got to be bad for your health.
그래서 싸움 전환을 근데 태연 체력 관리. 예. 근데 역대 과연 태연. 이게 마이퍼가 먹었다 이거네. 왜 졌다. 너무 안 됐습니다. 광동이 짱 플랜. 이제 끝내면서 GG.
Deal picked up. Oh, he goes stop. He sells it, goes or refunds it, goes back for the stopwatch.
Like that. Oh no! Someday the perfect game for 100 Thieves. It could be gone. No, wait. Is he out damage? He out damages all. This crocodile is huge, and you can't take him down if you don't have the equipment necessary. Someday still gotta live. Welcome back, Someday, to your home. 100 Thieves welcomes you graciously with open arms.
They're going for the kills. Mowering has got that power. He just walks into the pit and smites it. Gift wrapped by the Mad Lions. Spur Rush has been challenged, and all of a sudden, Mowering is in trouble. Early Guardian Angel has been procced. He's coming back to life. The rest of Koi are running down Chasey. He will get dropped as Kazi is now the focus. All of a sudden, trying to do a Thelios things. He stays alive because of red, white, and Koi are losing this fight. Kazi, the script is real. He is popping off the triple kill for the Mad Lions AD carry.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses.
Welcome back to beautiful Shanghai as we're getting into the thick of things for our second series of this super day in week number 4. I am Zell. I'm joined by Lyric, and we are in a series where Weibo went 1-0 up in a very interesting fashion of compositional strength, and Xiaohu gets MVP.
Yeah, well deserved. Finally bringing out the Static Shiv LeBlanc. We've had, Static Shiv and LEC, Static Shiv and LCK. Have not really been getting it here. Xiaohu pulls it out. They go to the side lanes, and they do destroy. And again, a comp that kind of relied on pulling the enemy apart, not being baited into taking 5v5s, not taking early aggressive fights, and really being able to snowball the gold lead. They gave up both Heralds. They gave up early Dragons. They were giving up, again, what could be gold on the map, but only furthered it with their own CS leads and by really not, again, caving to the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't even a lot of kills. It wasn't even like there was some crazy amount of really 5-on-5 fighting, because Weibo took fights where they felt strong, and then once they had a lead, like that first clip we had at 20, they had a 6K gold lead already. And so it gives them a lot of strength in these moments. And the Shy was tanking up a storm for his team, giving room for Xiaohu to lay that spike down.
It's always a good day when there's no one on the Weibo team you can criticize from a game win, right? Because even in a lot of their wins, you can look at someone and be like, you were a bit sussy in that performance.
Who was it?
Yeah, but not this one. Everyone really coming out, showing up strong performances. And TT, sadly, they look stable, right? They didn't just get necessarily blown out of the water, that they were finding some early kills. They had some good setups to guarantee themselves dragons and Rift Heralds. But sadly, it really was that Baron that I feel like just completely made the game untenable for them. So slight adjustments. Maybe they could do better. They will jump over to blue side. So, theoretically, Melio, Zeri, some things that you necessarily don't need to ban. And, we'll kind of see if that can give them a bit of a better showing.
I'll still just say it remains true every single time we hit the Rift. UCal looked good. Like, UCal looked good. But you also have to make good on the advantages you have. And the Nico, while a huge pick, you have to find those ends. And Weibo just never let you get that. So that's where, like, when we came into the day, I was so curious at the way the LPL continues to pick apart the meta, because we have seen a rising trend of big meta picks be let through and then taking losses.
Yeah, a lot. And now, I feel like now with more time in the league, right, more time on these patches, teams being able to kind of figure out these strategies and find out what fits them, kind of like we saw EDG in the last series. And it seems like we're getting to a point, hopefully, where a lot of our expected good rosters, start prevailing, and hopefully some of our lower tier teams can also start to find a bit of stability, right? Because like we said, TT at least did have a semblance of that, and it'd just be nice if we can see them going with that into game 2, because they aren't necessarily favored coming into this matchup, right? It was a hard one on paper that they really shouldn't be expected to win. But even going forward and like having some momentum to take, like in their next series against WE, who might be undefeated, but also have had a bit of a lighter schedule, maybe that is one where if you can have some key learnings today, do a bit better today, take that to your next series, maybe try and find a win, I feel like there's still a lot of things that TT could look for, I guess, is the sum of the story.
And this game 2 on blue side is a stepping off point if they do want to try to take something against Weibo. Weibo, again, a team that gets caught up in their own chaos sometimes. We saw
that game.
Hints of it in that game, yeah, for sure. But it's something that TT can absolutely take advantage of.
Yeah, if you missed that game, all the early kills that Weibo gave over were like, they were Weibo's own
Why are you
making. Here? Yeah, exactly. It was okay. Weibo thinks they can get this kill. Like the Shy thinks he can push this wave. Yeah, a lot.
Lights at top side next to the tier 2 tower by himself.
Exactly. A few things like that still reared their head, but I guess they distributed it evenly, which I kind of like if we're trying to sell the whole friendship angle with, again, that like Weibo documentary interviews that have been being aired. Because, you don't want any one member getting flamed. You all just each need to have one moment in a game. And
throw
you
everybody
take the
under the
collective
bus.
Exactly. You all take the collective L as a team, or in this case, I guess, collective W. So that's all you need.
Yeah, hey, in it for a penny, in it for a pound. Get the wins, get the losses together. But I do want to reiterate, like, the combination that we saw from Weibo, they didn't hold back. And I'm wondering if we get another iteration of that in game number 2. Red side makes things a little bit different, but you can immediately get a counter pick somewhere and use that to your advantage with a lot of the flexibility we've already seen from them.
Yeah, and I also wonder, talking about draft, it's like, do we see do we see Weibo, keep the priority on Aphelios, or do TT try to take that away? Like, do you put any stock into Light being 7-0 on Aphelios' split or not? Or do you be like, hey, you kind of look at that game, it's not like he really had much of a role to play or like a massive impact. Probably could have been on any number of 80 carries, and Weibo still would have won that game, right? Or is it enough of a threat? Because it's getting to a point where it might just have to be, because 7-0 is not a scoreline that you can disrespect.
It truly is not. It starts to become just a fact at that point if you just give him over Aphelios. Now, we do get the Emilio and the LeBlanc ban in TT's side. I will just throw it out there right now. A caveat when it comes to stat shape. There's a lot of champions that can build this item. So it's not just LeBlanc. LeBlanc is oppressive, though, in its own right. So I do like that ban, not giving that easy pick over to Xiaohu, but it is the Nico and the Vi ban by Weibo.
Hell, I know we've seen it. Like, even Zeri's picking it up in LCK. Tristana mid, another champion that you can kind of bring out. That I've seen. Yeah, Ari, one that I've seen a few people do. There's still like a bunch of things that really still can make this item work. I remember we had some weird AP top lane one the other. You know what? We'll see if Weibo is anything else that they're going to end up cooking with. A big lack of priority on things like the RA Nanny today, kind of funnily enough, with you bringing up that pick, right? We saw in the first series, both let through every game, neither one picked. I wonder if it's going to be the same story here once again.
Do you see that Poppy last ban? So some differences coming into today in both of our series so far.
Zeri
in terms
and
of what
Yumi
is taking those bans.
Are both open as well.
Usually one of them are banned. At least the
at least one.
Let's see if they actually get this one off. But it is just one piece to the puzzle. There is an opportunity for the other side to just grab the Yumi and answer back with it. We'll see if maybe there's something waiting in the wings for TT that they want to play with the draft game. We've seen blue side be able to kind of use a little bit of 4D chess so far today.
I guess I'm curious what Weibo would pair alongside it if they did end up taking that one away. Because, I mean, Lucian being the other big one that comes to mind, especially if you want like the early aggression. Yeah, could go with the Aphelios, which is another stock in standard, but we'll see if Weibo do that here. If they
go 8-0.
I guess bring it further. They could also take jungle here. Just, I think having Yumi is even more of a reason if they wanted to look into taking that Wukong. Just really good synergy with him as well to just double down on those engages. But it looks like after saying we've really seen this champion overlooked today, we are going to get it coming out for Xiaohu.
Do like this kind of point and click setup. Just a lot of decisiveness on Weibo's side already. And the thing is, though, you do got to find some good pairs with it. I do expect a very proactive jungler from Weiwei to make sure that this Annie pick goes off. Because we have seen Annies just kind of go quietly into the night, so to speak. And speaking of not being quiet, we got an insta-lock Azir, but also the Nautilus locked in for the Zeri combo of TT.
So at least, again, going back to identity, right? That was a big kind of hit in our first series, especially towards AL, like, who are you? Because in LPL, you kind of need to have your comfort to thrive. Yukao on the Azir, Yao Yao on the Nautilus, they're getting their hands on those comfort picks. So Weibo, you've already sold it. It's probably going to be the Aphelios to come out with this Yumi and look to bring that score from 7-0 up to 8-0. And now for Weibo, we need to see some frontline brought out. We need to see some engage really brought into the comp.
I think it's just jungle bans. Just go for Beichuan's campy pull. The Wukong obviously maybe taken out. Because I feel like Weiwei has a lot of options if he wants to go something aggressive, something to pair up with the Annie still. Whereas you're really looking for kind of a bridge builder for TT right now.
Yeah, that's... I feel like that's what would be best, but it's very hard. I guess if they take away the Wukong as well, if they don't plan on just outright snatching that one up for themselves on 4, yeah, there aren't really a lot of great options for Beichuan to even go towards. I mean, you'll have other AD options up, things like the Kazakhs are still available, but wouldn't really fit thematically all that well with your composition, especially with having something like Azir in the mid lane.
You do get that Wukong and Nocturne ban, so all the focus towards jungle so far in the second phase, which can be rightfully so, given the importance of this jungle matchup and what we've seen so far in the series from Weibo Gaming. So we'll see what Weibo would have banned out last here for themselves. It is the Kindred, so again, the aggressive focus towards Beichuan.
Now for the side of TT, Viego, a big one that comes to mind if Weibo wanted to opt into that one. A champion that we know Weiwei throughout his career is very familiar with. And then we're going to be starting to go into like the niche of the pool. Again, Kazakhs will still be like a high tier champion that is still available. I guess you can have Sejuani if you wanted to try to fit like your top lane matchup to pair with her well and try and opt into some kind of 2v2. But for now, TT just going to take away the Gwen, which is a champion when it came out. The Shy was never allowed to get his hands on just because of how winning he was with it. In the words
Remember
of the
those
famous Charlie
Gwen is
Sheen.
immune memes? The clips were of the Shy. No, that's
They
not
really were.
always true, but oh my god, it was actually insane what he was able to do with that one. But now we have counter pick saved for Weibo. Do have a couple options with that one in their top lane. We did see Hoya get a solo bolo on the Shy last time around. So they'll save the jungle counter pick for last for Weibo, and it'll be the Renekton that gets locked in.
Yeah, so kind of signaling, hey, we're going to take this Renekton. We know if we take this Renekton, you'll probably think we want the Sejuani, so you might take it away. And that's one of the options, right? Kind of with the thing jungle pool, take away the Sejuani and then look for something in top that can kind of pair alongside that, get that permafrost going and really play around. I'm interested what Hoya can really even look for here because Hoya hasn't been much of a bruiser player outside of something like the Cassante in topside would give them even more like peel, but also still having those aggressive beats that Cassante can hit on and find access into the back line. But or will Hoya change flavors?
It'd be interesting. I would say that Cassante still takes a lot of priority with how strong it can be. He even had that priority in
Think of the
top
day
three.
we've had. There's been lots of priority champions that teams have been throwing out the window.
But not this one. Not this one. This one has seen consistency. As maybe that's just a testament to the champion itself. We do get Viego locked in for Weibo, so 5th pick going to be an important one.
And I think similar, but less so, right? Because it's not about side laning this time for the side of Weibo, but it's still very like a lot of your power comes through those early skirmishes or being able to find picks with the Annie and the Renekton. Then you're going to get to a point, though, where with the Yumi, you can just try to run the members of TT down. But TT have range to play with. They have a lot of peel and zone control with the fact that they have the Emperor's Divide. They have Sejuani coming through the jungle. And then, yeah, I guess the only thing we need to keep our eyes on this game is if TT cannot let that gold lead get as out of control as last time, if they could be more conscious of the Baron, Mizel. The Baron.
Yeah, I will say it's just another flavor of the same iteration of Weibo right now, though. They just want to press at your throat and keep going.
Exactly.
And I do wonder if that's even going to be something that TT can deal with. Yes, they've changed up the approach a tiny bit, but I still feel like there was a lot of questions in terms of the macro movements, the things that Crisp was able to set up with his team, but specifically how this mid lane matchup affected the entire map pretty much. We're getting into game 2 now. It's a moment for TT to put up or shut up against Weibo Gaming. They gave some fight back, they had some heart, but it was all Weibo game number 1. And we'll see if game number 2 continues to be that way as Weibo Gaming take on Thunder Talk. I want to hear those gyos ring as we're in our super start of our week 4. And we're hitting the rift now. Anti-climbing. You even heard the crowd. You even heard the crowd just go, oh.
What a tragedy. It was game 1 where game 1 was where we had the exact same
again?
thing.
Is this Xiaohu? Xiaohu, what's up with you?
Maybe Xiaohu's finding out if he should buy Static Shiv on Annie as well. Have you seen that one yet?
I haven't. I don't know about other regions. I feel like not, probably. Who knows? Hopefully I'll have an update for y'all very soon. Figure out what's going on with the game starting. I promise I have my big red go button. I'm pressing it.
Now gonna see who the person we all blame is.
Who is it? Keep your eyes peeled.
We all throw our flame. No, we don't. We don't flame anyone in this house. We don't flame anybody in this house. Maybe
you know
every now and then.
I'll take the flame for the players. I'll take the L.
Every now and then we can put our disappointment. Mizel, of course, we flame you, but every now and then we can put out our disappointment with teams like AL not being able to get their stuff together when they should be better.
This time.
Okay.
Oh. At least it wasn't twice in a row for Xiao.
You know, actually, TT just gets complete pass because we feel too bad for TT to blame them for anything.
I'm just gonna just start the conversation. Who is the player in LPL right now who has had the most problems with tech?
You know, Mizel,
off the top of your head, who is it?
I'm coming off a week away, being in Australia.
In the history of LPL, in your time here, who is it? Who is it that comes to head immediately? You're like,
absolutely no one. because I had largely lucked out and dodged a lot of tech pauses. Remember, I've had, you know, one or two like 30 minute to hour ones, but I've largely lucked out. I haven't been I think Sheen has been a big tech pause go-getter off the top of my head. So he might have the best answer.
Knowledge guru to come in here, step in, tell us what. We will be getting a game hopefully very shortly, as we were building up so much hype between the two rosters and what we saw coming off of game number 1, the momentum for Weibo, but our momentum has been stopped for
I actually have a question for you based off an earlier conversation where we were talking about like kind of sending players around to like coach or see how we're getting back into the rip, but who cares? Mazel, any player you can bring any player to see in the LPL. Who would it be?
Wait, bring any player what?
From like a different region to play in the LPL, who would it be? Who would you want to see? Like I don't care about doing well. Like who would you want to support in the LPL?
That's so hard. I gotta go with one that's close to my heart. Who actually isn't playing competitive right now has to be Tenacity. I would love to see what Tenacity does with top lane in the LPL. I think it'd be really fun.
Even just, I guess, seeing him get to go against the best and maybe learn a bit from them. And yeah, for me.
Cool. If I'm trying to go like min-maxing, who I think would like do well, that's a whole nother conversation. I'm just going off feeling.
No, I don't care about doing well, because for me, it'd either be like Season 4 High or Season 4 Kerp. Both mid laners, two different regions. High with his crazy big brain like Zed World plays, Kerp for the Fizz. Both are good answers.
True.
I don't need to say an LCK player because let's be real, we get the. I mean, look,
we get them all the time.
Look at what's going on. We got UCal here right now. You know what I mean?
And Hoya. And now we get in a little bit of laning phase. We got through the tech pub. We're all good. Yao Yao is good to go. Looking for the engages in bot lane, trying to get this level 2 for them, and maybe setting a bit of priority. I love this adaptation from TT towards the bottom side, and this Nautilus pick in specific, just to be able to try and get the advantage engage going.
Yeah. Oh, I'm really.
Thought he was gonna pull the trigger right there.
Yeah, I thought, okay, maybe something a little bit cheeky gonna come out, but not gonna go for it. Even the respect gonna be showed by Crisp and Light. Gonna make sure they walk around, get a ward down, so they can't be punished. So it seems like with the side of Weibo, they're already very conscious of where they're playing around. Right, it's gonna be up towards the top side, which is where a lot of their burst comes in. Right, when you're looking at 2v2s or early ganks, it's about CC, it's about burst, and that's everything the Weibo top side brings to the table.
So now that you've given the Shy a second matchup into Cassante, do you think he gets solo killed?
Wait, say that again?
He has a second coming into the Cassante matchup. Do you think he approaches it a little bit differently?
Nope.
Oh.
Not even a little bit.
Not even a little bit. That's the Shy, baby. That's what we love him for. And that's why you can never quit on this top side, because even if you do give over a solo kill in game number 1, he was still a huge advantage for Weibo, and something they played around in so many team fights, and something that TT got baited into fighting into so many times.
Well, I mean, the Shy was a big reason why a lot of them didn't turn into team fights, because he was usually able to find and kill one before any of the rest of his team even showed up. Beichuan now.
He's trying to play with the vision, but little does he know. It is just waiting for the scuttle crab in all actuality, because Bristle was hungry.
Weibo are the ones, though, who get vision control of their own. Look in the blue side jungle of TT. Nice wards even being placed now by Weiwei before he backs. But Xiaohu, he might be for dinner.
You can get the flash Arctic Assault in. CC comes down. UCal trying to follow it up. Gets the CC chain in, but the flash comes out and saves his life.
Honestly, respect to TT, because I thought that was just hard trolling at first. But the fact that UCal's able to close the distance and they can get Xiaohu's flash out from him means that UCal's going to be able to keep up some consistent pressure in this matchup.
Really like the combination of the Sejuani and the Azir. It actually adds nice little 1-2 punch, especially with what we've seen from Azir being able to put out actually a decent amount of early game damage. Not yet, exactly, but as we get to that one-item spike, we actually do see some information in the jungle going over to Weiwei and Weibo. Let's see them make something work out of this one. See a little bit of tempo set.
I also like that you kind of hit on the Azir and early damage, because also a bit of a different flavor, right? The Azir we had earlier in the day, Fofa was running Airy, I believe, and UCal now coming in running. This means he's going to be looking for more consistent damage, right? Longer drawn-out team fights, to be able to pump a ton in when we do get to that 5v5 stage.
feel like we're back a couple years ago. Conqueror's here, coming back into
Exactly.
it here.
I miss the
Oh,
Halo
my goodness.
Blades era.
Yeah, true. I missed that for Jin. Oh, those
Yeah.
were the days. Full lethality, Halo Blades, Jin. Good times, good times. Wei versus Beichuan, though. In this chicky nuggy fight, who's going to steal him away? Wei gets one. Who gets the big one? It's Wei.
Doing a nice job utilizing the pressure that Xiaohu has and also covering for him, right? Because, I mean, not having flash up means if TT wanted to go for a play, he'd be vulnerable, but instead uses pressure, Wei's around, start taking those Raptors, and hell, we can see now in the corner of our screens, even going straight towards the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I kind of wanted to see them do in game one, but they were on blue side, and that makes it a little bit more difficult the way that Weibo was playing in game, or TT was playing game number one. Now Weibo on red side makes it a lot easier. Yukao's going to come and spot this one out, but it should be secured by Wei in big early start.
Gonna manage to get this. Xiaohu throwing out the Tibbers.
Just doing a
Saying
little
hello.
pokey poke.
Yep, wants to
Do you know how to
try
do the
and force
pokey?
that reset. No.
Oh, Monday I'll teach you.
Okay, well, off the back of that question, here's one for you. Who's your favorite cinematic bear?
Bear?
Yeah.
That has to be Baloo.
Oh, Baloo's pretty solid.
Baloo is literally the GOAT.
I actually
If
feel like
you
there's-
don't think so, then get out of here.
I feel like there's no wrong answers. I feel like Ted, Bosco,
That's
a lot
pretty
of good
Baloo,
ones.
Baloo is just the Godfather bear, though. Like, he is. If you want to feel good, you talk to Baloo.
Mazel, do you think
maybe
Beichuan's
Light
going to
and
feel
Chris.
good about this?
They might need to talk to Baloo after this because they're not going to be feeling too great. You do have Chris with a little bit of distance. Gets connected to in the middle of it, and Beichuan should be able to help take down the kitty cat. That's big for TT first blood.
Beichuan not even needing the flash to be able to make the play, or just wraps around, no real vision for Weibo other than that Scuttle Crab, and he does go down. So we've seen Beichuan trying to have earlier impact in this game, even despite being on the Sejuani, despite having a ton of scaling elements, pretty much all scaling elements on the side of TT. Away on the Shy, though. I love that anytime we pan over top that they are just going at it, heavy trading non-stop.
Do you expect anything less of these two, my friend? And you love to see that. We're actually going to take a look a little bit at the gold. Pretty decently developed by 1XN so far. And on the Zeri, that'll be really, really nice with that first blood. Got to continue doing that, though, because Weibo will be continuing to move on the map. We have Rift Herald coming up very shortly here.
And now, things like Glacial Prison being online can even be more playmaking potential for TT to work around. As we're going to see here what happens in bot side.
No.
Getting the nice cinematic.
No.
You know, if there's a cinematic like of a champion I want being taken down, it is definitely the Yumi. Nice interrupt coming out from Beichuan. And then just
Doing
being
the
able to
world
run
a
her down the
favor,
flail.
honestly.
Yeah. You know, I don't pick favorites, but anytime we do get to see the Yumi lose, I am always pretty happy with it. It's okay,
I just love our
Dominus.
observers so much. Hoya, though, he's looking to go all out and get out as the Shy was unable to slam down the solo bolo. Can't get revenge on the Hoya. He got a flash from Yao Yao, responded by Xiaohu. Heartbreaker over the wall, gets way out. Rift Herald has already spawned a little bit of chaos in this game.
The difference between having a Nautilus compared to a Yumi, right? Nautilus can kind of freely traverse the map, make his way up here, give you the numbers advantage. Yumi is a little bit more rough to do, so you either have to come right from base and kind of link up in your own jungle with your jungler, or do something else. But the Shy, gonna try and collapse. He doesn't have Dominus anymore, so definitely nowhere near the threat he was only a few minutes ago.
Trying to decide if they want to move up with it. Decides to go back to try and get some more plates in bottom lane. Let the fight take place. Hopefully Weibo can outhands them in topside. Beichuan still threatening, but going straight in onto Weiwei, trying to fight his way out of this one. The Shy's coming around. They will have vision of that one, so Beichuan will retreat to Yao Yao and Yukao. The Shy got to be a little careful here. They do have ultis available. They'll go ahead and pop that out. Slice and Dice got a bit of distance, and that was actually exactly enough.
Weibo are just baiting out all their cooldowns, buying time. They're not really losing anything from this. I mean, think about it. TT are the ones that have more members up towards this top half of the map. It's ultimately Weibo who's going to be able to start up this objective with the fact that Light and Crisp have finally committed to move over. I would expect them to start moving back down soon and try to catch the wave, but Yukao?
Nice flash from Light. He waited the perfect amount of time. And that means that all that pressure from TT went mid. Weiwei secures the Rift Herald. only a plate had gone down. I think that had already gone down as well. So really good stuff around the map from Weibo.
I think the best thing is the min-maxing of like what they gained to what they lost. Hoya lost a wave on top from the Shy pushing that one in. Xiaohu makes sure that they don't lose gold on bot wave with that TP. Of course, you pointed out them picking up the Herald. So they really did just play numbers. Got even more than they should have, and even denying from certain members of TT like Hoya in that top side. So really nice play once again from Weibo, and showing us what they're able to do on the map when we're not seeing the like small individual mistakes come out across the board.
You do get the crown opt-in for UCal, so go on the defensive build. I hate to put my opinion out there like this, but sometimes I don't like the crown. I'll just say that right now. My Hopium Emporium ain't about it, but we'll see if he can be defensive enough to survive a lot of this aggression from Weibo. We did get pings from TT down towards bot side early on when Beichuan was pathing down here. Want to get some vision around the dragon pit and maybe try to deny Weibo a second dragon in a row.
Will keep presence on this, but we need to remember, just like the Herald, it's not like Weibo came like running in. Weiwei.
Oh, he doesn't get the connection. Here comes the engage from UCal. The depth charge finally used on Xiaohu, but Weiwei is picking him apart right now. If Weiwei gets this soul, he starts popping off. He has to flash. Yao Yao can't hit that engage. 1x in. It's going for Xiaohu. Can he get him? He takes him down, but a double kill has already gone to Weiwei. As a TP from Hoya resets the fight, Light has finally joined, and Weiwei out here. Hoya's trying to chase him down. He should be able to get out of here, and Hoya and a Yao Yao are on the wrong side of town here. The Shy coming over to push mid lane and join this tussle. Could be a tricky one for TT to navigate.
Yeah, keeping them there by hitting that blast plant. She's going to try and slowly whittle them down.
They got the Hex Flash over, but that just means you're the first one to go down. Yao Yao chased out the Shy. Wants it. The Shy, the head, the hunter, the predator. He's found blood. As Hoya's trying to fight back, he goes all out. He's faced this croc before, and he just wants to get out. Beichuan trying to help him. Can't he see him? He gets over the wall. The Shy, the hungry monster, can't find the kill.
Weibo just can't say no to anything. They want everything that can be taken. Great fight coming out from Weiwei. Not going to be able to convert these picks into a neutral objective. Going to need some resets to come out first, which will allow TT to get back and try and maybe get control of the map once again.
We got gold in some right places here. 2-0-1 for Weiwei. On the side of Weibo, just completed Divine Thunder. On the other side, 2 kills for 1xN. Trinity Force completed on the Zeri. While you're still waiting for a couple item spikes to really make that thing come online, it feels good for TT to get this dragon under their belt.
Yeah, TT get dragon, but Weibo once again kind of opted into the gold trade by having the Shy instantly TP back to top, push that in, and take more plates. So very similar trajectory to last game in Weibo.
TT are a bit caught out here. That's the Glacial Prison back, but they are getting surrounded here by Weibo, or Weibo is rather, as they're trying to get Yao Yao caught down. The Heartbreaker wants to come out. The reset's there for Weiwei, and Light has showed up as well. UCal couldn't find that flank he was on, and that just means Weibo execute the fight yet again.
And we were wondering about Yuumi and like what ADC they'd pair it with. It's not even about the ADC, is the Shy now. I think UCal should be fine. He's on it as here. He ain't getting pinned down. But it's not about Yuumi plus the ADC, right? It's all about Yuumi and Viego this game really being the ones to take over. And going back to earlier conversation you brought up about how has Weiwei been doing, and honestly it's been quite impressive how well he's fit into the Weibo gaming ranks.
So it feels like a long time coming for Weiwei, who you know, not the Shy man coming over from his long time tenures on Suning.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, actually, perfect transition, right? Like kind of the homecoming for a Weiwei, growing up in like Suning S, the Suning LDL team back in 2018 before being promoted to like the premier Suning roster in 2019, playing with people like Mabel, like Angel, like Long Xing, back when he was known as Xiao Al. So nice full circle.
It is indeed, and a nice full circle in this game too for Weibo. Maybe matching their mascot a little bit there in the top right corner, because it's looking real good right now. Got full item spikes coming up. Xiaohu very Xiaohu very close to
I gotta point out,
we're not gonna talk about that one.
That is the perfect representation of TT's like synergy these days compared to last split.
It
really is. It's sad. It hurts. I love Spring TT. Spring TT were absolute gangsters. It is not spring anymore.
Summer has come. And maybe they could try to make something happen here. UCal's still that standout that we we're talking so much about is that crucial pillar for them. It just hasn't been existent here. You're also starting to get to a point where those aggressive fronts that Weibo were drafting for are looking ever so terrifying. And we see an adaptation from TT here. There is another Rift Herald coming up in 40 seconds. They'll try to get something going for themselves.
Just to look at the items coming on across the board, though. Gore Drinker already picked up. Divine Sunder, Kraken Slayer down there for Light. I believe we had two completed items on the side of three. Maybe three, I think Hoya as well, having the Thorn Mail. 1XN definitely having the Triforce and Crown. Yep. So very similar power spikes. The biggest difference, I guess, being how far the team is ahead, and that turning into an Echoes of Helia for Crisp.
That's a difference maker right there. The Shy in the side lane. We've seen this story play out before, but he doesn't have as many items this time. As he's actually going to try to get this fight baited out. He will not get engaged on thus far. Going to go back in, try to clear up. You got TP coming. They just really want to make some crocs out of the Shy. He gets engaged on by Yao Yao, and Yukao picks up the kill.
And right there, people want to be like, why'd the Shy dash in? You get the idea. You even said it. Dash in, clear out the wave, try and get the hell back out. Don't let them take anything. Does end up going down, but at least buys a lot of time, pulls a lot of attention, which allows for Weibo to get what's going to look like two turrets, right? Just picked up mid. They should be able to pick up top off this as well. They're going to have another turret that they'll get later on because of this play with that Rift Herald too.
TT get an inch. Weibo, on the other hand, take a mile. As that is multiple towers down. That is vision for Weibo established around the map. Pressure in mid lane as well. And a big gold lead developing for Weibo. It's a bit of an egg for TT to try and crack. And I do still love their team fight composition. But again, we've seen Weibo pick that apart. They will not go into those team fights if they don't have to. And they're just going to be looking for picks with this comp.
Exactly. And that's what I want to remind people of. That game one, we really didn't see any real team fights until Weibo had accrued a massive gold lead. This one seems like the same as the Shy. We're going to see try to slice and dice in, throw out the Q, clear the wave, Dominus, and try to slice and dice back out. But committing so many members to be able to take him down. TT finds something, like we said, but Weibo definitely won across the map.
Getting back on the map, though, 30 seconds for a Dragon. We're on an Infernal Soul map, so a little bit more priority for both teams given to this. It's been split 1-1 so far, but it is TT with the advantage right now, pushing through mid lane.
They have full control. All summoners available on both sides. And, I mean, we got to be looking for the sides of Weibo. Honestly, for the side of TT, I'm sorry, to take a fight slow. Like you got to be able to use that Glacial Prison. Honestly, ideally on Weiwei, slowly whittle him down with things like the Azir and the Zeri, and not think too much about diving onto their backline yourself, like no crazy swoop and boop from Yukao, but let Weibo slowly come into you. Chip away at the front line.
Yeah, just make some marks in the armor, if you will. Another Dragon started up by Weibo. They should pull this one out pretty far. The vision is pretty strong with this one. See TT move in. This is what TT want. They want a 5-on-5. 4,000 down on the Dragon. Hoya is there front and center. Yao Yao looking for an engage there. Dragon has reset. And Weiwei likes that. He wants that. Xiaohu, he does not get the engage, but there's a Moonlight Vigil there. That's huge. Is this the moment that Light steps up to the plate? He's going to flash for one more kill. He's got the blast cone. He's going over as well. The Shy is already engaged, and Light is ripping him a new one. These chakrams hurt, and Weibo with the Reset City will try and take them down one by one. Everybody's gone, and that is a huge win for Weibo.
Light showing us why he's 7-0 on the Aphelios split. Why it looks like he's guaranteed to make it up to 8-0. And just the way the small nuances of people like Weiwei backing up, waiting for the time to come back in. And I love that we're jumping right into the replay because Xiao flops. Xiao goes in, tries to find the massive Tibbers, doesn't connect with anyone. He's going to get blown up. But look, Moonlight Vigil to start things off coming out from Light. Xiao might get taken down, but Light pretty much able to solo out this Cassante. And now for Weibo, you got to be a little bit strategical. Weiwei has to back off, wait for Light to get back in as the Shy tanks, and then buy time for Light to take people down. So the resets can keep coming out, and you can keep running them down. So really nice play by the members of Weibo, but Light, I agree, really was the catalyst to open up for Weiwei to get Reset City.
And he was on those 2 items. That's a huge spike. You see how hard 1xN is trying to grip this from Weibo's hands, but it does not matter if you're facing up against Weibo Gaming. Every single piece is functioning. There was no lackluster side lane performance early in this one, and they have fully gained control of this game.
Now trying to make their way to gaining full control over the top half of the map. Since we're past 20 minutes, Baron has spawned, and that is something that'll definitely be on Weibo's mind. We can see now 2 items for the people have really popped off, right? Wei finishing off the Black Cleaver. Light as well, having that Gale Force now. So even more follow-up potential coming out from Light to be able to make more of those sick aggressive plays that we just saw. And hell, now everyone's flash is down. Now everyone is vulnerable if Wei and Crisp can find someone caught out.
TP coming down, TT trying to be proactive here, and I actually kind of like that force to hand a 5v5, but we've actually seen it turn around, not in their favor. Here goes Yao. They want to make the preemptive strike here. There's Light with the Moonlight Vigil. The final chapter used back. Xiaohu, this is your moment for redemption. 1xN! He does get it blocked, but it's still big on the back line. You get the reset now from Hoya getting a kill. Can they get back? Yucal finds a big one with the Emperor's Divine. And Weibo, they're falling apart here. TT, they take a big fight. That's a Baron.
TT take a fight where they know that Light can't follow. They end up getting the picks they need, and this is going to be a Baron. My God, did Weibo throw, but great job by TT to turn it around and dissuade the AD carry from coming in. This could be the start of the comeback, Mazel. This could be it.
This could be it, he says, and it comes off of the nice decision from Yao to flash engage. Xiaohu trying to find the engage here, but it's that safety.
Exactly, like, okay, the damage comes out, but cleanse to follow. And now look where Light is. Really awkward position to walk in. You're gonna walk the other way past, you know, Yao, Beichuan. Gonna be able to walk around past Yuka. There's nowhere to enter. And because of that, just the other members of Weibo getting pinched by the entirety of the TT team. They have a great team for pinching. You have a Sejuani on one side, a Cassante on the other. Where are you going? You aren't going anywhere.
You are not going to be finding anything there as a 6,000 gold lead diminishes in the snap of a finger. 2,000 now is that gold advantage for Weibo. And while they still do have the pick potential, it is a 5-on-5 team fight comp that TT had culminated in now and are working towards making the main staple of this game too.
Like I said, I really feel like it has to be a bit slower pace from them. That last one worked because Light wasn't involved, but to where I feel like this comp does have a lot of playmaking potential when you have like triple engage Cassante, Sejuani, and you know, the Nautilus, and also Azir can do the same. Just the fact that if you go for these plays and you overstep even slightly, that opens up for a potential reset for Wei is why I think TT have to be a little bit more cautious now. But the Baron and having these pros available, they can try and use the siege that Azir offers to be able to start getting this gold back in their favor.
Also, 1xN very close to 3 items, and they still have another minute 15 seconds on this Baron buff too. That tier 2 tower gives them a lot of extra gold as well. Weibo hunting a little bit as resets were coming through for TT. That's exactly where you want to try to strike with Weibo, is when they are off kiltered. But you know what's not off kiltered? This dragon timing. We got 20 seconds for the setup, and it's TT that want pole position.
Yeah, TT trying to do a nice job of finding control around the mid lane. We're going to see them do that quite silly, but Rylai's finally being picked up by Xiaohu, so he's going to even bring more utility into the fold. I don't know how Weibo really break this positioning. The Shy definitely one coming off on flanks. I don't think Xiaohu can really like look to do that again with the amount of turn and CC that TT do have available to them. But at least this time around, Weibo do have flashes back up, but it's the same story for TT.
And now we actually see that dragon handed over. That's a 2-2 dragon score. And we look like we scaling, Lyric.
Zell, please.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, that is, I mean, I'm not too surprised. And it still is just, what are the words? What are the words for Weibo did this game to end up giving this one away? Because this was what, a 7K gold lead at its max, a 6-7K gold lead at its apex. We'll have things like Ardent Sensor now coming online, 3 items, completed 4 Light, so he is huge. If they fight around him, that is their bread and butter. But it's like, hey, how soon are we to 1xN getting that Titanic Hydra, right? Because he's pretty damn close.
He is. But for Light, how many times has it had to come up to his number when he was on LNG, when he caused so much chaos? But now Xiaohu wanting to try to get out of this one. He will be dragged back and put in the grave. You got a nice TP coming in from the Shy. He'll pop his Dominus. It's a 3v4 now, at least at this point, as Wei will get that heart reset. It's Yukao down, and that's actually a big point of power for TT off the board.
Still, nothing to really convert into for either team, right? Neither team. Look at the map. There's even barely any jungle camps up. H1 can go and take some of his camps off the table, but those are just kills for the sake of kills, which we love. We'd love more of, if I'm being honest. But what a disparity. Game 1, MVP performance, brings out the status Cheval Blanc, comes in Game 2, and just has not been able to find his same footing. Picked off again and again. It's only going to get harder as the Titanic Hydra has finally been finished.
I'm surprised we didn't see the Ahri come through. It's a pick that I feel like had so much priority and just has been let through like every single game so far. We do see those 2 items and now a 3rd item for 1xN, like we were kind of alluding to coming up. And this is where TT say, we'll just fight you on timers. It's up to you to make decisions in the downtime to try to upend this defensive strategy coming out from us.
I agree. TT, and TT have still been on the front foot. They know. They just feel like such a secure unit as a group, kind of doing what we saw earlier in the day. Drop sides, stack up, run them down just with the amount of frontline meat tanks you have. Get the Azir passive set up behind you. And then it just really deny Weibo any space from being able to play the map at all.
You just got Zanya's completed for Yukao there as well, so that's another big defensive option for them. It's a little bit of buying of time from TT, seeing what Weibo want to offer, getting some vision out here. You do have Baron spawning in about 45 seconds. Xiaohu within its side lane pressure right now. He's away from the team, and TT is grouping up.
TT have just been such a fan of playing these sorts of these one lane compositions that just get in your face and try to mow you down. Weibo might be able to hold with threat from the Shy, but we get it again. This is the Tech Pause series. We're 3 for 3 so far. And you know what? It's driving me so mad. I want to see if we can go for the record. Bring us to a Game 3. Give us 8 more Tech Pauses. Let's delay Munch and Nightmare, laugh at their suffering, and, just find out who comes out with the dub in the long run.
I'm all cool with a banger series, but do you know what matchup we have around the corner? It's BLG LNG, man. It's a banger.
So, we got
right?
TT Weibo.
It's turning out to be actually really competitive in Game 2. Game 1, it was not.
Hey, but game 1 was worth it. Game 1 was worth it
to
see Weibo play out that side lane composition the way they did. It was really great.
It was indeed. We'll hopefully have an update of what's going on and who is the problem causer. This time, no. It's not the player's fault. It's the tech's fault.
I will read your script. Insert player here has reported an in-game issue.
No way.
Am I right?
Who is it?
Well, I pulled open the message, so I know who it is.
It's Yukao.
So
at least it's different.
That's actually the weirdest part, right? Because usually when you have a tech issue on stage, usually it is there's a piece of tech that has an issue. So it's usually the same person.
Is that what that means, Lyric? Is that what a tech issue means?
Usually the same person over and over again. But yeah, we've had 3 different people in this series, all facing problems.
There's
and I'm gonna
something
blame
new every day on the LPL,
I'm gonna
man.
blame you.
A tech issue is an issue with tech. My God.
Who wins this game?
Revolutionary.
Who wins this game?
I don't know. I honestly, at this point, I feel like TT do. We go to 3.
There we go. All of you out there who are wondering who wins this game,
it just feels like the momentum, man. Like I love the LPL because it feels like momentum thrives in this league, even in little moments.
Does that look like
I feel a changing of the winds right now.
I don't know. Yao doesn't have the face of momentum. He's the face of very stern and serious, and this game is not a sure thing just yet.
Because he's probably we were in an extremely stressful moment where we were sieging down and we had, the Shy coming over a blast code and we had to pause.
Not the worst moment we've had paused, to be honest.
True.
I remember we've
as long
had
as it's not in combat.
Yeah, we've had some engages of team fights get paused on, and it's oh, this is a little bit awkward.
And yeah, We'll see if they can get this issue figured out. What do you think it is? You think it's the mouse? I think it's the...
I
bet
don't
it's the
know.
keyboard.
I just want us to get in, and I'm gonna project.
We
I'm
are
gonna
such
project.
like I am okay with pauses. Like if it happens, it happens. In this series, it has literally exploded the wind out of the sails every single time. We are getting hype. We are getting set up. We are doing something. It's like, no, you are not allowed.
Look, let me start on the dream, though. We're going to come out of the pause in exactly, 17 and a half seconds. The Shy going to come around, going to realize in his head, hey, we have no position to take this fight around mid here. But you know what he's going to do anyway? He's going to slam his finger on F. To be honest, I don't know which hotkey the Shy is flash on. We're going to assume it's F. Slam his finger on F, go in, kill 3 of them. Shao, who's going to TP across the map. I don't even know if he's TP up anymore. He's going to come in. He's going to instantly die.
We're in a dream.
Because that's all Shao Hu has done this game, is die so far. And then we're going to have 1XN pop off because he isn't going to die to the Shy. He's going to kill the Shy. And then we're going to have Scout randomly appear in this game. And he's going to win it all.
He's like, guys, hurry up. I'm waiting for my series to start. Let's go.
Exactly. He's going to be like, yo, I'm in Suzhou right now, but you guys are taking it way too
all the way
slow.
over here.
You don't actually need to drive. You can just take the metro. Much more
that
convenient.
would take longer, I feel like.
Much more convenient, though.
Maybe not.
If you are now tuning in and wondering what the hell are these LPL casters talking about, the answer is nonsense. And the reason why we are in a pause, this is our third tech pause of the series. None of them have been this long. So
And none of them have been in-game. We've had them I guess that's a lie. It's literally been at the start of both other games, so it's technically in-game.
What do you think what do you think is the superior breakfast food?
Just gonna turn tables like that, huh?
That's how my mind works.
My favorite breakfast food is like a breakfast sandwich with like a over easy egg, like a runny egg on it. That could be like a croissant, could be a burrito, could be just a toast sandwich. Anything that's like a breakfast sandwich, that's it. That's the go-to.
That was a good choice. I was kind of hoping that you would keep through with like a Texas spirit and say chicken and waffles or something. That's the one when I go abroad and talk to people about chicken and waffles. How is that? How is that
not
breakfast?
even a thing that we've really. I as a kid spending 17 years in Texas, I don't think I had chicken and waffles a single time. Maybe once, but it was when I was traveling, so I don't think that counts. But
apparently we're coming back to us.
We're gonna see our faces.
Yeah.
Woo.
So we're still waiting. UCal still has an issue. We don't exactly know what the issue is, but UCal's struggling. Not in the game. Actually, a pretty solid showing in terms of the game. But yeah, still waiting to get back on the Rift to find out what's going on. Honestly, TT, the ones with momentum, like you were saying, Mazel, but Weibo still not down and out. And that makes me excited because Weibo probably should have never thrown this game to begin with.
That is extremely true. Again, they picked 2 compositions in a row that are strictly go at you hard and don't stop until we get to go home. And I think they were able to execute in game number 1 very well. There were still moments that TT's team fight composition was starting to come online. He started getting a little bit scared, but then they down smashed them. Game number 2, there was not that advantage. There has not been that same level of oppression in early game. They did get a little bit more objectives for themselves, but it's not the same as game number 1. And we've seen TT be able to fight to a position where they're looking pretty stable at this point. They just can't get caught out.
And we're at a point, right, to kind of bring it holistically to the league where TT have played 7 series so far, so they have 10 left. This one being included in the 10. So you don't have much wiggle room in terms of losses that you're able to accept. And even looking at their schedule, they still have LNG. They still have JDG. They still have some of these top dogs that they have to fight. So taking it off a team like Weibo, who again has been good but has shown some chinks in the armor, it definitely feels like that this is where it has to start if TT want any hope of repeating the run to playoffs that they had in summer.
Indeed. We'll see if they're able to do it. We are still waiting for things to happen for us to say goodbye. I don't even know if you see our faces on screen because right now I'm looking at the Chinese casters. It's actually really cool to see their desk because every time they have some of the coolest little miniatures. I didn't even know they made the Nunu that big. The B Nunu. It's pretty cool.
They have some great ones. I remember I wandered into their studio a few times back when we were in Shanghai, and they have tons of stuff. Well, Mr. Teddy right there stealing the show again, which is funny because I'm sure our audience doesn't see that at all. That's just what me and you see. But if they did, see
and we're
Teddy,
just like sitting here staring at our screen, looking at the cute little miniatures on the desk that we used to see in front of us.
Yeah, but
all right, we got an update. Still an issue in game. Tech issue. It's an issue with tech. We're expecting 5 more minutes until we get an update.
Look, Giselle.
So hopefully,
I'm a real man of the people. I'm going to be a straight shooter. You know what? We're going to ask for a break. We're going to see what our production staff says
we're
about a
gonna
break.
see if we get one. Who knows?
Let's be
Maybe
real.
we do.
The people don't want to hear us ramble.
I'll start busting out my plushies again. I had to do it one time. We got a whole team made with all my plushies. I got enough. Don't make me do it.
The problem is since I can't see you, I can't see you right now.
I can't see you either.
You know? So I actually wouldn't know. You could literally describe the plushie as anything, and I would
have to
just
go audio
have to take
only.
your word for it.
We have to go audio only. Describe the plushies.
Oh, okay. Mazel, let's do it. You know what? Actually, I got some secret tech to be able to see what plushies you have. So.
What do I want to know what the secret tech is?
No. But you know what?
Well,
now we're here.
All right. Well, I guess I have to start grabbing plushies.
Yeah. Come on, get to it.
Oh God.
Mazel, Chad is only going to give you so much time before you start feeling the flame of their words for not showing the plushies.
Hold on. Give me a chance. Okay. We got Chonk. I'm not gonna take Finn and Jake out just yet, unless we need to. All right. Ready. Gotta get the chair all set up. Okay, this was my favorite. If you haven't bought this one and you're a Kindred fan, I can't see if you can see what I'm looking at right now, or if I'm holding it up because on my screen I'm still looking at the Chinese casters. If you can see this Kindred plushie, it's pretty cute. I'm gonna audio describe it because I really don't know if I can see you guys. If you can
I've
see
seen
it
better. I've seen much better.
It's what? You just made me almost drop it. How could you do that? Look how cute this is. It's fuzzy. It's furry. If you see under the chin, it's got like a little fuzz thing, like it's a tuft of fur. It's so cute. So cute.
If anyone, I just want to keep adding updates. If I was wondering why they're coming into this game and wondering what's going on, we are on a tech pause.
Plushies, that's what's going on.
We have no idea how long we're going to be paused for. We are just letting Mazel go unleashed. Mazel,
all right.
this is
You ready?
Mazel's time, and he can do whatever he wants.
Blue eyes. Look at that. Blue eyes. It's beautiful. Blue eyes. You got purple under the ears lyric. We're going audio descriptions, guys. Still can't see if you can see what I'm seeing.
Okay, next plushie.
Oh, okay. All right, well, the next one's pretty cute. This one was the carry last time when I did this live on broadcast in the spring. This is a chonk. If you don't know what a chonk is, go play TFT. It is one of the cutest little legends we have in our game. And this one in particular is the cutest because look at his face. First of all, he's a smug little guy. But if you look on his backpack, he's got tools. He's got a little spatula. He's got another one. One square, one circle.
You know what? I gotta call.
His backpack opens.
Listen, I gotta call a bit of an audible on plushie time. I've enjoyed seeing the 2 plushies, but I feel like us shilling for Riot Games is like we can go 2 plushies in.
I wanted to change the conversation to making a team around plushies. What positions would you put these 2 in?
No, what we should do is tell me what your LPL dream roster would be. I've made mine on many occasions, and RA's already has 2 of the 5 that I would pick. And here, I'll give you time. I'll tell the world. I'll tell chat my LPL dream roster.
All right, I gotta put back my plushies at least.
369. You do that. 369 in top lane. Haro, old ex-EDG Rogue Warriors in jungle. Mole in mid lane. Y4, Mr. Finger Guns down at AD carry, and then Baolan and bot. So RA have already gotten Mole and Baolan. Neither of them are starting. But yeah, in my mind, if you can give me that roster in the LPL,
all time, like any player that's ever played, or like current.
No,
I know you didn't
starting,
do current.
Baolan's not starting. Y4 is in here.
Okay. Dang, that's really hard. Mine are going to be more recent for sure. Just because I love the way that he plays, I got to put Ben in the top lane. The fact that this man can play in like 1v2 situations, be taking the most stressful team fight in the world, he's literally stone-faced, doesn't even care, is incredible. But he also makes the plays to back it up. You know me, I'm biased. Shun is my jungle. That's it. Easy done.
Wait. So we're just making BLG?
No, just stop. All right, don't clip my wings yet. All right, buddy. All right, we're gonna be here for a while.
No, we're not.
Let's see. Mid lane has to be Rookie. I want a connection in Rookie. I want Rookie to see how much Shun has grown over a couple of years. That's what I want. Now ADC. ADC. What are we gonna get? No, we'll give them an update in a second. I'm not finished.
Okay. Guys, we do have an update, but Mazel needs to finish.
Uzi has to be ADC, and man, I really don't know for support. Anyways, I'm going to give you an update while I think about support. We have to go to Chrono Break. Well, never mind. We don't. I lied. But anyways, going to support, I'm torn because I would want to say missing, or I want to say
you know what?
But my heart goes to
time
Chocho.
to lounge a bit. Time to lounge a bit as we bring it in.
I still can't see if you guys can see us, so
you know what?
I don't know what you're looking at. I'm just looking at my camera, hoping that
you know what?
I don't look stupid.
I'm just gonna say it. I just hacked and I just pulled up the stream because you know what else are we gonna do?
True.
We're here to hang out. We're
Can I go back
lounging
to building my team?
You've already built your team.
All right, so you got Uzi as Chonk. You got Shun as Kindred, obviously. I don't know what else. Hey, we got the pre-release.
We did it.
We did it. We made it.
Mazel,
Sorry,
send
you
us
guys
a break.
had to deal with that.
Send us
We're
a
gonna
break.
go deal a break. We'll be back.
I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out. Break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out. Break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも髪がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only, how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only, how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo, Fring can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my edgy
Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Here we go.
I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle.
my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love.
All right, everyone, we are finally back. And to explain a little bit of what's going on, UCal was not able to release the Sun Disk. That is when the referee found that Chrono Break cannot fix the bug and the game will have to resume. After investigation, the referee team has made the final decision that it just has to be Chrono Break to a dead ball state. And here we are, 26:55 in the game, and we're right into the siege of TT.
Yeah, so no giant Shurima turrets, sadly, for UCal, going to come through. But luckily, we do go back to where we were, and the siege from TT on mid, not going to pan out the way we thought it potentially could before. Remember, the Shy was roaming over, but now we'll see what Weibo are able to do, because TT have been the ones on the front foot for the past few minutes.
And we got to catch up a little bit. It's been a long while. Both of these teams, the players, definitely feeling the effects of the pause, but it was Weibo that had a dominant game number one in a fashion much similar to this. Extreme picks and a lot of aggression, but TT have scaled to a moment where their 5-on-5 is so stout. We're at 3.5 items. We're working for engages of TT's 5-on-5, and Weibo are actually sitting here waiting to take it.
Yeah, and for Weibo, we know we're keeping our eyes on Weiwei and Light. Light dealing the consistent DPS at that 3-item mark, in Weiwei with the fact that he can pop off with those resets. TT have been much better at not allowing access to the backline from Weiwei, and we've seen if they can really shut him down. Weibo just can't take over fights the same way. Pretty much full summoners up on both sides. Xiaohu doesn't... Oh, I guess I'm wrong. Xiao and Weiwei not having flash, but both AD carries, flashes up, UCal as well. So more safety on the side of TT, which is why I feel like Weibo are a little bit hesitant.
The waves were actually working out in TT's favor as well, so they'll go ahead and move out of this mid lane. They've been just looking for a 5-on-5 in mid lane this entire time, and it's giving me a shade of last game as well, where they just consistently looked for these fights in mid. Baron is started up. UCal does a decent amount of damage with it. 3-item spikes are huge right now, but Weibo snips it out, and TT feeling a bit hesitant right now.
TT not confident in terms of being able to just outright take the 5v5 because they have great turn potential. Nautilus, Sejuani, Cassante, good ways to try to zone them off the pit and not let them in, but not wanting to risk it. 2 dragons apiece. Sadly, with our UI right now, we don't have the dragon timer, but it's going to be up soon since it is glowing yellow right now.
Yeah. You know how things break. So whenever we go into pauses, hopefully we get some of those. Hey, look. It's there.
I guess it was fixed.
I don't know.
Always there the whole time.
I just give the information that I receive. As we got TT getting a Dragon Soul point for themselves. And again, they continue to turn this game back in their favor.
Yeah, and kind of looking at where we're at on the map. Neither team really having a great comp for wanting to play through sides, right? Not like game one where that was all Weibo were looking to do. Both kind of fearful of potential engages to come out, which is why they really are sticking as cohesive units. Now we're going to see if Weibo are going to aggressively try to retake any of that vision in topside river and maybe cement themselves a bit of information. And, you know, again, be the team kind of pushing forward and trying to take stock in where the game's at. With UCal now hitting level 16, we're really getting up to a point where things like the Azir, the Zeri are just going to take over any fight they're in.
You can see the importance of these next couple fights, though. A lot of stopwatches, at least 2 completed there for the Shy and Xiaohu. You've got the GA there for Weiwei as well. You're still waiting on 4-item spike for Light, but Weibo's team comp does have a little spike going for themselves here as UCal comes point present in mid lane. We are still hovering a 5-on-5 that Beichuan wants to go for. He finds Weiwei, but Weibo back out. Both teams so hesitant. Like, the pause has shook in the shells.
I gotta say, though, they just got a massive cooldown out from Beichuan, no ulti, and now both Weiwei and Xiaohu do have flashes up. So if there's an opportunity, like, you would think this is where Weibo would want to start kind of poking and prodding, being able to find their avenue in, but TD's front line's just too beefy. There's really no way to walk forward. We're seeing Light be able to get some damage on sometimes, but Xiaohu's, he is fishing for it.
He was looking for a bit of a flash tippers play. Beichuan going to take the brunt of the engage from the Shy, but he takes about half his health as well. There goes the engage wide. Xiaohu with the big engage. He got the Moonlight Vigil in the back line as well. Big fight from Light again. He's found front to backs like this before. Everybody's gone golden, and Weibo might just find that golden end. Light is ripping him again. The chakrams, but no 1xN. He might find that actual play, the godlike moment, as UCal helps shut down Xiaohu. Weibo, they thought they had the fight, but it's 1xN and co that make it stick. You got Light popping off. He's still got Crisp with them. It's an ADC versus ADC world, and what a world we live in here, Lyric.
Yeah, we see exactly what happens when both ADCs are left untouched. Weibo looking like they did the exact fight they wanted with an early reset, able to come out when Yao Yao went down, but neither team can be able to touch that Baron. We'll see exactly how it went down here, because Weibo, Xiaohu has been so itching to start a fight off. This time does get a Timber Stun at least onto one, and this leads him with the Moonlight Vigil to find the burst onto Yao Yao. GA will bring Weiwei back so he can keep going, but the whole time 1xN is going to be unloading damage onto the other members of TT.
Hoya's insane right there.
I mean, yeah, Hoya managed to pull it through, but I still feel like the biggest thing with Weibo not really having that access, not able to bring the Shy off on the flank, which allows 1xN to find a bit more, but having interfailures with the Yuumi means that Light at least gets some answers back.
And as we said before that long pause, Light is the pillar. He is the one you look to. The Rohirrim in the West, if you will, for Weibo here in this game. It is the Aphelios 4-item spike now. TT back on the map, wanting to threaten this Baron, but there's a minute and a half till Dragon, and that would be soul for TT.
And now we kind of need to take stock once again of where we're at with summoners, because now most are blown, but look at who still has that flash up. It is 1xN. Still the massive threat that needs to be respected. Now 4M's finally matching with where Light's been, because Light, we need to remember, had a significant lead for a while.
Ooh. Went a little bit wide there. Zanya's just came up for UCal, so you have a little bit of defensive play. Weiwei getting about half health. Hoya going a little bit low. Tippers goes in. Big final chapter as well on top of it. UCal, he will not go down. He finally does as Light shuts him out. And Weibo, they found the preemptive fight. And that's another one that goes down to Light. Everything shining bright for Weibo.
And now Weibo, 4 members dead. Are they going to barrel down the base? They're going to look for a Baron. You have some 40-second death timers on the whole top side. But 1xN, not even going to give them an option. Going to end up clearing out this wave as the Shy. Utilizing the TP in an interesting way to make sure that that cannon stays alive and try to lock him down.
He got the cannon with the lightning crash. And now 1xN trying to make it out with the great escape. Does have a lot of stable fighting on the way out of this one. And they are scared.
She's going to distract them, but at least the other members of Weibo know, hey, we need to do something diligent with our time. They're going to send the other members to pick up that Baron.
That is it. And all 5 members of Weibo Gaming will be wearing big old purple capes coming back onto the map.
Now TT are going to have some members that do respawn first, so they can get back on the map quickly, maybe try to get some vision down for this Dragon, but still, with the fact that you're missing your AD carry, this should just be Weibo's. You can already see the Gasante, the Sejuani heading up towards that top side. So acknowledging they don't even want to go for any type of like cheeky, Baytron goes for a smite, maybe he goes down but gets the Drake, because then that just opens up Weibo sieging down your base with this Baron.
And we had talked a lot in game number 1 about the Shy and Xiaohu, their additions. We even brought up Wei with his new addition to the team and really trying to make something work here. And I think Wei and Light have to be my big highlights for the second game. I think we've seen such a step up from them, obviously facilitated by a lot of their team's effort, but it's decisiveness in team fights that you always look for.
Yeah, and Wei here being decisive, locking it down the Cassante, and then Xiaohu, again, he's willing to use this off cooldown, gets the initial stun onto the Azir, and then huge Moonlight Vigil to follow up on it again to make sure that he gets low. And I love the Shy. Again, buying time, gets in there, has the stun come out from the W, and they're just able to keep running down the members of TT with Beitron kind of off to the side, not providing anything with the flopped ult.
Now you got about a minute 40 on this Baron buff. Already 1,500 on the power play. TT still on a 5v5. Look mighty scary. And you did get your 4th item spike for UCal. That Rabadont is going to be massive damage. We're full item spike now for Light. We're close for 1xN. Everybody's guns are online. It's just who's going to blow up who first.
And now we're at a different point, right? Light's flash about to come up. 1xN's still down. Now this is where Wei can really start looking to continue being decisive. Still a bit of time on this Baron to do things with, but you have a lot of wave clear coming out for TT as we see here. Azir able to join in. What 1xN is providing with this build at this point in the game. So it becomes very hard for Weibo to be able to close out without winning a fight. So it might even take waiting for next Dragon, unless someone oversteps from TT, because I don't know if we'll see Weibo go for any type of dive. It'd be so risky.
Ooh, that's a attempted engage by Beishwan, but the tower actually eventually falls. They've actually catch out Hoya here. Timbers comes down and Hoya's just gone. Again, Light over and over and over is the saving grace of Weibo.
Still feels like Hoya a bit of an overextension there. They were trying to set up a play to make and find the engage. We saw Beitron start off and Hoya walking forward, but it just gave Weibo the opportunity to answer with one of their own, and now they will be able to start pushing down inhibitors and maybe find the engage.
Oh my god, 1xN! That's a Moonlight Vigil. Yao Yao takes it, but he goes down. Surviving is 1xN, but his team falling apart around him. Weibo, you had to wait a long time for it in this game too, but pauses be damned. Weibo will clean sweep Thunder Talk Gaming and improve to 5-2.
Great showing from Weibo. A little bit disheartening with TT of how it ended there, because it feels like they could have at least tried to outlast the Baron. Maybe your base gets torn apart a little bit. It's in shambles. But as long as you can wait, survive until the next fight can come through, and maybe you feel a little bit more confident with that flash coming up for your AD carry, and you even finish off it, and she gets full build, right? Because she wasn't too far off. Only needed to finish off that last item, but overextension a little bit. Weibo are able to find the decisive game-winning fight, and all coming off that pick. Just good to see. Much better series from Weibo, because let's even remember, this one ended up being close. Weibo had a commanding lead early on until they ended up throwing and kind of looking for a fight where Light wasn't able to be a part of.
It's actually incredible, and we'll talk about Weibo a lot here, I'm sure, while we wait for everything post-game, but I just got to throw another one out for TT. It just feels so bad, man. They give so much heart in a lot of these games, and their scores do not reflect that. And I think UCal himself, yes, we've talked so much about him. I actually really liked a lot of the step-ups from across the table here for them, and it feels awful to be in this kind of state this far into a very gauntlet-like split. But there are little bright points for TT, and I think one of them specifically for me has to be 1xN as well. So really interesting stuff for TT moving forward.
I definitely think, right, that they showed some solid stuff in this series, which they might have gone down 0-2, but I mean, you got to take anything you get when you're TT, and like some of their games, some of their losses have just looked rough. So this one was at least a better loss in a sense. Game 1 was a bit of a flop too, but still. Game 2, showing they can come alive a bit with some of these team fights. But Weibo, I'm mostly going to just continue to be impressed by that game number 1. And, maybe it was abusing something like the static shiv coming through. But really just the map movements were there. And in this game 2, able to come alive around someone like Light, who we've talked about as Mr. Consistent, but also having the highs. Having the highs, be able to back it up, be able to take over the games. And Weiwei as well. Another great game. Xiao kind of needed to stabilize after kind of running it down a little bit in the early game, but
missed a couple Tibbers ultis. Just getting the aiming right. Tibbers sometimes changes. His weight fluctuates. So sometimes it's bigger, sometimes it's smaller.
And he eventually figured it out, got on the right track, and had some meaningful impact in this game. So it's nice to see that Weibo are going to continue to keep their name up in that top of the table discussion in terms of like where can they end up, how far can they go, will they potentially be one of the teams that hopefully can make it back to Worlds. I guess make it to Worlds since haven't been there since the Suning days and put up a performance that honestly is deserved by so many of the Xiaohus, the Crisps, the Lights. Weiwei's just coming back in, so I think jury's still out on the Shy. The Shy's the Shy. So I think people have differing opinions whether that's deserved or not.
Yeah, very true, very true. Hey, the Shy whipped out the Renekton twice in a row and had some mighty fine plays on it. All right, so things all's well that ends well. Is that the saying? Yeah, interestingly enough. But we will be breaking down this game a little bit longer. I know our third series has already started, but we are in Shanghai, so we have to take advantage of the moment that we do have. We do have 1xN, though, putting out some serious damage numbers that didn't go anywhere. And it is Weibo that 1-2-0.
And that's why I said it's a bit disappointing, because had they been able to not give over that Cassante pick at the end and really allow for the base to be just barreled down and game ended, you should have been able to survive long enough for the game to at least been able to be decided by an actual 5v5, right? It just kind of feel like we were cheated out of that one. And, that's not to say that Weibo couldn't have won that, because we saw, even when the chips were down a little bit, Weibo were still able to come out ahead with just the better execution that they were putting through. But, yeah, Chris, 100% kill participation. It's what you'd love to see.
That's insane.
Kind of went back and forth, right? In the early game, it was all about him enabling Weiwei and allowing those resets to come forward. Before late game, it's like, oh, hey, I have a full item of Felios. It's time to hop on, piggyback off of him and really ride the coattails of his success and enable his success. Because that's what Chris was doing.
And what's Light's win rate, by the way, really quick on Aphelios?
8-0.
Okay, there we go. Now we got another interview with Christina ready to go, so let's go ahead and kick it on over.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Chris, the support for WBG. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. With this win, you are on a 3-winning streak. So from your perspective, are you satisfied with your current performance? And do you think it shows that you have found the proper play style, especially in this meta? 欢迎 Chris 选手来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜微博今天2-0拿下了本局的比赛。拿下这局之后，队伍目前已经来到了一个3连胜的状态了。那你觉得对目前队伍的表现和状态还满意吗？是不是感觉各方面都已经是找到了正确的轨道上呢？
对我的状态的话，就是我觉得整体是还可以更好的，就是我们还是在比赛中有一些失误，然后我觉得整体的努力的方向我觉得是对的，就是我们现在大方向是对的，就可能在游戏里面的会有一些我们自己的失误而已，但我觉得总体是在一直进步的。
So overall, I think that our team's form is getting better and better, and we are making progress gradually. But as you can see, maybe sometimes we also made some little errors, especially in-game contents. Maybe we should perform better and better in upcoming matchups. And speaking something about Game 1, why you guys pick LeBlanc as a mid laner? And talking about the whole draft, you got Renekton, Vigo, this kind of very aggressive champions. When the other teams are still play tank top, why you guys pick such an aggressive draft, especially in today's Game 1. 那么想问一下有关于 BP 的阵容方面，其实在第一局的时候，首先我们想了解一下为什么会队伍拿出妖姬这个选项，并且当可能其他队伍还在玩坦克上路的时候，你们就拿出了鳄鱼、福耶哥整体一套非常这样强劲的阵容呢？
妖姬的话，我觉得主要是就小虎这个英雄玩得好吧，然后他自己也想玩，就他觉得就是给他妖姬的话，他会玩得很好。然后鳄鱼的话，也可能是我们上路玩得好比较英雄吧，然后我们就会去尝试用这2个英雄，然后看一下效果，我觉得效果还是不错的。
So actually, in terms of that LeBlanc pick, because Xiaohu really wanted to pick this champion, he can play this champion very well, especially in game. And our top laner also excels in Renekton, this champion. We just want to see if these two this kind of aggressive champions work out in game. And actually, and eventually, they really did a really great job on this very aggressive picks. And talking about game 2, your opponent also showed the tenacity. They managed to secure the first Baron, especially how you guys managed to come back, or how you guys make sure that you can still close the game out. Do not give them any opportunities to bounce back. 那么想问一下，在第2局我们可以看到对面 TT 也展现了强大的韧性。想问一下，特别是在他们拿掉第1条大龙之后，队伍这边的整个状态怎么样？会不会有一点小小的担心，可能会被他们翻盘啊，或者说是怎么样去应对后期的重点呢？
那一波虽然对面拿到大龙的话，但我们总体觉得其实我们还是优势的，就是我们只要在那个时间点，就是不去犯错的话，就是等那个大龙 buff 时间一过，然后我觉得接下来，我觉得我们还是会赢的。
Although our opponent secured the first Baron, we didn't think we're in the disadvantages. As long as we can stall the game, stall into the late game, especially we do not to take fights when they have Baron buff. When we start this period, we can still win the game. And the final question for you, I want to touch on your new coach, Danny. He has joined in WBG in the summer split. I heard that he's a very talkative person. So from your perspective, what do you think of his coaching style? 那么最后一个问题，在这个夏季赛，丹尼教练也是加入到 WBG 作为主教练嘛。其实，在最近的采访中看到，可能说他是一个很健谈的人啊，或者怎么样。你是怎么样评价丹尼教练的执教风格呢？你觉得他加入队伍给队伍带来了哪些新东西呢
丹尼教练的话，我觉得是一个比较严厉、一个细心的教练吧，就是他会把就自己想表达的一些游戏方面的一些理解跟思路，就会一直去跟我们谈，他会说得很详细，就是希望我们从这个根本上去能明白为什么要去这么做。然后我觉得他就是全身心都很投入在这个位置吧，就是我觉得他做得很好。
I think Danny did a really great job, and first of all, he's a very rigorous person, and he always continues to tell us how to perform, especially around so many original or so many very basic questions, especially in game constantly. He talks a lot and he tells us a lot of things about this, and I do think he did a really great job in our team. Thank you so much for joining us. So back to you guys.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Christina, and also getting to hear from Chris. But we do got an MVP to give out, and it's none other than the unkilled man himself, the beacon of hope, Light.
I mean, great positioning in that game, right? A lot of times, I mean, he was the deciding factor in a lot of these team fights going over, left untouched, and even right, willing to walk a bit far forward. We saw, it was one fight where he actually ended up not killing 1x. I guess it was the ending fight, right, where he kills the support, but, you know, Gale forces forward, tries to go for the burst. Moments like that, definitely memorable from Light in this game, and it's nice to see him get a bit of credit for one of these wins on Weibo's side. And I think we're at a point now where, like, enough people have been saying for the past 2 years, like, hey, Light's a good AD carry. Light's a good AD carry.
Yeah.
Light's one of the top dogs in the league that you got to keep your eye on, that people believe in. It's nice to see. It's nice to see.
And again, he
him.
started making his splash on LNG, right? And you actually had a lot of conversations from Doonby publicly talking about Light and the positive influence that this guy had in the bot lane. And it really feels like now he's coming to his own, right? He's his own Light forward.
Yeah, I mean, hell, even going all the way back to, like, the days on Snake, where he kind of came in under Crystal, and it was, you know, a little bit of a back and forth there, and stuck with that org through the rebrand, and was able to do so much to impress, and even with different partners, because for the longest time it really was just him and Iwandi as that dynamic duo, and then showing, hey, he could play with Lumao, and now working out incredibly well with such a, like, world-class tenured support like Crisp.
It's actually been really, really refreshing to watch. And Crisp, man, this guy's on fire.
Yeah.
Like, I know he was on FBX, but man is on fire, all right? Now, we are going to kick it away because we got to try to catch up to our last series of the day. We're going to be bringing in Munchables and Nymera to take us to LNG versus BLG. It's going to be a banger, so make sure you're there.
met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bore me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam. But you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You exited the pile. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You act in the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
最近的版本的话，对于中路来说，有经验的人会有优势一些吧，因为很多英雄都有不同的打法。我想问牙膏选手，上次去伦敦玩好不好玩？
Scout asking Yagao if he enjoyed his trip to London. He probably didn't enjoy the end of it, that's for sure. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Nightmare as we head towards our third and final series of the day. Obviously, slightly delayed with all of the pauses going on in the second series of today. But we're jumping into BLG versus LNG, and you gotta say, this one is just guaranteed to be a bagger, right? Two of the most experienced mid laners in the entire league, and two of the teams that are going to be fighting for top 4.
Absolutely. I'm glad that you highlight that mid lane matchup. That's the one which on paper has to deliver. And particularly for LNG, it kind of has to deliver because I feel like, particularly you look towards bot lane, Elk and On are on such good form right now, despite the name of Gala on that other side. And then towards top lane as well, you got to face up against Bin. Zika kind of got torn apart by some of the best top laners in the league when it came to the spring playoffs run. LNG have a lot to prove today to put their stake in there to the top teams.
Certainly do. It's all on the line today. We'll see if they can step up because BLG is certainly a favourite. BLG now, with a loss on the board, they are on a 6-win streak, very clean record until they met JDG. You and I were casting that series and well,
yes.
JDG kept up the expectation, didn't they? Kind of slamming BLG a little bit there. So now, BLG 6-1, whereas LNG on a 3-win streak in the most recent series, actually beating out EDG as well. So looking good, feeling good. Gala feels like he's meshed with this team quite well.
He has, and what he is late game insurance for a team that had early game plans and 1-star carry and scout in the mid lane. Gala adds another string to the bow, very importantly so. The bowstrings being potentially pulled taut by the level 1 plan of a Nautilus, but it's called off as Hung is not going to go into the enemy jungle and on doing the important thing and making sure that there wasn't a jungle start being read by LNG by an early ward placed over the wall.
Right, so let's get straight into it as we have jumped immediately into the game here. You can see Yagao versus Scout, who is on the Azir, which definitely a champion that Scout is very comfortable on. And I thought it was really interesting listening to Scout in that interview pre-game saying the more experienced mid laners definitely have an advantage because there's such a variety of playstyles in the mid lane at the minute, and I couldn't agree more, to be honest. But looking at the composition, with this Azir in alongside the Maokai, usually you see the Jace with that Maokai. LNG feel a little top-heavy in the early game.
What it does mean, though, because the idea of the Jace Maokai, which is a great thing that you bring up because it's so meta right now, we see it all the time, is that Maokai protects a range advantage. You go in, he throws an ult at you, you get stunned up, you can't close the distance against long-range carries. Azir is a long-range carry. That does still fit the checkbox in regards to that. It's just a question of whether you can get involved in the game early enough because Jace does have an earlier spike compared to that Azir. So a bit of pressure on Scout and the team to make sure this composition actually comes online by the time that they want to fight.
We'll see if he can come online. Zika, though, with that Renekton that really has found his way back into the LPL recently. The Renekton starting to become a pick that teams are more happy to lean towards. Honestly, I'm so happy that we're seeing like Jax Renekton. It feels like I've had
you
so
missed
long.
Season 3? You missed that?
I mean, it's like every season, to be honest, the last few years. But honestly, I've had so long of Sion and Ornn and Maokai and Gragas. I'm just like, I'm so glad that we're getting, like, these are still kind of tanky champions, honestly, but at least they do a bit of damage. At least they can get involved a bit more in the fights. Bin as well on that signature Jax is always fun to watch.
Well, on the other side, Zika, one of my criticisms of Zika as a player is that he felt like he needed like one of 3 champions, either Renekton, Gwen, or Jax. It was those 3 champions. They are all very meta right now, so that is a good second wind into the sails of LNG, and especially with the ability to, as we said, kind of help the composition come online. Renekton is a great early game champion to help with that. See that Shun heading towards the bot side of the map is not going to be contested by Tarzan in regards to that. One thing which I'm very interested to see now, because Renekton is in this game, has very, very strong spike at level 6, and is very good in the first teleport to the game. We saw this from Heretics in the LEC. I highlighted that earlier in the week when I spotted them. Teleport back to lane at 4 minutes. They can have a very early teleport for the 10-minute mark when Unleashed Teleport comes off cooldown. We're not seeing that this game, but I really want to track how Zika uses his teleports back to lane to make sure he is completely ready to snowball the bot side of the map when LNG calls for it.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on Zika's TP, whether that will be available when it finally unleashes. But in the meantime, in the jungle, Shun managing to get a double crab start. Not too shabby at all for our little monkey on the side of BLG.
And Shun is a player which has really gone from strength to strength in his own regards on BLG. He's kind of gone from kind of being someone a little bit fresh and playing a load of Kindred, a load of carries, to someone who's really started to step into the role for BLG in the jungle role, and especially with something like the Wukong, you do want to get a bit of an early lead onto something like the Maokai because you're so strong at the level 3 mark and you can bully him out across the map.
You know, I think that's one of the most impressive things about BLG as a whole, is you mentioned kind of the freshness, if you will, of Shun as a player. You know, he's been in the LPL for a couple of years now, but like, when you look at him, when you look at On, they're not like the veterans that you think of, but they're the support jungle duo, and usually support jungle is kind of where you end up having leadership in the team. Gala forced to flash in the bottom side. He will get out with his life, but a summoner burnt there. Nice little punish from BLG. But yeah, On and Shun working really well as that support jungle duo and kind of being the lifeblood of a lot of BLG's plays.
Completely agree with that, because I think coming into the LPL this year, the teams that have done best have been the ones with the best jungle support duos. I think JDG were very intelligent about the way they built their roster this year because they kept an existing jungle support together, and with Shun and On finding really good form this year, that's been really core to how BLG have gone above expectations. Of course, they did pick up that one loss, but that is against JDG.
Yeah.
This is still like second best team in the LPL. It's like splitting hairs here.
It's so painful, isn't it? Because it's like, with the record between BLG and JDG this year, you want to say BLG are a contender for the title, but I don't know, if JDG are there, I don't think they are, based on the massive weight of evidence.
You don't like the 6-round knockout? Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of brutal. It is absolutely brutal. Bit of a replay of the attempt to the bottom side. Got a good footwork, good flash to dodge away from the attempt, but I like that. Flame Chompers first to force him into one spot so On can pounce and guarantee the summoner.
The picture-in-picture just highlighting some of On's early moves, and as we said, we have really praised this guy for his newfound form. Hooked in by Elk, though.
That ain't it. Gravitum is there as well, but luckily On gets involved, gets his Gravitum down, and actually good damage straight off the back of it. So fairly even, and Gala ever so slightly shy on the Infernum Duskwave. Can they find more, though? Shun's moving over. Yagao's here, but Tibber's already on the map, so stun not available there. But looks like they will just have to return to the mid lane because Scout already pushing away, and Yagao knows he doesn't want to miss a wave.
You know, I've been so, indoctrinated. I've been so used to the changes to teleports now that I was looking to see if any of the solo laners would join the play, but of course it's not beyond 10 minutes yet. It still feels like teleports come in super early towards bot lane. But everyone has them on cooldown either way. You can't counter-strike a tower shot, sadly, mate. But he's going to go back down to that river, maybe take himself that scuttle while the attention is towards bot side of the map. And already been doing fairly well in this matchup towards top side, well on his way towards a Triforce. And he's doing absolutely fine into what is normally an early pressure from that Renekton.
Do you know, I love that Bin still tries to counter-strike the tower shot, even though he knows he can't, because I feel like Bin is the ultimate player that is like, bought into his own hype a little bit and bought into the team's hype. Like, all of the interviews at MSI, Bin was there like, yeah, we're the best team. Like, even doing it in English, say, we're the best team, we're going to win, like, I'm the best top laner. Just full Giga Chad stuff. And it's like, you know what? You can't dodge a tower shot with Jax's Counter-Strike. But if anyone can do it, Bin can do it. And Bin believes that too.
Next up on the list is using Yasuo Windwall. That's the other classic. We have ourselves Herald looked at right now. Typically, you don't want to face against Maokai. I guess he doesn't have level 6, so we'll hold off on that point. But you don't want to face off particularly against Renekton around Herald. His first dominance of the game, very, very strong. If you're attacking that Herald, you can see that rage bar really, really high. If Renekton gets to have 2 empowered abilities in a fight, you effectively lose before you get to first and second items. But BLG is still angling. I don't know if you want to take this, guys.
This is full-on 5v5. They've found the monkey, though. In goes Zikrid. First blood taken. The dominus you talked about doing its work. Yagao forced to flash by the roots as well. That is a beautiful little help from LNG.
There is one thing which Renekton does in the early game, which is fight Herald better than anyone else. And BLG try to take that fight either way. Try and go for an objective flip. They don't get it, and they get punished for it. Zikrid getting on the board early on this Renekton, which he is very comfortable on.
He certainly is. Gala's traded up to the top side, though, to try and punish as Hunk steps up towards Bin. Bin looking confident in a 2v1 there, as Elk actually will get a bit of time to grab a plate, maybe even 2 plates. Renekton on the way. Zika, don't know if he'll be able to stop this one, and will just be the 1 plate at least for now, as On engaged upon, as Hung pulled back in, the quickness being used. There we go, Bin arrives. Beautiful bit of play from BLG to answer the Herald.
And it's a very good timing to make this play as well. You see the weapons which Gala has, you see the Herald in inventory. That would have been a very dangerous point.
Oh, no.
Shun going in.
Scouts come in here, but Shun's here too. Cyclone, not going to be available, in fact, as Annie goes down. Scout trying to walk away with his life, but there's no way out of this one. And Tibber's still really angry about the previous play. The pot ticking away as Shun chases him down, finally getting the answer.
Scout gets himself on the board, gets himself some gold. I'm going to throw it out there. Getting gold to these is still probably an okay thing. It's just whether you can survive not having your flash for the next big Cyclone or next big Rakan ult of the game. Tarzan walking forward. Not sure what the follow-up is here. I think he's just going to walk up and annoy him a little bit. And yeah, that'll be it.
I mean, Herald's in pocket if they want to try and give that gold over to Gala, but Shun waiting in the wings, and On's here too. BLG, give no quarter. Just like we saw in the series against BLG, no matter how far behind they got, they were willing to fight tooth and nail for every single play, and they are living up to that reputation here.
There's not much which can put BLG off from a good fight. They had such good timing to deny Gala any sort of Herald power play towards that top side, despite losing the fight before that. And it feels like Scout is a little over-aggressive here. I don't know whether it's just a miscommunication about how quickly Tarzan can make it to the play compared to how fast Shun can make it to the play. Yes, there's no Cyclone. That was used at the Herald fight, but then again, there's no Maokai ult either, so it's not like you're playing ultimate advantage in that case either.
I think that he didn't realize Shun was there, because he actually goes for the swoop on Yagao, and it's just like Shun jumps out of Fog of War as the swoop happens, and Scout's like, oh, 2 for 1, nice one. Love a bargain. Gets the double, but unfortunately sacrifices his life for it. On going to be pulled in here as Hung Gonna use the ultimate as well, committing everything for this Rakan. Knockup is there. The root's coming through as well. Yagao the target, but they find both, in fact. On knocked back, has to flash, and now onto the anti-day go with the rocket across, and LNG are getting low. Cyclone in, and suddenly BLG turn it all around. Beautiful double comes in for Yagao, but Shun goes down, and in the meantime, Gala's got one. Elk the next target, and the Emperor's Divide comes through. Elk should fall, and it's a pause!
No! So, where do you want to take that, Joe? Where do you want to take that?
I mean, I have no idea. 2 for 2. 2 for 2.
So far, we don't know what's going to happen after that point.
Yeah.
I mean...
So, Nemera, analysis.
Yes. I'm trying to think where to start with that one, because the first thing I was thinking of is the last point that we set up was, hey, well, Scout went into that top river fight and kind of blew Flash, but got the 1-for-1. Getting gold onto Nazir is okay as long as you can not fall behind from using that Flash earlier. He's probably going to die here because he doesn't have that Flash in the cycle and came back up. So that's kind of the follow-on of the play. I think a lot of that fight shows how, not just how willing BLG are to commit to a fight, but how good they are at timing their resources for the important fights of the game as well. The Herald fight was a bit awkward, like we said, but after that point, they have been skirmishing well. And my worry is now that LNG are walking into these kind of fights, and Yagao in particular is starting to find those cracks in LNG hastily approaching fights like that. If we see Gala clean up 2 kills after that, I'm willing to change that opinion. But as it stands, Elka's going to walk away with a load of gold from this, and that's going to be a little problematic for LNG.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that, like, BLG are very, very willingly committing to all of these fights, but I feel like LNG are kind of going, you know what, BLG, we're willing to fight too, and I'm here for that. Like, I don't know who's going to walk away from this fight with more gold, but I like that every single play we've seen this game so far has been both teams saying, yes, I too am willing to fight. I too am willing to take this one. And we've got a lot of scaling on the board, certainly on the side with an Azir, right? You got to believe at least a little bit that LNG are going to have some kind of advantage. We are almost dead even in gold. So all things considered, the bell rings again. We reset, we get ready for the next one.
And, okay, so we're going to get a replay of this. We don't have to speculate on what happens. Starts with On getting caught. Really looking at how many cooldowns are used to him at the start of this fight. One of the big things that we were noticing about BLG is how effectively they're using their cooldowns. Right here, Yagao pops the stopwatch after tanking at the Maokai ult, kind of denies that CC, and gets a really good 2-man stun. The amount of damage at the start of here already threatens the Jinx starting to get the reset, which is what happens. This should be a bit of a clean fight after this point, but Gala gets that really good turnaround with his first couple of ultimates of the game as well. This is very close, considering how few tools I thought LNG had to fight with. And of course, the fail flash from Elk. Azir Wall is known to do that to a few people.
Yeah, that happens. It does happen. And also, it's a much chunkier wall than it looks like. The soldiers perhaps need to get on a diet, to be quite honest. They are hefty boys, let me tell you. Second Drake, though, going to go the way of LNG. I say that, rocket flies through, but LNG will get it. So one apiece, Cloud Soul. It's not going to be exciting Drakes this game, let's be honest.
Well, I'm trying to think. Cloud Soul looks really good for Maokai and Renekton for the side of LNG, and of course really, really good for actually the same roles over on BLG. Also not bad for On as well. On the Rakan, you pop that ult, you get the move speed. Because this game has already become about very close distance, kind of melee on melee fights, this could be a fairly impactful Cloud Soul if it comes to pass. I'm going to throw it out there, though. Probably the gold given over while fighting for the Dragons will probably be high enough that it will outweigh the importance of the Soul.
Yeah, or the gold given over while fighting for not Dragons. Just fighting in general does seem to be the theme of the game so far, which I'm here for. Because honestly, this split has been pretty boring, like, in terms of general gameplay. Like, we've had a lot of scaling, a lot of very quiet early games. This is the kind of game I like to watch, where every team steps up, every team wants to fight. And so far, dead even fights, which just makes it more exciting as you look to the next one.
Did feel like we've been waiting for the infamous Act 2 of the LPL, which is just 20-minute hits, and then it doesn't matter what's happened in the game, Baron is fought over. But you have to wait until you get to that point, unless your name is JDG. When we're in this game, though, again, as you've been saying, very even in terms of that gold. The people who have really started to benefit from this, though, is, I mean, most of all, is going to be that Annie in the mid lane. Yagao has gone for a burstier build. It's not Leandri, so you're not going to be killing the front line as easily. But if you reach the back line, they are going to absolutely disappear. So Yagao, very important that he's hitting the right targets. The Ludens is not going to have a lot of impact in terms of fighting front to front. Hit those carries, though, and that's a one fight for BLG.
Certainly is. Gala doesn't have an enchanter with him. He's got that Nautilus, so if he gets caught out of position, nobody can save him from Tibbers. Tibbers will happily annihilate him. Scout having a bit of a sparring match with Bin, who gets knocked away from his own tower. Tarzan's here too, but they can't actually hurt him. He's still got more than half of his health. Here comes Zika to try and change that fact. Flash going to be used by Bin, and it will be a tower guaranteed in the bottom side as Shun grabs the Herald up top.
It's a big teleport committed. It's a couple of big ultimates too. The Maokai ult at rank 1 is a fairly long cooldown. Emperor's Divide, it's still a quarter off cooldown. It's not the longest cooldown, but still significant. Now BLG, they have the ultimate advantage. They have a Herald in mid lane. If they want to pick a fight, there was a lot of tools once again used by LNG that they might be able to take advantage of.
I love watching the two supports fighting over wards there. I feel like Hung came into the LPL at a very similar time to On, and both came in with very different, they set different precedents for themselves, where Hung was the guy that would just go in. Like, that was pretty much his MO from the word go. Nautilus Leona will engage at all costs. Whereas On had a bit more of a quiet start. On Suning didn't necessarily have as clear of an identity, but the Rakan has really started to become that for him. And I feel like over the years, he's become more and more aggressive. And now on BLG, I feel like he kind of represents a similar MO to what Hung first had in the LPL, which is very willing to engage, will not let you get away with a single thing. So exciting to see these two that came in at a similar time growing together within the LPL.
I think also it's the way you track On's champion pool and how BLG were drafting around it is a great way to tell the confidence of the team as well. Halfway through spring, you can see that BLG said, oh, well, whatever, we're just going to draft Rakan, Nautilus, Alistair going into MSI as well, and On will just make it work. Don't worry, we've got this. And BLG really thrived through that as well. So his transformation as a player, very much in line with the transformation of the team. Of course, LNG right now, though, sticking with them, doing well with that, and even with those ultimates used towards that bot side, a fight didn't happen while they're on cooldowns. They're back up again, and they are ready to fight.
Yeah, Yagao having a fantastic game as well. As you can see on your screen, some stats being thrown your way, but Isani looking good. It's good to see Yagao having a decent split for himself, especially after at MSI, very heavily criticized player, a player that I think he got better throughout the tournament, but certainly had some rough games, I think it's fair to say. Good to see him coming back into form here in summer as Hung forced to flash here. Nice little pounce by On.
So, flash gone. Of course, Hex Flash available for the Nautilus. He'll still have some aggressive plays. It's just a question of whether he can be on the defensive now. That Nautilus, kind of perilous when you're potentially giving a reset over to the Jinx. If you don't have that flash to get away, that can be the difference maker for some of these more explosive fights. It does feel like, again, we're waiting for one of these big 5-on-5s to happen. Yagao has pretty much everything available. Doesn't have stasis. Used that stopwatch earlier for an earlier Maokai ult, but he has so much power. Watch out for that big Tibbers. So much gold behind it.
Yeah, it really is. Especially if you're hitting multiple players, that can be absolutely huge for BLG. That could be the game-winning play, especially with the Cyclone to follow it up from Shun. See Yagao moving away from the vision. Drake is up on the map. LNG fighting tooth and nail for mid-prio, but BLG will answer. The double control ward in that river brush. They really don't want to lose control of vision.
It's the optician's bush is glass 1 or glass 2 better. Different control wards. See how they can see through that one. Either way, it is helping ward out the way towards this dragon. Second one, of course, went over towards LNG.
You gotta read the tiny words on the wall.
Yeah.
The words are CLOUDDRAKE. Yeah, looks like BLG. They've got the glasses on today. Zika trying to make a play on top alongside Scout, though.
All they see is a Rorschach test. It's just a different colored blob. What it will be is that it's in the. I see a tower. It's in the top lane, and Scout goes right towards that. Gets himself some gold. Has gone towards Crown, and in a lot of games, not the best item when you see a lot of ranged abilities which can take that off. Whenever anyone can build a Proto Belt, Rocket Belt, I still call it Proto Belt after all these years. But if anyone can build the belt, it completely procs the crown on cooldown. You never really get a good use out of it. In this game, though, the only thing which is going to catch you is an opportunistic zap, maybe, from the Jinx. That's kind of it. So if Yagao is looking for the backline, that crown can have a lot of value, and it might be able to buy some time for, of course, the Merc Treads to get through that tenacity, and then the Zhonya's comes after. Scout, he's in a very defensible position. Won't be easy to 100-0 him. The question is how much value he's going to get once he comes out of stasis.
Yeah. On the topic of Rocket Belt versus Proto Belt, by the way, I can't remember who told me this, but I heard a good little tidbit on it in that the Proto Belt is the prototype. Then it got buffed and became Rocket Belt, right? That's pretty cool.
No, but the problem here is when I started playing League of Legends, which was a while ago. I mean, when the item came out, I was an absolute Proto Belt abuser. I'd build it on Ari first item. That was when it was like 2,000 gold for the entire item. It was incredibly broken when it was released. I kind of miss it in a way because it was so fun to use. Maybe a little bit too much, but I have many years of gameplay kind of feeding in my core memories of that item. But still, in this game, not to be built. We occasionally do see it on the Annie, but of course you guys gone towards the Ludens this time.
The item I missed the most as an AD carry lane, Wriggle's Lantern. What a perfect item. Like, had every stat you could possibly want, plus wards, like, you really couldn't ask for more. Scout goes in and he's found Elk. Gets him over the wall, the Flood Flash. Elk still gets out with his life though, and on alongside him now Tarzan looking for more on the top side as Shun will clone and get himself out. I can't believe LNG get nothing.
They don't have to use Scout's Flash, which is important for that, but you're absolutely right. BLG, they were split across the map, 1-3-1, and they didn't pull the teleports on that play. So LNG, they could have walked away with so much more there, especially given that Baron was alive. Very risky from BLG. Elkanon make it out alive, though, very importantly so for them. And we get back to about a semblance of an even state. BLG lose that mid lane out of tower. That's important to track, see how LNG can get wards into the enemy jungle. Now that structure is gone. But BLG feels like they get away with a bit of criminality there.
Get away with a bit of criminality. That's going on their records,
I don't
let
actually
me
know
tell
if
you.
that's... Is criminality a word? Is that a thing?
I'm going to say yes.
It feels like it's...
I have no idea, but I'm saying yes.
Okay, well, as the ruling authority on this now, as the person who speaks the words here, I appreciate that. We'll put that into the dictionary, if it's not there already.
Yeah, I'll talk to some guys. I know a guy in Cambridge. Did it? Oh, and it's Oxford, isn't it?
I know that. So I know the word for making up a new word. That's neologism. That's a really cool word. I like throwing that one out there occasionally. It's one of my brother's favorite words, and he will not stop saying it. So it's occasionally worked its way into my head. Shakespeare.
Neologism. BLG are currently floistering for control of the Drake. A little bit of neologism there for you guys.
Oh,
Tibbers comes out, but Galdo with a quick cleanse gets out to safety himself, and Yagao in trouble. Scout with the Emperor's Divide, but it's only on, walking away somehow with his life, and Bin's found the back line. How did BLG do it? Scout will go down as well, and BLG just look magnificent in the fights, but Zika is having none of it. Finds one for himself, stunned up, but jumps straight on towards Annie. He's having a field day. 1v5, and the Croc is going huge. Gale Force is there, but he's taken down in the end. Bin says, I'm the better top laner.
Zika still saves the game there, though, for LNG. If you don't take out those two key members, that is Baron alongside it. Killing off the AD carry, killing off Yagao. Important stuff from Zika. Doesn't get to the fight particularly early. Has to teleport in a little bit late. Would love to see how he responded to the fight starting. But BLG, make no mistake, still walk away with a lot of control and a lot of gold in pocket. Bin, he's been on tank duty a lot in summer. 4-0 now on the Jax. He absolutely popped Gala in the back end of this fight. Starts with Yagao, talked about his gold. Really, really important if he gets onto Gala. Gala is the primary target. No crown, no magic resist, nothing to stop him from just getting absolutely slaughtered at the start of the fight. And also then gets the Zhonyas afterwards to protect himself. After this point, though, the carries, you'd think it's down from LNG. They don't have the damage. Zika teleports in late, but he's still that early to mid-game Renekton, and he does a lot of work.
He certainly... I feel like this was a team fight all about the solo laners. Yagao with a sick engage, Scout with a sick counter engage, but then the Zhonyas from Yagao, then the Zhonyas from Scout, and then it's like top laners, like gussying up, you know, like staring each other down, going for it. Who can get the bigger multi-kill? It's Bin that comes out on top in the end. Everyone else, they're just extras. They're NPCs in that fight. This was all about the solo laners. They're the main characters.
And you can tell who a main character is because they have the ability to go golden. Jack's got the stopwatch, Renekton has the stopwatch, and both mid laners have themselves the Zhonyas as well. So plenty of ways to go golden while looking for gold in this game. Bin unstoppable in a side lane now, though. I think even with the 3-1 scoreline from Zika, I think Bin is getting to the point of critical mass. I don't know if LNG can realistically face him in a side lane. Even if someone like Scout comes there, I think that Bin is a huge threat. So that means BLG getting this Cloud Soul points means that they can hold that over LNG and say, oh, you're going to take the dragon, you're going to give up side lane pressure while you take that dragon next, or are you going to give us the soul early? Difficult questions which LNG are going to be answered now later into the game.
Yeah. So on the topic of words,
Yes.
did you know the etymology of the phrase critical mass actually comes from really important church service? It's not true, but it sounds funny.
There is no
LNG,
way that is true.
LNG starting Baron as a TP comes out. I'm assuming that's been no Yagao on the back line here. Has his stun, has found Scout, and there's no crown in play but the rocket. The counter-strike, all Zhonya's away from. But let's be honest, there's no way out of that one. Scarlet just going to burn through Tibbers. LNG, man down, but still contesting Baron.
Well, Scout's been forced into a sermon of the Church of Yagao. He's hit critical mass, and he's absolutely hit Scout for 6. Teleport coming in now from Bin towards the backline. LNG, this is a 4v5, which is very dangerous to take.
Yeah, the rinse and repeat here, the deep teleport, they've done it once and it worked, they're doing it again, a 3-man counter-strike is huge from Bin, and the rest of the team can jump on in. Gala gets a bit of sustain, but it just ain't enough, and Bin don't believe in recycling, looks for more as he finds Zika, turns golden, but even when you're a big croc, you're still just gonna be boots.
Put into the trash. LNG, they swung with BLG for the early game, but BLG just know how to play the map better. They teleport into the fights at the right time. They've used their side lane advantage to get the right angles, and they have the gold in hand. BLG, they might have lost to JDG, but that does not make them a weak team. 6-1 still on the board, and looking to take this first game with this first Barrett. They're in a commanding position in game 1.
And I love that they've just gone back to the Jinx for Elk as well. Like, everyone else has kind of stopped favoring Jinx, but Elk's Jinx was one of the biggest things that got them so far at MSI. They consistently picked this champion and played around it. And it feels like, I mean, you know, I didn't see the draft coming into this one, so I don't know what was banned, but it does feel like BLG falling back to comfort for Elk and setting him up to have this range in the team fights and be safe on his own while everyone else can just go cause chaos.
And looking at how the drafts came across, just to revisit that one more time, we've talked about On and his impact. A lot of the ways in Spring people were trying to deal with Rakan is with the Nautilus counterpick, because you can lock up the Rakan long enough to kill him first in a fight. That just hasn't been the case in these fights. On is too good at picking his angles, picks off the Nautilus before they can get anything done. And because LNG are behind in the game and Hung is the first down, that unlocks a reset for Elk. He gets to walk into the fight, get more damage done, while everyone else is running backwards in the solo lanes, set up more kills for Elk to take down.
So LNG, 6,000 gold behind now. 2 Drakes down as well, and a Baron in the pocket of BLG. Last chance saloon and a death brush is the answer, but Hung is the one that'll find death on this one as Yagao finds 2 as well. The rocket not quite enough. Hung just about gets into the base. Gala, what can you do? Zika with 1 as Bin jumps in for more once again. It's shunned down for the time being, but BLG showing no signs of stopping.
Absolutely not, but those are some big ultimates. Depth Charge still at that rank 1 of the ultimate ability. It's a long cooldown. LNG, despite getting a kill against the Baron buff, they're still losing now in a 4v5. They're going for a deep teleport. Scout, Flash, ult, what can you do?
What have you got? Yagao going to be the target here, but Scout's just eradicated. Elk walking away, dodges the Calibrum, and finds the first kill. It's answered though. Support the mid laner. You still favor BLG with a flash forward. Zika can't quite finish it off. And another reset comes through. They're grouped up. Another reset for Elka's. Bin finds 2. The zap flash by Gala, but it's just not enough. And Bin takes over. Slams him into the floor, finds a triple, and sets BLG up for game 1.
Ruthless from BLG. They come off of a loss from JDG, but it has not stopped them at all. This is our second finalist from Spring and from MSI, and they are once again stomping their authority on the rest of the LPL.
Absolute massacre. Honestly, that was something else from BLG. Like, especially Bin in the teamfights. Bin in the teamfights, he was a monster. Zika looked really good. And by comparison, looked terrible because Bin was godly.
I think when you see the Renekton, particularly in this meta right now, you need to get stuff going early. And we kind of talked about how was he using his teleports. It felt like Zika was cleaning up some fights, but it just wasn't there at the right kind of time. And he looked good in the moments where he could find himself in the backline, threatening that Jinx when he got into melee range of them. But it just wasn't quite at the right time, in the same way that BLG were finding the timing so much better across the whole game.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from BLG. The double deep TP on the Baron play as well, right? Where we saw Yagao go for the deep TP. That gets them the pick onto Scout. And then Bin goes for the deep TP and finds the follow-up fight. Like, I love the consistent search for fights, I think, is the biggest thing about BLG that is so entertaining to watch. Like, no matter what the situation, they are looking for that angle.
Yeah, and they're just so good at it, right? I think the thing which we have praised about JDG in their way is saying they're very good at realizing halfway through a fight what the next big play to make is. How do you reassess a fight? I think BLG also have that skill set, and I think they've both trained it against each other, which is why they're top of the table. And the games at the top of the table do look like this. When you have very dynamic fights with teleports in odd locations, a lot of it comes from the jungle support setting things up for success. You have the information and the wards to play around those kind of big fights, but executing on that is a different problem entirely, and BLG are still one of the very best teams at doing that in the LPL.
Yeah, I feel like it's all about the messy team fights, right? And BLG, they're more than happy to get down into the mud and absolutely scrap. 10k gold lead as they finish the game out, and Bin actually topping the damage numbers as for Jax. That says a lot about the performance he had, doesn't it?
It does. He's been on tank duty a lot of summer, and you can understand why tanks kind of have been all the rage, particularly.
10-0.
10s across the board. I would love to make like a judging panel kind of like a reference here. It's like, oh, he's 10s across the board. No, it is just 10 from the one judge. The other judges just hated him. No deaths, no assists. And he just doesn't need to assist his team, apparently. He takes everything for himself.
Yeah. No, the slashers are the ones in the follow-up 10s. That's 3 10s right there.
Okay, right. That makes sense.
Fantastic score. And, of course, player of the game. Absolutely insane performance on the Jax. And again, like, I can't believe the fact that Zika played so well on the Renekton, and yet by comparison, just Jax's Bin's Jax. They're synonymous at this point.
Either at this point.
Yeah, absolutely insane performance. So fantastic to see that, and I hope that throughout this series now we get to see a bit more of Bin on the carries. Forget the tanks, forget the tank matchups. Like, let's see more carries. I'm here for it.
Absolutely, because I think that's a style which I think at the top of the LPL table, you don't see as many top lane carry, unless Cassante is through, but you don't see that many top lane carry performances. OMG are the one team which feel like they do that, but they've still got some other issues on the rest of the map which stop them tangling from the likes of your BLG and your JDG. We're going into game 2 though, and it's halfway towards that carry matchup again. It's the Renekton, but there's a Nidalee on board as well. That is a topside snowball draft.
Yeah, there's a Nidalee on board. There's also a Tristana AD carry on the side of LNG. I feel like LNG are saying, look, we got to change something up here. We got to shift how we're approaching this one. Blitzcrank versus Milio in the support matchup as well. It's an exciting draft, and Scout pulled back over by On. Going to be forced to flash. The Ignite actually comes out as well at the last second to Shun. So you're going to keep looking for more. Spear dodged by Scout.
Okay, so flash away from one of the solo laners for the cost of an Ignite for On. Going through this draft, though, what the heck happened to let the LeBlanc through, which is currently in its static Shiv hype train right now, and then also the Tristana Milio, which we have seen rise to prominence through OMG playing it in the bot lane. They use it as a Yuumi Aphelios counter in a couple of their games. You get to have a really good laning phase because you bypass a little bit of Tristana's short range by having that early game range increase from that cozy campfire.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm curious about the draft, but at this point, I'm just here to enjoy it. I'm here to get amongst it because the Blitzcrank versus LeBlanc as well is always a really fun matchup to watch because we saw just there at the level 1, jumps over the wall, On is ready, knows where he jumped from, and can find the grab as you jump back. So look out for that in team fights as well. It can be quite hard to spot because there's so much going on in a lot of these fights, but keep your eyes on throughout this game because not only is Blitzcrank exciting anyway, but On's Blitzcrank, it's like the caviar of Blitzcrank.
It's very good into the Milio as well. It typically went, oh, that's in jump level 1, okay.
Yeah, Gala's not messing about. Hail of Blades going to be getting dividends there as Elk take it down to half already. Gala just going to be waiting for that cooldown and rinsing and repeating.
Sometimes we see the lethal tempo, particularly in this lane, because the Milio can help you keep auto-attacking as that Tristana, but early laning presence, you can see already. Alex says, yeah, I don't want to play against the Halo Blades, level 2 Tristana, that is death. Chooses not to opt into that. Gala, however, will be able to shove this wave in. Next one, okay, yeah, you can buffer too. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, magnificent from Gala here. Yeah, trying to push the wave in. On tries to punish it, but he knows that's coming. Straight off of the bat. Yagao takes a bit of a trade, and that's going to be electrocute procced by Scout. Nice stuff coming out so far in the mid lane as the wave will crash. Luckily, there is a cannon, so Elk should be able to get here in time for the majority of this CS. Good guy on pulling the minion in so he can CS it on behalf of Elk. As Yagao's in trouble, the chains land. Scout doesn't have any more in the tank, but my goodness, he is putting pressure on in this mid lane.
Yes, and he's got that electrocute. It's not the fleet footwork. I mean, when you see the static shift, that's often the rune that we go towards, but LeBlanc, Syndra, always been an interactive matchup. Scout, one of the very best players of that matchup as well, and this champion doing well in the early game to stop Yagao getting ahead in the same way he did in game 1.
You know, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Because we saw Scout saying the veteran mid laners have an advantage in this meta because they've got that experience on multiple play styles. Well, we've got Yagao versus Scout, two of the most veteran mid laners in the entire league, and we get Syndra versus LeBlanc, which, I mean, this is an old school matchup. This is something we used to see way back when, like 2014, I'm thinking, for this matchup. So fantastic to see like this veterancy on display, and you just know that we're going to get some really high moments in the mid lane.
Man, in fact, this was the kind of matchup which was very popular with all of our big Korean mids in Season 3 as well. Of course, Faker made his name on that in Season 3, and Scout trained underneath Faker. We have to revisit that story every so often. The maestro of LeBlanc himself passing down the skills to someone else. And Scout, when you look at that game from game 1, he almost had that ability to take over the game in the way which we've known him to do so many times. Now he has such a powerful champion on this patch. Really hoping that he can step up and be the carry once again. Root might come through from the Graviton there. I was wondering what was going to happen. Aphelios Split's going very, very powerful in that regard. But that will quickly diffuse. We have once again a fairly slow early game.
I have just realized as well, you know how we always talk about the Nidalee Renekton in the top side, and how powerful it is, the point-and-click CC that sets up for the Nidalee? Well, we also have very easy-to-land CC for Yagao in the mid lane, and then also Graviton potentially available on the Aphelios with a Blitzcrank on top of the Nidalee. Like, every single lane is fantastic for Shun this game.
For sure. The only thing which is really going to be saving LNG from that is post-level 6. You're going to have the cleanse coming in from Hung, and of course you have cleanse on Gala already, which can help in regards to some of that. Can't really cleanse a hook, that one's a bit awkward, you have to buff that one. And of course, Ornn has his own Unstoppable on the Bellows Breath too. That has, in fact, even back in 2020, when we saw, that was the last real era of Renekton, Nidalee, and then stuff like Renekton Lilia as well, dominance towards that top side. Ornn was a counter towards it at that point, because you were very hard to dive, you made yourself unstoppable, and you had a good amount of CC under turret. So Shun, very interested to see where he takes this Nidalee pick. Hasn't found that many early inroads into the enemy jungle or into the lanes yet.
I really miss Lilia being in the meta. I think she's such an entertaining champion to watch. She brings a lot of different style to the game than most junglers. Also a lot of entertaining moments. Looking at you, TSM. As Graviton comes out, it's a good little hook off the back of it as well. Not quite under tower. Hung gets away with his life because of it. That must have been pixels away.
Closer and stuff. One more tower shot would have at least forced the heal out. Maybe a double flash forward. Could have picked up first blood for BLG. However, it doesn't. Tarzan goes on towards this dragon, uncontested as of yet. Yagao didn't have teleport, it had been based. Shun just going back onto the map. BLG, this is opportunistic at best, hanging around in this river.
Just wondering if On feels the solo kill coming. Doesn't need to, because the team is here and finished off. Duskwave over the wall as well with Graviton there. They can follow up on Gala. Spear and Pixel away here as Tarzan has to block. Gala forced a flash. That's all sums out of the bottom lane and a Drake taken.
But why is Hung walking up to On? Surely you know there's a chance that someone can be over that wall. He's the one person without flash at that dragon. Gets punished for it, not having your Enchanter. Ready and able to buff up someone like your Tristana for that fight. Feels like the difference maker for LNG there. So suddenly BLG get first blood, get dragon out of a very opportunistic play.
Yeah, great little bit of fighting from BLG. And I mean, opportunistic play, I feel like that's BLG in a nutshell.
does feel like it. This one feels like it's a little bit more on LNG, just saying, hey, you know the one guy without flash? What if he walks up into range of On? That felt a little bit awkward. Elk has to free fire a little bit over the wall. First ult of the game from the Syndra comes through, and that is a very close spear. I think the Dragon would have blocked off the closer angle on that one, but Gala lucky to get away with his life. Doesn't get away with Summoners, though. Interested now to see if Elkanon can set up something onto the Tristana.
That'll be the question. All about buffering that W, once again, can be the difference between life and death of this lane, honestly. On absolutely on point, by the way, on the Blitzcrank so far. Like, hitting the level 1 pull onto Scout to blow the flash right in the first minute of the game. Finding hooks in the bottom lane. Finding hooks at the Dragon fight. Like, he's really on point. Has the counter pick and using it to great effect.
Without those summoners towards bot side as well, you can see that On felt good enough to go towards mid lane. Hung out a Fog of War for a little bit to see if Scout would jump forward, play that mind game as you were highlighting earlier. Blitzcrank kind of firing at LeBlanc as she's mid-dash or towards her return point. Elk's going to collect this wave under turret. Trist is going to get maybe another full plate. Yeah, Trist is such a good demolitionist. Not going to be able to take it on this wave. Still a significant amount of gold going over towards Gala and Hung. On not able to land the hook this time.
Love that from Gala. He's like, look, I got my W. You need to hook my support, not me. So just gets a bunch of free autos in onto On. Calls the bluff there. Has been returns to the top side. Herald taken by BLG. It's a great start for them, it has to be said. Over 1,000 gold up. They got the first Drake. They've got the first Herald. I feel like Gala is the bit of gold that matters right now for the side of LNG. Getting himself 2 plates already. Looking for a third if he can find it. The matchup feels favorable until On hits a hook, right? I feel like it's all on this matchup.
Definitely feels like it. However, later into the game, feels like Gala's range will really start contesting being on this Renekton as we see on screen, and so many of the other members of BLG. Nidalee, of course, post 20 minutes doesn't really feel like much of a champion unless you have a really large lead. We don't have that large lead yet, so BLG, the job is only half done. They have the Herald, they have the ability to punish the lack of these summoners again. But Tarzan's here in time.
Yeah, Tarzan moves over, saves the bottom lane, denies the potential Herald play as well, as On keeps on playing with vision, keeps on playing just outside of the vision of LNG. LNG so far, aside from the little oopsie at Drake, doing a good job of playing around this Blitzcrank. And Herald will just be committed to here. Should just be the 2 plates, but hey, 2 extra plates into Aphelios, you'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, it's going to be a charge in, so that will be the case. Very important that LNG aren't forced off that turret, because there were the chakrams available for Elk. You can see those guns on his rotation right now. You let him go to that turret, that's the whole turret gone, despite the early pressure from Gala and Hung working out. Tarzan still heading around bot side. It is still bot side pressure, name of the game.
Got a bit of a scrap around the bottom lane here. 3v3 as both teams fight over the wave. Neither team wanting to concede much in the bottom lane, but does mean Elk can kind of just hold this wave now. Get it a bit of a freeze for himself, unless he wants to go for a recall himself, but in fact he will do so in the end. Sees that they've recalled, clears the wave.
So, LNG have survived through to their summoners coming back up. The only one that's not there right now is the flash on Gala, but he has cleanse, so he's still relatively safe, and Hung has flash, heal, and of course his ultimate online for that big AoE cleanse and everything else that it will bring to the team. So BLG not able to make the most out of those summoners they took earlier. Scout jumping forward, the awkward moment.
Oh, it's not great from Scout, is it? Shun really punishes, and Yagao just gets his magical outplay button on the R. 2 kills now for Yagao on a Syndra with 4 stacks on a Dark Seal. That feels pretty good for BLG. As Gal in trouble here. Graviton comes through on. Not there in time to follow up as Hung arrives. Shun, though, not far away from the lane. Even Yagao hovering towards the bottom side. On wants the hook onto Gala.
Head scratcher. Do we call that one a yellow star? It's not Thresh, but he did miss everything. Not able to get the most out of that, but Tarzan gets hit by everything.
The spear lands, the ignite is there. See you later, Tarzan. Shun grabs himself a kill. LNG, I mean, I'm going to be honest, all 3 deaths so far, kind of awkward on their behalf.
Very cheap. That second one, of course, starting off with Scout, kind of jumping into River. It felt like LNG just disrespected the power of a Blitzcrank on reset compared to Emilio on reset. Emilio, great in the team fights, great in the laning phase, but not awesome at these kind of 2v2 river skirmishes. The CC lands from BLG, and then suddenly Scout's down. You lose pressure over the bot side of the map because BLG can play with a numbers advantage. So now BLG get themselves a lot of gold. They get themselves another dragon. It's 2 early dragons. It's in good timing. And the soul is unfortunately Chemtech, but it's still a soul on the table. And this is exactly what we're talking about, right? Look at where Milio is on the map right now. So the timing isn't there for LNG. You don't have your support. Scout dodges out of the way, 1 skill shot, and then just is not in connection with his support when BLG are much more connected with their mid-jungle support.
I mean, it feels like that was a misclick, right? Jumping towards Shun there. Like, you know that Shun is there. He's just procced the Scryer's Bloom. I wonder if he'd, like, moved his mouse over to ping that and... I don't know. Just uncharacteristic mistake there from Scout because he's been having a hell of a split as well. But it feels a little bit like LNG across the board are not ready for this like long-range CC follow-up comp from BLG, right? Where the Blitzcrank, the Nidalee, the Syndra, even Calibrum from the Aphelios, there's so much follow-up if they land a single ability. And I'm not sure that LNG came in ready for this today because nobody's been playing this style of composition.
It's a little bit different. Of course, the Renekton, we knew that was around, and then you think, okay, Shun is a Nidalee player. He plays these carry champions. Maybe you could figure it out at some point, but it's not what BLG have shown before. So maybe some preparation been blindsided here by LNG. Either way, though, I think when they get towards 5v5s, they're absolutely fine. They have an Ornn, they have a Milio, they have the Tristana, but they haven't even been able to get towards that point. BLG would still love to have a large advantage going in towards those team fights because they're playing around a lot of snowbally champions. And as they speak with that, this is one way to do it. Just keep going into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they just run forwards at Tarzan here. The Cyclone, though, punishes the Scout. Will help finish it off. Oh, the stun comes in, though! And Yagao's here to punish the play. Here comes Gala over the wall, though, looking for Scout himself. In fact, no, he's Scout's teammate. Scout gets out over the wall. And On looks for more. Hung with the heal to get a bit of movement speed. Out, can't find much of anything. Someone is burnt here. It's a 4,500 goal lead for BLG.
It's starting to get a little bit scary. They need this kind of lead. Don't get me wrong. You have the Nidalee. You have a lot of champions which want to be ahead in gold. But this is the way you do it. And LNG feels like they're just disrespecting it again. No ult cooldown from Scout. Is he just dead again?
Oh, On hit the turret. It's a nightmare. The W going to be used by Scout. Will he pop back to it? No. Commits. Walks away. And they're like, you know what? We ain't catching a LeBlanc. Let's just clear the wave.
So, Scout gets away with his life for one of the first times this game. Spear's gonna land. Oh my god!
What? What is that damage, man? Hung just deleted. I mean, this is just... is this over? Like, BLG are snowballing so hard.
Well, let's see how we got to this point. And we'll return to that question a little bit later. Because the way they get ahead in this game is by picking these 2v2s, 3v3s without the Ornn there to be a frontline and be an engager. This feels a little bit awkward. There's a lot of mobility still from LNG, and we see Tristana jumping in later. This was a chance for a reset. You think maybe if Scout and Tarzan can get someone low enough, maybe Gala with the Milio can get enough work done, but the damage is already done. It's, again, the timing is off. BLG are always there, just a second earlier to the play than you are.
Feels that way. Gala trying to make something happen, but doesn't have the damage at this point. Doesn't have the teammates there either to sustainably stay in the fight.
Sorry. Did you see on the scoreboard at the top there, just like LNG's logo, just like a little emote popped out, it said LNG, nice. Just after they lost that play, that feels like a bit of BM for folks.
The funny thing is, this is their arena, so that's their own production team BMing them. As Yagao has found Hung and nearly one-shots him. Hung is just on the receiving end of this game so far as Yagao gets dived. Nice kill from Scout here. And LNG finally get a bit of something for themselves as Bin. He's just running at Scout. Full steam ahead here from the Crocodile. Wants Tarzan now. Wants anyone he can find. Hung the target. Gets kicked in the face by a football. We've all been there, Bin. Back when we were 10 or 11. But Elk will finish the kill off as Hung taken out. Didn't have his ult available. And he just ran at him. Bin just literally ran at them.
No flash on Hung. And again, the Milio is not really that tanky. And apparently neither is the Ornn.
I mean... what do you say about a game like this? This is like watching solo queue. BLG are just smurfing on LNG right now. It's not even close.
The thing is, though, it looks like solo queue because this is exactly the way that BLG want to be playing this. They don't want Zika to be stood in front of his carries, able to use that Ornn ult to disrupt the CC combo that BLG have. BLG are just getting the vision control, getting into the enemy jungle, and they're playing their comp out as a really well-done snowball. Ben?
Just solo walks at the tower from behind, finishes it off. There's nothing LNG can even do about it, because if they start a fight, there's no way they win. I say that TP committed to here. Yagao has his available as well. Azal gets a bit of sustain. The Ornhorn procs on in. They'll find the AD carry. Can they find more? 2 kills so far, as Gala needs to get these resets and get the fight going here. Bin over the wall trying to escape. Gala chases him here. Can he find more though? TP now from Yagao. This is a really late TP into the fight. They want a 2v4. BLG, they will never say no to a fight. As Yagao has to back away just a little bit, hung, stunned up, but had the shield. And I take it back. BLG, the first fight I've ever seen them say no to.
Yagao didn't have teleport at the start of that play. He was in top lane, and LNG found the timing with about 10 seconds left on the Syndra TP. If that had come through, got to imagine that BLG might have been able to even turn this around. The burst is still so disgusting from Shun. You're still in Italy, though, once you get to the point where it's not a 2v2 or a 3v3, and you have to deal with 4 angry teammates standing around the body of the person you just swiped through. Gets a little bit more difficult after that point. So LNG at least getting some gold back. It's a lot to bring back, though, in total. BLG still have that CC combo and a lot of wards to play around in the enemy jungle.
That they do. Night Harvester picked up here by Shun as well. Will we see Static Shiv on the Nidalee is the question alongside that Night Harvester. So far, not seeing it on Scout either. Kind of surprised, considering this is that patch. This is, you know, the has been the standard, just rushing the Static Shiv first on the LeBlanc. But Scout going kind of classic with the Luden's first item here. We'll see if he can get any semblance of the level of damage.
So I think a lot of it is because you can see that Scout played the early lane very well. When you take the fleet footwork and you go towards the Static Shiv, it's less about the first few levels of pressure. LNG, of course, didn't really get enough off of that now because Scout is, sadly, watching the rest of his team go down a significant amount of gold. But you're absolutely right. The Static Shiv's not going to come in from there. And it really has to be built as a first item, it does feel like. So not, I suppose, luckily, not going to see that item. It's one of those things where you see it for a couple of games and you go, wow, this is fun and new. But just like mid lane Tryndamere or the Garen Yuumi, you then sit there 2 weeks later and you go, I would quite like this to be gone now.
Yeah, well, we'll see how long it lasts, won't we? We have the next patch coming in a few days in the LPL. I forget exactly which day that was.
The 26th, I think, the 26th.
26th. So not too long left on this patch. We'll see how that's going to change everything. Is that the patch for Triforce buffs? Honestly, I feel like the patches have been so big this split. I'm kind of losing track of which big change was on which patch. It's all getting a bit jumbled up.
I just rock up to a game on the day and I go, are they building Static Shiv? Oh, this is the patch which is buffed then. Oh, I guess they're not building Triforce. Maybe that's nerfed next patch or something, right? It's been a lot of big changes back to back because we had so many of those AD carry itemization changes in it. I think Triforce getting nerfed in patch 2. Tarzan's caught. He's getting absolutely blown up.
Moonlight Vigil is there as well. Tarzan still surviving for now. The Caliburn goes wide. It's Shun in trouble instead. The Snowball halted in his tracks, but El goes in and finds Tarzan. Goes down with his own bit of damage there. It's absolute chaos, but LNG are somehow winning it out. Zika goes in with no support from his team. Totally different page to the rest of the gang here, as Yagao definitely has the damage to finish this one off alongside Bin. And it's a bonus gifted over to BLG at the end of the fight.
Thing is, you can see what happens when you start bringing 4v4s into play, 5v5s into the play. LNG are starting to get some kills, particularly onto this Nidalee, which is just way too squishy to be playing into the dive assassination kind of playstyle, into a Cyclone and everything else. It's very close to getting a straight-up kill. The Milio healing buys just enough time for Tarzan to save his own life. The rest of the team rallies around it. This is a little bit worrying now for BLG, because if you can't really start pulling ahead in terms of one of these big fights into a Baron, into the end of the game, this is going to get worse as the game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to respect the sheer commitment to the play from Elk there. That was full-on suicide, but
yeah,
just wanted the kill. Just straight up wanted the kill. I feel like BLG are in... Like, you know, I said it looked like a solo queue game. It looked
like he's switching through his weapons. Like, is there a Nidalee in one of my weapons? Oh, you know what? I'll just flash. It's fine. I can be melee too.
I'll just flash Gale Force Duskwave. I'm sure we'll finish the kill. He didn't even finish him off. Like, Tarzan went down to Yagao in the end. But it feels like BLG are also in the mindset of we're smurfing right now and have gone into full solo queue mode. I do just want to quickly mention CS so far for Bin. Way more than 10 per minute so far. 240 at the 22-minute mark. Not something you see often on Renekton.
And what we're also seeing as well is look how little Zika is getting access to. Again, one of the issues that LNG had in spring playoffs was that Zika just kind of got just got outvalued by a lot of our top laners in the LPL. When he wasn't on something like the Renekton or the Jax, he could really struggle. He's on the Ornn this game. It's a hard matchup against the Renekton, but he is also having to be forced to lose farm to get his carries ahead. He has to group if he's not there with the team. It's a very awkward situation for LNG, but it doesn't stop the fact that now he's just made a paper to BLG's comp.
He definitely is. Chemtep Drake spawning onto the map as Gala uses his W. Means On has a potential window to try and find a pick here. Shun stepping forward as well. It's LNG threatening in the Baron area so that BLG can't take the Drake for free. On the target, as Tarzan goes in with a Cyclone off the back of the Ornn Horn, but in the meantime, Zik has been left alone by the rest of his team, and Bin is shredding him. Top laner down as On forced to flash. BLG on the other side of the map, but they're actually chasing for more. I thought they'd go for towers in the mid lane, but forget that. They want blood, and Gala is the target. Flash available for Gala, and he's gonna need it. You know he's gonna need it. Doesn't even get a chance to use it. Yagao in the meantime has gone for a 1v3, and Scout pushed over the wall, taken down, his clone taken down at least, jumps over the wall himself. TP available if he wants that to try and escape as he goes underneath the tower, but no, dashes back away, and Bin is chasing up the rest of the team. Hung will go down. It's absolute carnage, Nomera.
BLG do not want more than 4 champions on any separate screen. Bin says, I'm too close, I'm going to go to mid lane. Finally, Scout falls, and BLG are absolutely detesting the fact that they had to play a 5v5 very briefly. Scatter LNG to the winds, are going to take a Baron off the back of it. They are absolutely playing this composition out to the up to 9s. They are not slowing down.
I love that they go, oh, what was that, LNG? You want to try and threaten Baron, do you? Well, we'll take the Baron. Nearly swore there. Just that sheer excitement of how BLG are playing the game out. Tarzan chased away from the Drake. You get nothing, LNG.
Good day. You lose. You get nothing. They're forced out of the Chocolate Factory, and BLG are going to go towards this Chemtech Dragon. They get themselves the Baron. They get themselves the Dragon. LNG. This is the problem now, where you have fallen behind. Again, the critical mass. They've missed the important sermon, which is even if you group up with a tank top laner, they still kind of have to be tanky at some point. He's useful for his ult, the Ornn is great at that point, but trying to engage onto this composition is absolutely hellish. And as soon as that engage doesn't kind of get everyone grouped up into the right place and it splits down into multiple 2v1s and 2v2s and I suppose the 1v3 from Yagao, a little bit more awkward, LNG don't have the tools to keep up with the huge damage and mobility that BLG are bringing to bear. It's helped out by the fact that On hits a miraculous hook out of the middle of nowhere onto one of the most mobile players on the enemy team. BLG just styling right now.
The TP as well to make sure they can keep on chasing kills. 10,000 gold lead. We said they need Snowball with this comp. Well, Snowball they have. Can they finish the job is the question. The comp does, I was going to say sort of fall off a cliff, but actually nearly late game damage when you're building pure AP still pretty scary. Yagao's not going to fall off, Elk's not going to fall off, and Blitzcrank, one hook can still change the game no matter how late it is, and I'd argue actually the hooks go up in value later on, so it's only really been, but even Renekton since the new items is better late than he ever was before.
I think the difference maker is the fact that Zikra's just not tanky. If you can just tank all the spears and the hooks with your Ornn, it's a little bit different, but you can see how much threat they feel like they're under. They're pulling another ult.
It's On as the target here. He's been picking them and they want a bit of revenge. Tarzan in the meantime trying to body block the rest of the squad, but Zik has gone too deep on this one. No damage out from Yagao on the ult there though. He said we need him to be a bit tankier. He's certainly got a bit of MR.
It's the price of being a mage and having to choose either dealing damage to tanks with Leandries or to other people with the Ludens. He's gone for the full magic pen, so Zika not going to be completely one-shot. He still has to back, he still doesn't have his ult, and BLG have everyone but on the board. Scouts jumping forward. Don't know if they can achieve much here, though.
Ooh, spear slightly wide from Shun, and uncharacteristic mistake is a wave crashing in the mid lane. LNG surely have to go and deal with that. Remember, still sole point for BLG. Drake will be up in 3 minutes' time. I don't think they're going to be able to get much with the Baron. I do love the confidence that they just stick around, despite the fact On went down. They know It's really difficult for LNG to actually find them and start a fight. They're so mobile across this composition. That said, Scout almost finds Shun.
He's hit himself 2.5 items. That Ludens is, of course, adding some magic pen from the Mythic passive. And being basically sole AP, of course, one adds a little bit into the equation. Where against not very much magic resist, Scout might be able to dissuade someone from BLG from jumping forward, particularly On and Shun when they position aggressively. I think Scout isn't a point where you can threaten them, particularly with that Banshee's shield protecting from something like that Miracle Blitzcrank hook we saw before. Still though, 10,000 gold lead there, about 9,000 rather. I can do maths, I'm great at that. But LNG very, very down in terms of the combat stats they have available. Yagao just hit 100 stacks on his passive, so he will start...
Zik is already kind of low, like that 15% execute, that does significant value against specifically Zika. We'll see what LNG have in the tank though. Remember, this is game 2. BLG already won game number 1. Looking like they're smurfing in game 2, but have started to slow down a little bit. Or not intentionally, but they've hit a bit of a roadblock in LNG, who are now fighting back. Scout trying his best on this LeBlanc to find picks. We saw him attempting onto Shun. And Gala as well has remained reasonably untouched. Now 3 items on that Tristana. You give 1 kill over to Gala, he gets those resets. You can very easily lose a fight.
Yeah, so BLG needs to be very careful that they don't get overconfident. Typically, they have been very good at finding the timings and the angles for their fights. But it's, as you said, a little bit dangerous going into the Ornn items starting to come through as well. Even someone like Tarzan on the Wukong. Wukong is a very good scaling damage jungler. Yes, he can get blown up. Yes, he can get CC'd and put into death. But if he gets onto the backline, that might be enough to put Gala into to a very dangerous position for BLG. They need to find a way to break the base. Typically, that happens through Baron. That's up in a minute. Until that happens, let's see what they've got. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. BLG, they can choose to leave maybe both of these objectives up if they want to force LNG into a difficult spot. Typically, that works in favor of the team that's behind. I think BLG want to take that Baron, though, so they can close out the game.
On with his patented Everfrost Blitzcrank will be able to deny the engage onto Bin. And you can see a sort of attempted pick from the side of LNG, but now with 4 people on the bottom side of the map, this opens up the mid lane. Elk can just charge on in. Scout will try and threaten, but the tower's going to go down. Whoa! What? Where did he go? Scout with a magic trick right there as a knockup comes out from Zika. Do they actually have the damage to fight this? BLG being taken apart as Scout goes a little bit too deep on that one. Yak out. Gets that 15% that we talked about right there is Bin now. In a 1v1 with Tarzan, Zika moving over, but the Dominus proc, he can 2v1 this for sure. Zika finds a knockback, but Hung moving over, Tarzan on the red buff. Bin has to try and get out of dodge on this one. In the meantime, Yagao is pushing mid lane. They're buying time for Yagao to open the map up.
Again, this is where you see how BLG have approached this game in terms of their mentality. They don't want to take objective fights. They need to take split fights in the enemy jungle and about wherever they can. They don't commit towards that dragon setup in the way that we always see in this meta. They try and take fights. Apart from that, Yagao has to teleport away, gets an inhibitor for his troubles. But now with jungler down and Elk being taken off the board so early as well, LNG have an opening now to, after that dragon take, set up this Baron and potentially force BLG into one of those 5v5s that they don't really want to take.
Yagao's dropped a ward in LNG's base. I think it'll be cleared away. There we go. Yeah, Scout got rid of that one.
Okay, let's see this.
I was just going to say, Bin had TP available.
He had an overshield.
Whoa.
He had the Severum overshield, and he gets absolutely popped. He was running the exhaust. I think it was off cooldown at the time of that fight. Of course, the Spectator gets a little bit weird. We've got to pick around the Baron, though.
Oh, no. And it's Tarzan as well. Couldn't be better for BLG. I wish we could have seen the setup for that, because that pick, if the game wasn't already open for BLG, that certainly opens it.
That's huge. Again, LNG, they would have loved to force BLG into a true front-to-back 5v5. They have the items now. Scout's doing damage, Gala's doing damage, but that kind of pick is what BLG can always do. Tarzan falling at the worst possible moment. Felt like LNG were onto something for a little bit. Now they have supers to deal with the mid lane. Baron buff across the board. They're going to have to find themselves a way to hang on in this game.
Gala's attack speed is off the chain right now. He is the speed at which he annihilated that super minion. He is ready to fight if the fight comes his way. Almost level 16 as well. So keep your eyes on Gala. Good Bella's breath from Zika, but it won't really matter here. A Scout goes in onto Elk, but won't find the damage he found before. And now with the Baron, they can keep this one going. Zika finds the double knock up there onto On, but In the meantime, Tarzan with a clone buys space for the team. Bin threatening in the mid lane though, and this is what BLG want, long range, non-committal.
So BLG, they survived that cast of the Ornn ultimate. It's at its 3rd rank, it'll be a low cooldown, but BLG, they can use that timing window nonetheless.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what BLG say, but they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off. Double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Splash is too slow, but Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's going to be game.
That should have been the game-saving play from Scout and Gala, but there's a bin waiting for them. They're thrown into it in game 2. What madness!
Absolute insanity of a second game from BLG, and Bin especially, both games in the series looking absolutely unstoppable. Doesn't even walk with his team. Look at this Giga Chad behavior, just storms
Look
away.
At me. I am the team now.
He's
Triple
got
kills at
things
the
to
Nexus.
Yeah, he's got a reservation waiting. That's why they 2-0'd so fast. You know, he's charging out of the arena.
That, in any other game, that double distort onto 4 people at the Nexus from Scout, despite the cost of his life, would have saved the game. He almost one-shots the entire team at BLG, and BLG still win that. That is absurd. It's a very unique kind of composition coming out of BLG. When you play something like that in Italy and the Renekton, you know post 20 minutes, you need to really think about ending that game. You need to find any way to do it. You can't commit to those 5v5s, especially against the huge range and engage coming out from LNG. And they nearly made it work, that LNG. It got closer than I think a lot of people would give them credit for. I think that's credit to the likes of the playmaking from Scout, who had those incredible damage numbers in late game. But BLG, man, they just find a way to make it work.
That's just so much fun to watch, aren't they? BLG, they're absolute nutters, and I love it every single time. I think Bin, man of the match for me at very least, off of the back of that last fight. Yagao, though, actually had some really great moments as well. I mean, Shun was dominating the early game. I feel like you could pretty much pick anyone from the side of BLG. But I think that last moment is going to clinch it for Bin. I will say, my father-in-law is visiting. He's downstairs right now. I've just been screaming from the top of my lungs here in the bedroom upstairs. Oh. I am curious how that conversation is going to go in 10 minutes.
Well, I have my brother next door, and every so often when we have the early starts, I wake him up with a sound check, and then he can tell whether he wants to watch by how loud I'm being in this room. So I hope he's wrapped with attention, as you should be as well. It is such a pleasure to watch BLG play out these games. But this is still a reminder that, you know, that LNG still have a lot of potential, and they have to work out some stuff. It felt like, particularly in the early game, they bought into a lot of these fights. I think Scout in the early game struggled a little bit outside of the very early laning phase. It took LNG a little while to stabilize, and that was just more than enough for BLG to run over the game.
Yeah, it really was. And I just love the way that BLG approaches the LPL. Like, the confidence they've come back from MSI with is unbelievable. Like, when you look at them, what are we on, week 4? When you look at spring week 4 BLG versus summer week 4 BLG, you wouldn't believe it's the same players. If you took the nameplates off, you would just assume it's a totally different team.
I'm going to suggest that about 5,000 to 6,000 of Scout's damage came from that last double store at the Nexus, by the way. I was looking at that damage and going, how did he out-damage Scout? Oh, right, yeah, the 4-man double distort. Absolutely nuts. Yeah. The great thing about watching seeing a screen like this, a lot of the time you see like a very spiky like damage profile where like top laner will sometimes have a lot if they're on a carry, but not always. The jungle will sometimes kind of like be a little bit lower as well. BLG pretty much straight across the board in this game.
Yeah, and I will just quick shout out to Bin once again. Actually topped the damage numbers. With this composition, Renekton is doing the most damage. If that's not a high value top lane player, I don't know what is. Like, nobody can pull that kind of value out. The MVP is actually going to be On, though, at the end of things. I think that's a very fair shout. Like, he was exactly. Give him some fish eggs.
Well, I wouldn't say all of the eggs were in the On basket in this particular case, but he definitely made it count when he was relied on. Particularly around that last Baron pick where he catches that Tarzan. That's the play which ends the game. Because if you don't get that pick, you get into a point you have to face a 5v5 late game, and maybe you lose the game off of that. So once again, a lot of responsibility put onto this support player from BLG. He is a player which has matured wonderfully on this org and on this roster. And games like this, again, really make you see how far he has come.
Yeah, I mean, he's like a fine cheddar at this point because, yeah, like
Caviar,
you say, really
cheddar, any other like age, any other like high dining you've got for us?
I mean, wine. We can throw some wine in there, but then Zoom kind of, the steak and wine. That's kind of his thing. So I don't want to encroach on Zoom there, but yeah, On definitely looking fantastic. Shun as well. Like the pair of them, I said it during the game. Like this support jungle duo from BLG, like the difference in them over the course of the last 12 months is just unbelievable. Surrounded by veterans in the other roles, it just feels like the perfect mix. And, every time I cast BLG, I feel like I'm just the BLG fan club, except when they played against JDG, then I was the JDG fan club. But, like,
yeah.
It's just... How can you not be when you watch them play like this? They're so entertaining. They've got personalities on the team. Like, they play these fun comps. What can you not like?
The thing is, though, I love the LNG team as well, particularly in spring. I think their mid jungle was maybe even best in the world for various points. They were so good at the chase Maokai, and Scout, I think in particular, is a player which is, I'm not going to call him underrated because he was MVP of spring, but he's so very valuable to LNG. It's just that when you come into games like this, much like the BLG versus JDG team, you can really respect one team and then still also accept they've been outclassed today.
Yeah. I on the point of Scout being potentially, like, quote-unquote underrated, I do think in the grand scheme of mid laners, he's kind of underrated. Like, I think he brings a lot of value and a lot of intangibles to teams that, like, when you look at him on EDG over the years, like, he's clearly brought a lot to that team. I do think that he's rarely in the conversation of, like, GOAT mid laners because there is such talent in that conversation, like Rookie, Faker, kind of the forerunners there. But I do think that he is, like, underspoken for in those conversations. I'm not trying to say he's the GOAT, but I do think that he should be.
So that's going to be the headline from today. If you want to walk away with anything from this broadcast, Scout, he's just the GOAT, man. He's just the GOAT. What else can you say?
Scout off of the 0-2 today is now crowned GOAT.
He's just the GOAT. Yeah.
That's our conclusion. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, but hey, Scout actually looked great in that last game. The LeBlanc was clean as. Like, the one shot on Elk, like, what was that?
There was a clip from Skara a very long time ago now, and even back then he was saying, I've played for League for so long, but every so often you have a play in solo queue or in pro where you go, I didn't know you could do that, and something just really surprises you. And the more you play League, the less you're surprised because the more you've seen. You still see plays like that, and you just think, what the heck was that? I didn't realize LeBlanc could do that much damage against like an over-shielded Aphelios. Absolutely nuts, but he makes it work.
Yeah, absolutely insane. 3 2-0s today.
This is the longest six-game day we've ever had.
Yeah. I was about to say it's a quick day, but it really wasn't because of all of the pauses in the second series. EDG 2-0 AL, Weibo 2-0 TT, and then BLG 2-0 LNG, and I think in a more one-sided fashion than most people would have been expecting coming into today. But with that said, let's take a look at our standings because we now have 3 teams at 7-1 on positive 9 game difference. This is about as close as you could possibly ask for.
Just throwing it out there as well, you look at Team WE down there at 7th as well. They haven't dropped the game yet. They're 2-0 in all 4 of their series. Yes, they haven't played as many series. I would be so excited to see if they could join a potential top 4 as we go a little bit later into the split as they catch up in terms of series. It'll be difficult for them, but all of these series coming up between our top teams, absolutely tune in for them. A lot of them are very different in their play styles. They've refined it over the course of spring and coming into summer. And the race, even now, towards the top of the table, it seems like it's going to be very close.
Yeah. Just on the point of WE as well, like, yeah, not the hardest opponents, but it's been ramping up. They've beaten IG, they've beaten NIP, they've got OMG and TT next. And then week 5, oh boy. Top Esports, LNG, EDG, all in the same week. That is going to be trial by fire for WE. We'll see how long the win streak can last. Let's take a look at tomorrow's games, though, as we round things up here today. Let's see what's on the chopping block for our casters tomorrow. We start with IG versus RA. Kind of a battle of redemption there towards the bottom of the standings. Then the absolute El Clasico of LPL. It's RNG versus EDG, but look at those scorelines. These are not the RNG and EDG that are topping the table in the way that you would expect. We'll see how that one's going to pan out because EDG looking for for a little bit of redemption after recent results. And then OMG versus WE. We see how long that WE win streak lasts against a tougher opponent in OMG.
I'm really looking forward to that last series. Again, whenever I look towards the meta and I think, oh, who's changing the meta, I always look towards OMG first. But WE are on such a good run of form. I don't know if you can call like OMG underdogs or favorites in that. It should be a close series. I'm very much looking to see how that will be a yardstick in terms of like going towards maybe our top 5 and 6 teams in the league.
Yeah, it will be exciting to see, to say the very least. That was a weird sentence from me. That's going to be the end of the show. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Well, that's going to be it from us. I've been joined by Nymera. It was Lyric and Mazel earlier on today as well. Thank you from us for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.
Absolute criminality.